the regular board meeting in the Nevada Irrigation District of April 14th, 2021. You'll all stand with me for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the
United States of America
and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
I like that reverb.
Yes. Madam Secretary, would you call the roll, please?
Yes, I will. I'll just start from the top. Division 1.
here.
Division 2.
Here.
Division 3. Here. Division 4. Here. Division 5.
Here.
Director Hanson, would you turn your video on by tapping your screen, please?
Sure.
Thank you.
There he is. Okay. At this time, we'll take a public comment for any items not on the agenda. If you'd like to comment today, items not on the agenda, star 9 on your phone. Anyone in the, let's see, I'm looking at the wrong list.
I am not
Oh,
seeing any hands raised.
okay. No hands raised. Okay, we'll move on to the consent agenda. Do you have a motion for the consent agenda?
I'll move to accept the consent agenda.
Okay.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Madam Secretary, call the roll, please.
Division 5.
Yes.
Division 4. Aye. Division 3. Aye. Division 1.
Aye.
Division 2.
Aye. Thank you. Okay, general orders. Agricultural Water Management Plan. Adopt resolution number 2021-08.
Here comes Mr. Roderick.
Mr.
Will you turn your mic on?
So what was that?
The microphone?
And if I could just make a comment before we start, we're at the adoption stage of this plan. Just a reminder to all of us and to all of you watching that this is not an NID plan that we have adopted and are following. This is a report to the state. And so as such, we will use this information going forward as we do plan for water, our raw water master plan for water. That today, the discussion will only be pertinent to this report, not to ongoing planning process, which is going to be a big lift, and we're looking forward to it. And we'll be pursuing it in the fall. For that, Mr. Roderick.
Okay.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. Okay. Good morning, board, staff, members of the public. So, today we're here staff is here recommending that the board adopt resolution 2021-08, which is adopting, filing, and implementing the NID's Ag Water Management Plan update. As you had mentioned at the last meeting, we had the public hearing, which was part of the Ag Water Management Plan process. In that, there was some request to include the red lines. So in your packet, we've included the red lines of the Ag Plan as well as the red lines of the resolution, and then the final versions of both. I did want to highlight in the red lines, we did add a new table 7.1, which is what we've done in the last 5 years in terms of water efficiencies, all the projects that we've done. So that's highlighted the fact that we have been working through this process even from the last Ag Water Management Plan. Let's see, we did receive a couple of comments from Director Hall, and we'll go through those really quickly. So on page 36, she identified that the table shows footnote 3.2. Yeah, it should just be footnote 2. And so we will correct that. And the idea is that we would make these corrections and then submit those as part of the final document to the state. So we wouldn't ask to come back to see another red line version or anything of that nature. Page 46, and point 4, the first paragraph that talked about should wells fail, should the district consider, we said in the document that we would provide service for folks if they have a failing well or a new vacant parcel that's developed. Director Hull suggested that maybe we said may be asked to provide service. I don't know if I should read that page. Let me read that. Yeah, it's page 46. And it's, point number 4. And so it currently says, and it's, let's see, it's the third sentence. It says, should wells fail or parcels be developed, NID would provide service. Director Hull is suggesting that maybe we use language that says, may be asked to provide service. The district may be asked to provide service versus, we would provide service.
There's a lot of them we won't be able to provide service.
No, but I think the idea correct. There'll be ones that clearly aren't close. This would be ones that, a lot of these would already be fronting a service that we have, whether it's a raw or a treated water main.
I agree with Director Hull's comment.
Yeah, I do too, especially the part about.
Will provide. Yeah.
We'll provide, and we're in places we can't.
That's correct. Yeah. Right.
Okay.
But it's not shall.
What?
Not.
Shall is a imperative.
Yes.
But would is
Correct.
softer, but I think I like that,
Yeah.
define it that.
Yeah.
If we
Mhm.
could do it reasonably, we do it, we can't.
Yeah, I just think we have to be sensitive to the fact that a customer that's in the district and is paying taxes, et cetera, we have an obligation to serve them water should they ask for it. So, assuming they have access to.
Well, if feasible, then maybe you want to modify it with comma, if feasible. I don't know. It just.
I think I'm
agree
okay with the suggestion that Director Hull had, unless.
It just doesn't draw a conclusion.
Yeah,
It
right.
doesn't draw the conclusion that service is provided.
Mhm.
And
Right.
I think that the caveat within this is, as I understand it, you may be within the district and your well may fail, but you may have to fund the cost of getting the infrastructure there.
Correct.
So I still think that
Sure.
not drawing the conclusion of what action is taken is the appropriate language.
Okay.
Mhm.
We'll make that adjustment as well.
Yeah.
Works for me.
Okay. Also on page 46.7, there was let's see, so that in the sentence, if there is less snow, so which one would that be?
Less snow.
Second to the last sentence. So the currently reads, if there is less snow and more rain in the future, NID will need to make operational facility or watershed changes to store more of its winter runoff. Director Hull's suggestion is that we add and or, so it would read, if there is less snow and more rain in the future, NID would need to make operational facility and or watershed changes.
Oh, there you go. Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay.
That makes sense.
All right, so we'll make that. And then, the last one on page 52, and it's the last sentence. Let's see. Page 52.9, the last sentence, says, the cost for these sites are included in the total infrastructure improvement EWMP budget of $1 million per year. She's suggesting that we change sites to stations. We do mention it as stations earlier in that paragraph, so we can clean that up to, instead of sites, make it stations so that it's the same language. Assuming everybody's okay with that? Yeah. Okay. And so those are the 4 that she had, and we'll make those adjustments and include that in the final document that gets submitted. With that, I'm sorry, there is one other thing. The request for the response to all the written comments, we did include those. Those were in Appendix A, so we did make a comments to each and every person that did submit a written. So those are part of the package as well.
I want to thank staff for doing that. That was a heavy lift, I know, but I thought it was appropriate responses. Really is.
Okay. So with that, I guess I'll open it up to any other questions or comments that the board may have.
Director Peters.
I have some questions, they don't directly relate to, changing language in the
Okay.
document, just general questions. The one that just jumped out at me, it's kind of went over my head before, but, The very first paragraph on page one is the first paragraph on page one, the last sentence. So it's my understanding that, excuse me, Jim Crawley is the engineer of record on this document. He's responsible for charge of this document. This last sentence says the AWMP was prepared under direction of NID staff. Typically, the engineer of record with the assistance of NID staff, but if it's under the direction, then NID staff should stamp and sign it. If they're directing the work and taking control of the work, NID staff should stamp and sign it.
We can change that to
Assistance.
to assist.
With the assistance of.
Uh-huh.
Okay. And then on page 55, Rule 7.2, schedule to implement the EWMP, the critical one, water measurement. It says it's completed. The implementation schedule says the water measurement is completed. Is it all completed? We're done with all the water measurement?
So we do measure all of our water, so we consider that completed. However, we have talked about other ways to measure more accurately and more precisely at turnout.
Okay, that makes sense. Thank you. Okay, that's it.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah. I have something in the resolution, but not the plan itself.
Okay.
I'll say.
Perfect.
So I have a general question, kind of, comment, I guess two comments. One is on the, page 10, table 2.6, the terrain and soil. The thing that caught my attention is that, you know, is the connection between this and the work that was done in the fall on, the HDR oversaw, you know, that, in obvious collaboration with the team here. But my understanding is that in that report that was done in the fall, the assumption is that all land within Nevada and Placer County would be irrigated. And so I just draw attention to the fact that we have 33% of our land has a slope of 20 to 40%. And 27% has a slope of 10 to 20%. Those are pretty steep slopes to be irrigating. So
Sure.
I only make that observation. I don't want anything changed, but I just make that observation. It kind of highlighted to me when we were talking about the plan for water that we can go back to these numbers as part of the, you know, kind of an important factor.
Director Hull, if I may, that's a great point. And you're gonna find that when we jump into the plan for water and we review how we did the last raw water plan update, we did take those into consideration. And when we describe the soft service areas, the areas close to our facilities that may potentially have access to water, we also took into account the topography and the steepness of the locations, and if it was too steep for true irrigation, we eliminated them. So
Okay,
I think that will come up in the future discussion.
okay, good.
It's a great point.
And that just reminded me, I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Laura.
That was right, because I just on 2.7, I had a note, this was the average climate, and we had asked, I know that there was public comment on it, and I was curious, why didn't we discuss climate? And so I guess put it somewhere else, maybe.
Yeah, there's a chapter for climate change.
Put it a whole different place, not with the average,
Chapter
is
6.
that right?
I think it's 6, yeah, chapter 6.
That's right, that's why I didn't put that right. It seems like it'd be more helpful to have it right there, so you can compare it with the averages, you don't have to go back.
Yeah, I think Jim could probably answer this better, but I think this is one of those areas where we filled out the table per DWR's, recommendations in this section. And then we jumped into chapter 6 for the climate discussion. Because that's how DWR recommends we fill it out.
Format, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got that part. Okay.
Mr. President, I have a question, when you're ready.
Okay, Rich, Director Johansson first.
Oh, okay.
So, thank you, Ricky. So, I want to caution, in agriculture, we're irrigating lands today that no one thought we could irrigate 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 years ago. And you look at foreign countries, they're on slopes much greater than 20%. So, not saying that's probable, I'm just saying that it's possible with today's modern irrigation systems, and what will come up next, who knows? So we just have to allow for that allowance.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
Yeah.
I don't foresee irrigated pasture happening on a 20% slope, but certainly benched off and growing other things could
Yeah.
certainly happen.
Exactly, and you saw walnuts, you could only plant walnuts on a deep soil, number one soil. Today, they're everywhere.
It doesn't mean that it's right.
Huh?
It doesn't mean that it's right.
Well,
I mean, there's
yeah.
enough evidence
I'm not
about-
saying it's right or wrong, I'm just
Rich,
saying,
let me just finish.
yeah.
There's enough written about California agriculture today and the use of water in desert setups. And, I mean, I'm not suggesting making a judgment on our local agriculture, but if you look at California as a whole, some of the practices that have been adopted are highly questionable in terms of the use of water. And so when we look at us as a district, I think, we have to support the activities, residents, and businesses that exist today, not some pie in the sky what's possible. And that's my opinion.
So, J.G. Boswell drained to Larry Lake,
Right.
Yep,
and you know what his regret was?
that he didn't do it sooner.
Probably, and also that he didn't do it on a higher value crop.
Oh,
I agree, that's sick.
Exactly.
There's no disagreement on that. Growing rice in a semi-arid desert, we gotta look at all of that. But what's our mission, Dustin? I mean, what is our mission as a board? Is it to make those judgment calls, or is it to,
provide water.
provide water?
That's the
And protect
Well, I mean,
trust.
I'm asking
At
Dustin.
what cost?
Well, this is a philosophical discussion that.
No, it isn't, I wanna know what our mission,
Well,
what's
you're
our
right,
mission
you're right,
statement?
and I agree, and so, but it already has triggered in me, okay, which side am I going on? Whoa, I agree with both sides.
It's not a side.
If you wanna grow
Not a side.
something on a steep slope, and you can make a living doing it, or propose to do that, that's your freedom of choice. However, I hear what you said, and I think we're just a little off in the weeds for this discussion for this matter here. But I think it'll be that kind of discussion when we talk about, strategic planning, for instance.
That's
I
right.
think it's more appropriate to go in strategic planning, plan for water and those kind of things, and then we're talking about supply for, and getting into that's a whole nother, that's another whole ball of wax.
So my question to Dustin still stands
Oh.
as to what the mission of the directors are.
The mission of the directors?
Yeah.
Oh, to put him on the hot seat.
Yeah, thank you for inviting.
I don't think it's Dustin's job to declare or reinterpret what the mission of the directors are. That is in our purview, the directors. And we've set forth, some pretty straightforward language in our strategic planning and in our mission, vision, and value statements that still need work, but it's there. I don't think it's fair to ask Dustin to just pull that out of his hat here.
And in water code.
Okay,
Well, I do, but
okay. We'll let Dustin make a comment.
So let me rephrase what I think I'm hearing, from your question is, what is the role of an irrigation district, which NID is an irrigation district, and that's defined in Division 11 of the Water Code. And, I think what you're getting at, which is accurate, is we deliver water, and that obligation ends at the farm gate. And what the customer or landowner, grower then does with water is their business, with some caveats. One of those caveats is we cannot have a situation where there's waste and unreasonable use of water. So if there's a landowner applying water to a slope, it's eroding the hillside, or, whatever the case, something that is egregious, we would then need to step in and say, this is no longer appropriate. But generally speaking, within the rules of the district, provided it's not wasteful, we don't get into the landowner's business of whether they're growing, almonds on, sandy soil in desert type conditions, or or any other crop or commodity or whatever it may be, as long as they're abiding by the district's rules.
Well, I think we could have a lot longer conversation about
Yeah,
this.
I would
Just
want to
for me
wait.
to understand, you know, because to me, that it still comes down, at least at some point, to you have to have infrastructure to support this delivery system. And if you are increasing the overarching cost of service delivery to the total customer base in order to provide water to 50 new customers, but it costs everybody else's rates to go up, what's the obligation there for the district? I don't know the answer to that. And I don't want to really get into it at this point.
Yeah.
But I think there's learning on my part that needs to take place so that I am correctly oriented. And I also want to know where are their discretionary things, because different districts undoubtedly approach these things differently. So anyway, I'm sorry, I will leave it there.
I look forward to that future discussion.
I think it's a great discussion.
This was productive,
What's that?
productive.
Yeah.
Okay, Director Heck, you had a comment,
I
question.
do. Back to something really specific here in the plan as it was presented. On page 42, there's a table of the different crops that is grown. And you know what's missing from that? I see that they added cannabis, but I don't see any vegetable crops shown there.
Right.
And is there a reason? Is that a DWR thing? Can Doug or Kip weigh in on that, why the vegetables are not in that chart?
Can you give us the page number again? I'm not.
Page 29, I
Yeah,
think.
Yeah.
29.
It's 3-2.
Oh, is it? Okay, well, okay, that's fine. I'm
Yeah,
working
you're
off
right.
my little computer here, so,
29.
okay, thank you.
Yeah, so I'll attempt to answer that. Thank you for the question. The original crop report that the district utilized stemmed from DWR or State Water Board crop report, and we basically emulated, copied it, and sent it out to our customers. We got that comment the last time we brought this document forward, and it's a legitimate comment and one we should probably address in the future, but we don't have that data now, so I can't put it in the report. So future crop reports and updates, we will amend this document, send it out to our customer base, and see if we can get more accurate details on what they're actually growing. And then the next time we do this plan in 5 years, hopefully we'll have that vegetables as a category and any other thing that the board or the district wants to see specifically. We can amend that crop report.
That would be great.
Is the water rights reporting requirements, they don't have vegetables as. They do not. And that's part of the issue here is that we use this data to report to two different agencies. One is DWR and one is the state board for our water rights. And so we're juggling that line of, okay, how much detail do we need for this agency? How much detail do we need for this agency? So far, this has been sufficient, but hearing the board's concern for more detail, we can certainly amend it, send it back out, see if we can get some updates.
And you're indicating that we will have a chance to look at that survey tool before it's distributed, is that correct?
Sure, we can run it back through the board, but it won't be going out now until next irrigation.
Right.
So we got a little window here to work on it.
Right. So I would just add, I would like to ask a question on how many hours a day are you running your irrigation system? So I'd like to know, are you running it 24/7? Are you running it 5 days a week for 3 hours, for 8 hours? Because that's part of the issue, right? How much water is actually being used versus purchased.
Yeah, I'm not sure that is it, I hear you. I understand. I'm struggling a bit with that response because you may respond that way today, but you may end up expanding your pasture land halfway through the season and changing that. So
Yeah.
that's a huge variable.
If you're asking how much are they using versus how much they buy.
Yeah, I mean, I know how much, my use doesn't change, and I'm just a sample of one. I have 2 accounts. And my point is that we don't have accurate measurement via the orifices, because just the nature of that. And to change that out is that's a dramatic change.
Yeah.
So that's not gonna happen anytime soon. I guess what I'm getting at is, how do we use that instrument, which goes to every NID customer, to better understand actual utilization of the water purchased?
So I can appreciate that. I will say that we are measuring in real time the usage that's occurring.
Right.
And so on the weekends, we see, on a hot weekend in August, we see
That's that one.
we see the usage shoot way up, and we are measuring the head of every canal. So we know what our flows are in that canal. We know they've shot up, and we know what we're putting in. I can't tell you how much each individual customer has changed his irrigation pattern, but I do know he's changed it and they've put more in. So we are measuring that. It's more holistic. It's not down to the finite detail of what each customer is doing, but we are measuring it. And I think our demand numbers that we're showing in terms of actual measurements out of heads to more canals would be substantially different if everybody took their full allotment 24/7 for the whole season, right? The amount of water we would be sending to the system would be, I don't know, double, triple what we're currently doing, right? Because we know that our operators are running our system to minimize spillage, so we know that not everybody's turned on 24/7 the full time, right? So
Yeah, so this is the thing I'm struggling with, though, is that somewhere there is that information, and I attribute this to being a new board member, okay, so I'm not suggesting anything else. But I have, we see in here the amount ordered in different parts, but I'm not seeing the actual amount of water that's put into the system based on your kind of modulating the system. And it just seems like there's as you pointed out, there's a big difference between what's ordered and what's used. And again, more in the plan for water, when we're looking at system supply, we have to be looking at what is used, not what's ordered. Because, people have the right to use the water, but they aren't using the water.
thank you. So if I can direct you into the document maybe
Perfect.
for a minute, and if I can direct you to, let's start on, let's go to page 33 in the red line document. Okay, so there is a table 3.6 at the top of the page. The very first line is total canal diversion. That is how much water we put into our canal systems at the heads of the canal. Okay? If you follow down to the next table 3.7, there's the difference. So there's your agricultural water ordered. So, for instance, in, let's pick 2020, agricultural water ordered was 109,000 acre feet. You go back up to table 3-6, you'll see we actually put in 152,000 acre feet of raw water into our canals. Now,
Then we take out the loss and the loss.
the loss, the in-stream flows, some of those things deduct from that, and that's why those numbers are so far different. But they're always going to be different because, as we mentioned earlier, people don't use the water all the time. And, there's loss, there's seepage, there's all those other things. So I would assume that total canal diversions is always going to be higher than what's actually ordered. But I wanted to at least point out to you, we do have both those numbers in there.
Thank you for
You're
that.
welcome.
Yeah. Go ahead, Director Jansen.
Two things addressed, and Ricky, thank you for catching the vegetable thing.
Well, it just seems intuitive it should be there,
Yeah, the Ag Commissioner has that number.
I would think so.
Okay, good. You
Yeah,
can reach out to
Well, they
both.
have the total amount of acres and gross income revenues.
Right.
So they can get that from them. Now, so to talk to your other thing that people change business plans or planting systems. So I described a system where we were planting winter squash. We don't plant it until around June 1st. So we don't need a lot of water in latter part of April, May. But the ditch tender catches that and doesn't bring that water to us. So that's not a wasted amount of water. This year, we're farming veggies all year long, round, at our place. So there's going to be at least 12 acres of veggies, and we have water storage on our place, but it's so low. Thank God, Tar Ditch has water in it.
Thank you. It's getting there.
So we were able to start the recharge last night, thank you, because we were within a day or two of not having enough water to irrigate the veggies.
Wow.
So this year, that box is except for when there's applications of, copper or whatever else, we shut it down.
Yeah.
As per our organic law. But then, it'll be 24/7 for 6 months, just to keep that supply up, and the real timing will have to come in July, August, part of September when it gets dry. And then that's gonna be squeak, I mean, it's being razor thin whether or not we have enough water. So people change their irrigation habits. The pasture guys it is sad. We're about ready to go brown in this whole county, green to brown really quick. And, the soil did a great job of holding moisture, but, they need to irrigate immediately, just to save whatever they have.
I believe it.
Yeah, it's what a year. So people change their farming practices, and right now, we're not gonna ask for fall water, but, make Chip happy, but we might need it.
Director Peters.
Yes, I want to go back to Karen's suggestion that we add on to the crop report, because on tables 212 and 213, the water code states, starting I think in 2009 or maybe even 2005, that the farm gate measurement, we're supposed to understand how much we're delivering to customers. And so the 212 says volume, they want to know the volume of water, not the rate, miners into the rate, you need time to make it volume.
Yeah.
And so this volume of water is based on water volume ordered in miners inches. So if we base it on water volume ordered, we're saying that the volume of water delivered is our full ordered amount times 180 days times 24 hours a day. Is that correct?
Yes.
So, okay. So
Yeah.
that is the volume. So to make even just incremental improvements towards trying to better define actual usage, even if they do change, if they, most people that use it, they can say, well, I have my sprinkler set up to, irrigate 8 hours 3 times a week, or I run it 24/7, or, whatever they say. It's valuable information just to start collecting some information. It's a lot cheaper than having to go and put meters on 5,000 farm pages. And so it just shows due diligence and progress towards that goal.
Yeah, I hear you, and I think maybe some of those questions are better served in a survey of our customers rather than in a regulatory requirement of a crop report.
Could be,
Okay.
yeah,
Fine.
could be.
Yeah.
If I might add, communication with the ditch tender. Hey, this next 5 weeks, I'm not gonna need water, or 1 week, or whatever, they know.
Document it.
And they can lower it. They do that automatically.
Yeah, well, we've been doing this a while, and so we have become accustomed to the fact that we don't start the season at full 100%. We don't need to.
Notice that.
Excuse me. This year's a little different. It's very dry. But we also know there are those cyclical patterns. Every weekend, people inherently use more water because they're home and they're maintaining their lands and their crops, and so we plan for that as best as we can and ramp those things up on the weekends only to pull them back during the week. Very hard to do in a system as big as ours, and the lag time in getting water from the top to the bottom makes that really, really difficult.
Yes, and I can attest to that one.
Yeah.
My time waiting for the water on the weekend.
And you're in the middle of the system.
Yeah, but
It's kind of on the end of the Chicago Park side, yeah.
Which is why some of those types of measuring devices can become problematic, right? Whether we try to look at them, but having a gate that listens to the end and then adjusts at the beginning, if it's a 6 or an 8 or a 10 or a 12-hour delay, that gate below is hollering that it's going dry, this gate's dumping, and now this gate's got too much water, it's gonna take another, you know what I mean? It's just,
You're always chasing your tail on that.
yeah, it gets a little tricky to operate.
But this year looked really smooth. I mean, the ditch was dirty for a few hours, and then all of a sudden cleaned right up.
Yeah,
You
good.
guys did a great job.
Well, thank you. Our distribution operators were very conscientious this year. We waited as long as we could to turn the system on, and I can tell you we did not turn it on very much for a number of reasons, but we're trying to minimize the water usage before irrigation season actually fires up tomorrow.
Okay,
And I just, could I say one more?
well, one more.
I wanted to, acknowledge the, addition of the miners' inches sold to the chart. I think that's really helpful. So anyway, I wanted to acknowledge that, that you made that addition, because I think it helps us to better understand where the water is being used, relative to the crop report. And wanted to also acknowledge the significant effort that goes into something like this. And, I do have some questions about the drought stages, but as I understand it from previous conversations, we'll have a chance as a board to look at that. So this is inclusion now, and that we will be talking about that at some future time.
Yes.
Probably sooner than later.
Yeah.
Well, yes, so the urban water management plan requires an update of your drought contingency plan or your water shortage contingency plan in it as well. And so we'll fold it into that process as well.
Okay.
But even after we get through that process, that will become a standalone document for us, and we can pull it out and discuss it whenever we need to, and update it whenever we need to.
Yeah.
Right now, we changed our existing document to make it fit DWR's template and all the stages they require of us. We didn't holistically change the numbers or the thought process behind it. We just modified it to fit the mold. In the urban process, we will do something similar, but we can also open it up for further discussion at the board to see if there is an interest in changing any of it.
Yeah,
But
I
it's
would
coming.
like that if we
Yeah.
could, because I just think there's some practices at the beginning of the stages that I think we want to question
Yes.
and talk about.
Okay.
The board has to adopt the drought management plan as a separate plan, isn't that correct?
Drought contingency.
The drought contingency plan.
Yes, you will. But it's a regulatory requirement above this plan and the urban
I
plan.
understand that.
But just by adopting this today, if the board does that, it doesn't cast it in stone to where you can't make amendments in the future.
Very good. That's what I want to hear.
Yes, thank you.
Thanks. And if I may for a minute, not to toot our own horn, but I would like to thank our maintenance department and basically all the field crews for the addition of table 7-1. And, we kind of threw it in here at the last minute, but when you look at the amount of work that was done and the efforts, that is page 54. The efforts of the crews to, focus on infrastructure and efficiency, and the amount of work that was done in the last 5 years is nothing to sneeze at. There's been a lot of work done, and I don't think we spent a lot of time reflecting on that, but I wanted to show you it has been added, and some credit is due to those field crews. They do a great job.
Yes,
Mhm.
absolutely.
And it would, also, we could put a dollar amount behind that too. Would be fun to see. I'm not suggesting that at this point.
We attempted to track it for a while, but we realized we didn't have time to get it in this final version, so
When,
in the next 5 years, we will have some monetary values
here's the
tied to
numbers
that.
and just do that, right? Right? Okay, thank you. Yes, Director Drenson.
Yeah, I want to double down on, because it hadn't been out the tar ditch for a while. And they went in, and it was Tim, Rob, and Gavin, I didn't get the other guys' names. They not only made that, just opened it up, so, beautifully, they cut all the limbs that were hanging off into the ditch that were causing problems, trees that were ready to fall down. And they had that cleared out in a day, a little over a day and a half. And it was a massive job. But they just got to it and did a great job on that stuff.
Okay, any further comments? Doug?
Yeah, so that was the ag plan itself. Was there any comments? I think Director Peters might have had a comment about the resolution, so do you want to talk about the resolution component of it? That's okay, Mr. President?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you for including the therefores and the whereases that I suggested earlier. And I would like to make a modification, because I kind of made those up off the top of my head. I'd like to change the second therefore, to be, about the district will review and amend as appropriate, supply and demand assumptions. I would say prior to the raw water master planning process, or the water plan for water, or whatever we're calling it, process to better understand. So add that in to put a time.
So putting the time
Time
marker in there.
So maybe not before, but during the plan for water process?
Right, well,
Because
plan for
it
water
is going to be,
those
that's,
assumptions.
Yeah, but I think the thought, Greg, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that the first part of that plan for water is going to be to get into that component of it, because that's really gonna be a big driver to all the other pieces, right? The other are relatively straightforward, once you all agree or agree to disagree on a demand number,
And
so.
understanding the assumptions behind it.
Yeah, exactly, and that's what's gonna be one of the first things we do in the plan for water
Right.
process.
So either first thing or, prior to, or, just.
part of.
Part of.
Sure.
Because that allows public input.
And then, right,
And
because we really
participation. Absolutely.
understand what the assumptions
Right.
are.
Nope, we get that.
Yep, so the district will review and amend as appropriate supply and demand assumptions as part of the plan for water process to better understand.
Yeah,
Put it
that
up,
works for me.
Mhm.
and put it up front.
Where are
Yeah,
we?
well, that was like Doug said, that was,
Resolution number 2.
Oh, number 2, okay.
That was the intention anyway.
that is the
Yeah.
whole intention. I mean, those were the questions that we received from last year in the fall. That was when we mentioned that we'll be addressing these when we bring the plan for water process back. So we've got a myriad of questions and concerns from the public, that's intended to bring back forth at the beginning of the plan for water process. So I think that's a really good, place marker.
Absolutely, 'cause we don't wanna make assumptions we don't wanna make decisions until we understand the assumptions. That's right.
Right, and then based on that, ultimately, we can come back and make adjustments to these documents, both the urban and the ag plan, once, if needed, assuming
Yeah,
we come forward with that.
So as we enter now into, assuming that the board adopts the ag plan now, we'll be entering into the urban plan right away. Some of those demand assumptions are based into the urban plan, and we've been developing that plan while we've been doing this ag plan, so we're getting close to presenting it to the public and the board before we make the final adoption, which is by the end of June.
Yeah,
Right.
July 1st, I think it has to be submitted July 1st.
Okay, so we've got a plan for some public workshops, both here at the board and then similar to what we did in the ag plan. And, it's our assumption that with this, we'll be taking those demand and supply assessments into the plan for water. What we've already adopted in the technical memoranda that's been received and filed by the board, we're using those in the urban plan, because there is an element of projection in the urban plan. But knowing that that's not documented necessarily, as well as this document, the ag plan, that's a district-specific planning tool. We're pretty certain and comfortable by putting those planning projections into the urban plan and moving that process forward so that we can meet the statutory deadline in order to make that happen. Meet the plan for water process soon thereafter within the fall time period and start that up. And then we dive deep into the assumptions in the plan and the demand assumptions for the plan for water / raw water master plan. We good with that?
So I'm confused, are we proposing language change or not?
Yes,
Yes.
we are.
We
Yes.
are, okay, we can do that at this point and still vote on this,
We can.
Okay.
Do we have that
As amended.
language?
as amended, okay?
Okay, Chris has this.
Just so I'm clear what we're doing going forward.
And there was a couple amendments that Doug brought up earlier that
Yes, right.
Director
Yeah,
Paul
we'll
has
make those as well, yep.
So those are duly noted,
noted.
duly noted.
I will look to, Mr. Roderick for the due to note the
Okay.
amendment to the plan itself.
And the
Duly
resolution.
noted.
I have the resolution.
Resolution language,
Yes.
okay.
So you got the resolution language, so can someone read back to the
Chris
Yes.
has.
So item 2, this bottom is now therefore be resolved will be the district will review and amend as appropriate supply and demand assumptions, as part of the plan for water process to better understand available water supply and corresponding needs.
Would you like that to say at the beginning of the plan?
I would prefer that. Prior to.
Just prior to the plan for water.
At the beginning of, just so we know.
We don't wait until we're done.
We may never get done then.
Let's call that out.
So, not as part of, but at the beginning of?
At the beginning, yeah, that
Yeah.
would be fine. That works for me.
Do we need a motion to do, well, I know that, I'm aware of that. Do we need a motion to change the resolution?
Eventually, you'll need a motion to adopt the resolution. as
Adopt it,
amended.
no, I meant to change it, to amend it. Okay,
No.
all right.
You just adopt it.
Anybody else want to make a comment before we go to public? Okay. At this time, we'll take public comment on the, agricultural,
If I may jump in here, Mr.
oh, yes, go ahead.
Chair, before the public, just a reminder that we have already conducted our public hearing on this item.
Yes.
That is now closed, but pursuant to the Brown Act, we are accepting comments today, but any comments would not be part of that record.
Will not be included in the final report, okay? So I see, Diana, is that Diana Suarez?
Hi, thank you for the opportunity to comment. The excellent discussion led me to look up the NID mission statement. This is a draft from September 3rd. The district will provide a dependable, safe, sustainable, and resilient water supply while being good stewards of the watershed. I feel the second part of the mission statement is not given the same regard as the first part. I have recently been reading the final environmental impact statement for your FERC relicense. A lot of the watersheds rate fair to poor in the biological diversity, macroinvertebrate habitat, trout spawning areas. So I would like to submit that the district is doing fair to poor on the second part of their mission statement. I would also like to state that the lack of concern for the groundwater is part of the watershed, and leaving it out of the water budget is fair to poor in paying attention to the watershed. An example of leaving groundwater out of the water budget process is not accounting for tailwater waste, which goes into the groundwater system and then is recaptured and considered to be new water instead of existing water that's being recycled. In that point, you are double counting what you are calling water. Additional comment that I have is that a lot of people seem to be paying for more water than they use. As the rates rise, this will become more of a concern for your water customers. Thank you very much for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you, Diana. Anyone else like to comment on our agricultural water management plan? Star 9 on your phone. Last chance, if you'd like to comment this morning, Star 9 on the agricultural water management plan. Okay, seeing none, we will entertain a motion to adopt the resolution.
I move to adopt the agricultural water management plan as amended and the resolution as amended as well.
So you want to read out those?
Oh, yeah, I'll read it out.
Please.
Sorry.
Yeah, all right.
I move to adopt resolution number 2021-08, adopting, filing, and implementing the Nevada Irrigation District Agricultural Water Management Plan update as amended.
Okay, is there a second? Is that a second?
As amended.
Rich?
Karen,
Rich,
second.
second.
No, I pointed out.
Oh.
I did not say it.
Okay, any further
I'll
discussion?
second.
Madam Secretary, you call the roll, please.
Division 1,
Yes.
Division 3,
Aye.
Division 5,
Yes.
Division 4, aye. Division 2.
Aye. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank
Thank
you.
I want to thank
Hey,
Craig and all the staff for the heavy lift, getting this together and,
I got this in an email yesterday.
yeah, you did a good job.
That's 6 miners inches.
Wow.
Thank you, everybody. Water.
No, it's
No, it's his bill.
my bill for 6 miners inches in the valley, $22,400 about.
How much did you leave this year?
50 acre
Liquid
feet,
gold.
54 acre
Thank you,
feet.
Doug. Thank you, Chip.
Okay. Next item. Integrated Vegetation Management Program update. Mr. McDonald, good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Board. Bob McDonald, the interim manager for the maintenance department.
Hey, Bob.
And Jason Carroll, who is the manager of the vegetation control crew for the district with maintenance. Today we're going to be reviewing the IVM, Integrated Vegetation Management Plan. It was started back in 2017. There were some pilot studies that were carried out. Information was gathered. The district basically was looking at how we wanted to start to eliminate the use of glyphosate on vegetation management on our canal and water systems. What we have come to today, and I believe I'm kind of answering questions that were perhaps from a prior board meeting that came up. I think the three statements were, where were we, where are we, and where are we going? Which are valid questions. So, you know, basically where we were, as I just indicated, and is also in the staff report, that there was 3-phase studies, alternative strategies of vegetation maintenance, 2 activities in the first study. They created the Vegetation Management Group, a collective unit that looked at some of the problems, looked at different elevations, different organic herbicides, and potentially some mechanical actions that could be taken to control that. The second phase brought us to a point where I believe they started with 9 alternative herbicides. They reduced it down to 3 through some plot studies. Those plot studies were monitored, and we also went out and they performed some different mechanical. A steam burner was one of the mechanical efforts, and another was I was not present, so excuse my lack of complete information. It was a walnut shell type sprayer to erode and knock the grasses down. As that progressed, they found that we were able to go with 3 that hit most of the marks: Opportune, Weed Slayer, and Scythe. And then they found that the mechanical effect of the steam burner, although it was effective, it was very time-consuming. It exhausted a lot of well-managed time because of the length of the canals and the size of the district. Time, of course, is always going to be a factor. We're trying to be efficient. So looking at that, there was also a report put together by Blankenship and Associates, which we will also be hearing from today. They did some studies and some informative questioning with other utilities that have either tried to eliminate or perhaps have successfully eliminated glyphosate from their use. And that's sort of where we are today, going into where are we. We're also looking at a mower deck to do some minimal mowing along canals this year. We're looking at 3 canals that we felt were at different elevations, not a lot of residencies or buildings along. We don't want to create any trouble doing that practice. So we were looking at the Hemphill Canal and the Doty South Canal down in the Placer area, and the Smith Gordon Canal, which comes off of the Tar down off of Lower McCourtney Road. And of course, we're going to continue to look at vegetation management practices, looking at reliable costs to the customers. As we go out with this mower deck, we're going to, of course, address any fire issues. It'll be a very minimal size mower deck. It'll actually take 2 passes. Jason has been in contact with the company. I hate to push everything under COVID, but it seems to all land under COVID. That being, access to this mower deck has been challenging. Materials and actually getting into a place where we can purchase it has been pushed back in time. Will we be able to exercise that this year? We're not really sure that it will come together, even though it's budgeted. We will move forward looking at next year and being more aggressive. We both believe, after talking to the manufacture of the product, we probably won't see it till we're too far into more of a fire season anyways. And the goal with that tool would be to use it in the spring up till about June month, where then, of course, we don't want to get involved in any kind of a fire or that kind of situation. So that sort of brings us, like I said, to where we are going. If you reference the staff report, it's a collaboration of reports. There was a M&R report by the prior maintenance manager that brought together the third and final report on phase 3, which was basically, as I just kind of capsulated, looking and keeping with mechanical practices and trying to find an organic substitute that was successful enough to replace glyphosate. And that is kind of a nutshell of where we're at right now. Wanted to hit, again, like I said, the question, if I recall, was where were we, where are we, and where are we going? It's a huge issue for the district because we have 450 miles of open canal. That canal can truly be in an open area down in agricultural fields or through residencies. So the MODEC, again, selecting these three, Jason's crew selected these three canals, again, because of their proximity to residences and such, and we wanted the elevation change. So we will monitor the effort and the manpower that it will take to see how successful this can actually be. Our goal would be to keep the vegetation to about a 6-inch elevation. Another issue that we really want to do on those three canals is we want to look at slope erosion and try to minimize, if not completely eliminate, removing the natural vegetation that holds that slope down so it doesn't just end up going into our canal system, which through the winter months, we end up sending out the whole force of maintenance to clean these canals. So we don't want to create sort of a vicious cycle where we're making our own sedimentation, then hence having to turn around and clean it back out. So that's sort of it in a nutshell. I don't know, Jason, if you have anything you really want to add from a technical side.
Can I just interrupt for a second?
Please.
And maybe do an ad and ask Jason of a little bit more information. So where we're going, Bob gave a good overview, and in the report, we've been talking about the integrated veg management program since 2017. Many of the board members, I think, in the public are aware of where we've been. The intent, we've got Blankenship Consultants on the line, and we would like them to go through their final report that we asked them to do, and we contracted with them to make this report. So we'll hear about that in 1 second. I just wanted to ask Bob and Jason, moving into the next sort of where will we go from here? We take the studies that were done, and we feel like we've got a whole bunch of data that was created, and it's helping us to influence where we are moving forward. And so our thought moving forward was to take some of the mechanical process, utilizing this mower deck, and identifying 1% of the district's 1% of the district's total canal space, which is roughly 5 miles, and utilizing this mower deck to treat without the use of glyphosate or let grow this 5-mile section. See how that goes. Calculate it, measure it, monitor it, see how much it costs. Then in the following year, we maybe expand to 2 to 2.5, 3% of the district canals. And then in the following year, maybe we're up to 5% of the district canals. So we're sort of incrementally moving into the future on this. Like Jason put in the staff report, out of the 455 miles of canal, I don't think I ever recognized or appreciated the amount of miles that were accessible only by foot. And that is a pretty interesting, data point for staff and staff knows it, for the board and the public, I think, to understand it. And maybe, so Jason, if you could talk a little about that sort of incremental increase that we're thinking about and looking at, and its appropriateness for that mower deck, like we're having to plan for access and access and concerns there. And then talk maybe a minute about the use of dichloromide.
Sure. Okay, so yeah, the mower deck itself, it basically is going to be usable on mid-sized canals along the berms. It's going to take 2 passes to do it, so it's going to kind of shorten the amount of miles we can get in a day. We're looking at hopefully 2 miles a day mowing. With the spraying program we have now, we get 4 to 8 per team. So it will slow us down a little bit. We're going to have to kind of maintain vigilance on how tall the vegetation is getting out there. So we know how often we're going to have to start doing it, and we can kind of do a cost-benefit analysis. Is this worthwhile for us to actually try and maintain this program? Is it going to exceed what our budgets can do? The other part of that, which he was speaking about, for the first time in years, we are actually alternating out glyphosate on our berms. We're using a product called dichloromide, which has an aquatic label, but we are strictly using this for the berm control. Our prospects on different products is limited based on the fact that many aren't usable on aquatic situations or even adjacent to waters. So we're experimenting on what we have available that's cost-wise similar to what we're doing right now.
Excuse me, can I interrupt for a second? Could you describe what a berm versus a bank and where you're talking about? Because it's, are we talking about that when we're talking about using herbicide that can be used in the water, is the berm the bank that goes into the ditch?
So the berm is going to be basically the access road or the path that we can usually take materials on or vehicles. The bank edge is going to be from the corner of the berm down to the water, and then you got the ditch itself. So we're focusing on the berm that way to minimize anything that may be in the water areas themselves.
Yeah, if I may jump back to the natural vegetation that we want to just monitor, coming up the outside of the berm to the accessible part, the level horizontal plane, and then down to the water edge. That's what we want to keep from eroding back into the canal. And then, of course, the bank is just the natural topography where typically the canal's been cut into that.
But the bank is the cut part leaning down into the water?
Yes.
Okay.
Right.
The other side of the ditch from the roadside?
Correct.
Okay. Go ahead.
So a spray team is 2 people,
Yes.
and a mowing team?
It will still be 2 people.
Because
We'll have a
one watches
driver
for
and
fire.
Yep.
Okay.
And all of
Right.
the mow decks are going to be used behind our current equipment, our side-by-sides, which have a 50-gallon water tank already mounted, so they will have the ability to suppress anything that may actually happen in the bag case.
Part of that labor management will be with this next year probably being the true initial year. The canal maintenance crew will offer up bodies. The vegetation crew will still be actively and very busy with their current schedule, which runs pretty tight. They've initiated it right now with the start of the irrigation season, and it'll carry them all the way to at least latter September. And we run that very minimally, so we're going to move some bodies around. We feel it's worth it, though, to collect that data and really realize if it's something that we can build upon.
So, not be answered right now because we'll get into it much later. Working in collaboration with property owners who want to go out and weed eat their own property or mow it. Is there a way we can do that? Is there an avenue? Because
So that I would say, Director Hanson, is more of a policy. Our staff isn't going to go out and approach a property owner we own this canal system. It's our responsibility to maintain and manage it, right?
operation and management.
But I think that's a further question to be discussed by the board, and if there's a.
And that's why I said we're not handling it today,
Yeah.
but don't forget it.
Well, I will say, you know, we do run into, just through our everyday maintenance, people that do reside close to the canal and will actually hear a comment, we like the creek.
And we let it go with that, and that's respectfully fine, and they like to maintain it, and so we do acknowledge that. We have those firsthand relationships with people.
Yeah, and in my area, I think we have several landowners that would rather maintain that canal to your specifications,
Right.
rather than use glyphosate.
And I can put in a quick, we do have a no spray program that we do work with some landowners
I
on.
understand, then we'll have to get into the liability aspect.
That's a big deal there.
It kind of comes down to a policing. A lot of people start with the best of intent, and many follow through. Sometimes it can be forgotten, or they're just busy, and we want to make sure that in this control of the vegetation, that our water is flowing freely, that work is being done.
Understood. I think we got a lot more motivated people today.
There is.
That's good. So we do have the consultant on the line. I just wanted maybe some questions, because we do have their presentation, but
I just have a couple of questions.
Go ahead.
My first question, thank you for bringing this forward. Have we ever used, propane torches to do the banks, or the banks?
It was tried in one of the phase programs, and on a small scale, as far as time-wise and danger-wise, they don't think they put it into practice.
It's expensive.
It's a lot of work, yeah.
And if I may say, with all due respect, that people get nervous when you bring open flame to their property.
They're very valuable.
We've already had a fire on our.
There's a lot that the district does, and we want to maintain a good public relations as well.
Right, I understand. So that was just my one curiosity. And then my second question is, you know, we were maintaining these ditches for at least 50 years before glyphosate became commercially available. And so have we looked back to see what methods were used prior to glyphosate to see how we maintained?
A lot of labor. In all honesty, in my years down at the placer yard, one of the locals whose family worked for the district brought down a daily record, and there was probably 15 to 20 people that did nothing but shovel and hand clean. Now, as times progress, demands get greater. The district is always looking for more efficient ways to handle those issues, which is probably what promoted us into looking into the chemicals and such.
I would think we have more staff now than we ever had then.
Well, we do. That staff carries a lot of responsibilities outside of just canal cleaning, as you are well aware of. There's just a lot to the maintenance package. There's a lot to the vegetation package. So, you know, part of what we want to ferret out of this mowing is the ability to really see what miles we're getting, how much time it takes, the manpower it takes, the residents' reaction and public opinion. It's really at its infancy right now, and we'll kind of see what happens. Exactly. I think the district is wise enough and led with the vision of being at least exploratory in options.
You ready for Blankenship and Associates to go through their presentation, maybe?
Sure. Yeah.
You guys ready for
Yes,
that?
sir. Go ahead.
You know,
What do we have?
on my next question.
Somebody
introduce
introduce
Would one of you introduce?
Yes, one of you introduce, yeah.
Oh, Alyssa, can she hear us?
And Mike's here.
Mike's right there.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mike. We've spoken through email. I've never seen them personally, so I apologize. Please take the floor.
Chris, pull them up and
It's yours.
pull them up.
Well, thank you for the invitation to speak, Jason and Bob. We've enjoyed the opportunity to work with you. This is Mike Blankenship. I've got Alyssa Nagai and Stephen Burkholder, both biologists and staff scientists with our company on the call this morning. And so it'll be a combination of the three of us talking to you a little bit about some of the work that we've done over the course of the last 6 months on your behalf with regard to glyphosate. And so forgive me for maybe learning the rules of how the presentation will work via Zoom. And I'm not sure if this is maybe me asking for a slide to be advanced as opposed to me doing it on my own. Is that the approach to use?
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, every time we get to someplace, Mike, go ahead and just ask
Okay.
for an advanced slide, please.
Okay, I will do that. I will do that. So as both Jason and Bob indicated, we were asked to take a look at some of the alternatives that have been evaluated so far, as well as some of the alternatives that have been evaluated outside of NID with regard to glyphosate and its ability to manage vegetation. So that is the subject of our discussion this morning. Of course, the idea here is to make this a conversation. Happy to entertain any questions that come up through the course of the presentation. And so by all means, feel free to tap the brakes and ask us to stop if you've got a question that you'd like to ask right away, as opposed to waiting to the end, which is also entirely okay. And we've got, I think, about 20 minutes worth of presentation to offer here, and we're happy to stay as long as needed in order to answer any questions that you have. Okay, so if you could advance the slide, please. So this is the game plan this morning. I'd like to touch on each of these topics to guide us through in a summary fashion, the work that we've done for you. And so here they are, and you'll hear each one of these topics touched on this morning as essentially a road map of where we're going to go. Okay, next slide, please. So introductions. I don't think we need to go through who it is that is representing the Nevada Irrigation District. Appreciate the chance to be on the phone and on the Zoom line with everybody. Again, I'm Mike Blankenship, Alyssa Nagai and Stephen Burkholder are also on the line. Just a brief introduction as to who we are. We're a consulting engineering firm. We've been in business for 21 years. We're located in Davis. We've done a lot of work over the years in regard to a number of issues associated with pesticides. One of the areas that we focus on and specialize in is the management of vegetation, both aquatic vegetation, that being the weeds that grow in an irrigation ditch or in a pond or reservoir, as well as terrestrial vegetation, being the weeds that grow perhaps on an access road or an embankment next to it. Our closest client that resembles you is the Placer County Water Agency. We've done a lot of work with them over the years in regard to this very topic, that being vegetation management and alternatives to the use of all the tools that are available that include alternatives to glyphosate. We're well known in the irrigation district community. We work all throughout the state. We've got over 40 clients that are related to either reclamation or irrigation districts. We also work for other water/power entities. East Bay Municipal Utility District is one of them. Metropolitan Water District is another one. And related to that suite of folks that we help manage vegetation is a number of counties and cities for which we give advice. I'd also like to add that, yes, vegetation management is a big part of the focus that we do, but one of the folks that has retained us and has done so for the last 10 years is the California Department of Food and Agriculture. And the purpose of them asking us to help them is to provide for them some sense for this concept of risk and how much risk is associated with the use of pesticides. And so in addition to knowing a lot about how to manage vegetation, we feel very comfortable in talking about toxicology and exposure and the perception of risk and how people feel about how pesticides are used and what the differences are between what are real risks and perceived risks. So we feel like that's an interesting element that we bring to the conversation. And if there's time this morning, perhaps we'll have an opportunity to touch on that. So that's who we are. So the next slide is the scope slide. So in essence, what is it that we were asked to do? The first idea here for us to tackle was this idea of looking at alternatives to glyphosate. How well do they work? How much does it cost? And really, is it a good alternative? And so we'll get into the details of that analysis. The other second big element of our work is really, what are other people doing? Not only are what are other irrigation districts doing, but what are other entities that manage vegetation in the context of alternatives to glyphosate doing. So we've had an opportunity to talk to a lot of those folks. Some of them have been existing clients of ours, others have been folks that we've reached out to, and so we'll have a chance to summarize some of that data later. Next slide, please. Okay, well, I'm not going to read this big giant paragraph of text to you, but what I will, though, point out to you that is a definition of this idea of integrated pest management. And this is a term that gets used a lot and interpreted widely depending on who it is you're talking to. So our baseline interpretation is one that's used by the University of California. And the key word, I think, or key words that I'll point out to you for purposes of the executive summary of this definition is long-term and combination of techniques. So the idea here is that it's not a quick fix and there's no silver bullet. There are multiple bullets that are intended to last a long time. And you, of course, are welcome to read this later. I'm not going to read it to you right now, but those are the two take-home elements of the UC IPM definition that I think are worthy in the context of our conversation this morning.
Mr. Blankenship, if I could interrupt, Mr. Director Beerwagen, just for clarification, pest management includes, weeds are included as a pest, correct?
That's a very important point, Director Beerwagen. In fact, I think the next slide, if we advance to that.
Jumped ahead.
Yeah, I appreciate you being able to foretell the next slide. So as a subset of integrated pest management is this concept of integrated vegetation management, which is, as the name implies, a very specific focus on plants. And so that's our focus today, is IVM as a subset of IPM. So thank you for that advance of the slide for me. Next slide, please. Okay, so in very general terms, and I don't mean to go over ground that you're very familiar with likely already, but let me just very briefly summarize 4 of the general categories of IVM tools, and they are as follows. Physical mechanical control. So what does that mean? I think if you were to look at the examples, a mower, which we just finished talking about before I got on the line, is an example of a physical or mechanical method of controlling vegetation. Pulling weeds, hand removing, etc. are all the examples. Biological control is probably the most obvious example, is whether or not you like sheep or you like goats or you like ruminants, is grazing, and allowing animals to graze on ground is an example of a biological method to employ IVM. Next slide, please. So the other 2 are cultural controls and chemical controls. So an example of a cultural control is, for example, in a landscape environment, and maybe even in a pasture environment, is to manage the amount of irrigation water that goes out, and to time the amount of irrigation water, and as well as the amount of nutrients, in this case, specifically fertilizer, that may influence whether or not something grows or not. So those are examples of cultural controls: irrigation management and fertilizer management. Chemical controls are the use of a variety of different types of herbicides. And we'll get into this momentarily, and in not a lot of great detail, but as Bob pointed out in his staff report, and Jason alluded to briefly, this difference between pre-emergent, post-emergent, organic, synthetic, those are terms that perhaps are confusing in some cases, and I'll touch on that briefly here in a moment or two. And of course, you're welcome to ask any questions to clarify the use of these terms that get thrown around in the community of people that do this on a regular basis. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, so in very general terms, there are some advantages and disadvantages of all those 4 general categories of tools I just mentioned to you that are used for IBM. And so the top handful of categories that people, I think, spend some time thinking about and focusing on, for good reason, are the ones that are listed below. Time and cost effectiveness, efficacy, or really the ability of a tool to work like you'd hoped it would. How long is it going to last? Importantly, critically importantly, is both public and worker safety, environmental safety in regard to perhaps the protection of endangered and threatened species. It was touched on earlier in the context of the use of propane. Fire safety is, of course, absolutely critical. Public perception and this idea that we discussed earlier about risk perception is, again, an important one. And then, of course, when it comes time to actually getting something done, how easy is it to use? So I introduced these categories or criteria to you in advance of the next slide. If you could forward to that, please. And I'll apologize in advance that this is a pretty busy slide. There's a ton of information here. Let me walk you through some of the key points. So those effectiveness scores, or the effectiveness scores that I'm about to introduce you to, are all based on these categories that you see across the top: time effectiveness, cost effectiveness, efficacy. Those are the ones that I introduced to you just the slide before this one. Down the left-hand side are all the tools that you have available to you, and they fit within these 3 general categories: physical, mechanical, biological, and chemical. So what this slide is attempting to do is to rank how good are these various tools relative to each other, and isn't meant to be, I'll always pick the highest ranked tool, but it's an attempt to try to give you a sense for how good a tool is one as compared to another. So what we've done here is 5 is the home run. 5 is the best possible score you can get. 1 is the worst score that you can get. I'll use that term. So as an example, if you were to look at mulching at the very top, and you were to look across the public safety, you'd notice that mulching has very, very high score, 5, for both public safety and public perception. Who doesn't love mulching? And who could possibly get hurt with mulching? So you could think of it in that way as, why did mulching get such a high score? As a contrast to that, you look down at, say, soil solarization, and that's putting plastic, whether it could be clear or black, on top of soil and letting the sun essentially warm the air and the soil beneath the plastic and essentially cook the plants that are beneath that plastic and prevent them from growing. Well, if you've ever done it before, you know it's not very fast. So from a time effectiveness standpoint, does it really work very fast? The answer is no, it doesn't. And perhaps you've experienced this and you can vouch for the fact that soil solarization garnered a score of 1 in terms of its effectiveness. So those are examples as to how we rank these various tools. And so they go as high as a score of 40 for mulching being the top physical mechanical tool, to the top biological tool being grazing, to the top chemical tool being the use of a pre-emergent herbicide or a systemic post-emergent herbicide. So that, again, I'm not going to read any of the detail here, just having used a couple of examples to illustrate how this table is laid out. This idea here is just to give you a general sense of how these various tools rank relative to each other, with a really important and critical caveat. So if you go to the next slide, please. Disclaimer, caveat, not all tools are appropriate for all circumstances. So sure, the mulching rank is the best possible tool in the physical mechanical category. It certainly did. But it should be no surprise to anybody that mulching is not a good tool for the management of vegetation in and around an irrigation canal. That clearly is not a feasible tool, but it certainly is a good one in and around say a flower bed or a landscaped area at district headquarters. So the key tool, key concept here, key idea here is pick the right tool for the right job, regardless of score. Don't look at the table that was on the preceding slide and use that as the take-home end all and be all of ways in which to evaluate different tools and to rank them accordingly. So an important disclaimer, and I think in most cases it goes without saying, but I think it's an important disclaimer to make sure people are aware of, so that that table doesn't get used inappropriately. Okay, so the next slide, please. Perfect, thank you. And again, board members, staff, please feel free at any time to interrupt me to ask any questions or for me to clarify anything that I'm touching on here. So the next series of slides here is just to give you some examples. Again, I think many of them are ones that you would perhaps have personal experience with in regard to identifying advantages and disadvantages. But notwithstanding, let me just walk through those briefly. So an example of a biological control, say for example, would be grazing. Its advantages is that people really like cute furry animals roaming around and eating vegetation. That's a great public relations move, I think. We've seen that work well in many cases. And so it can be used to your advantage in that regard. It can be used under a variety of circumstances, depending on whether or not the vegetation is high or low. Might perhaps allow you to pick between, say, goats and sheep, for example. Some of the disadvantages is that it might allow, for example, and we've seen this happen regrettably, is that goats don't necessarily differentiate between grapes and blackberries. They all taste good. And so because they can't differentiate, or you can't teach a goat not to like grapes, they'll eat grapes and they'll eat other things that perhaps you're not interested in having them eat. So that can be a disadvantage. That's of course mitigated by fencing them well and having some eyes on them to be sure they don't go in places you don't want them to go. The spread of weed seeds in their droppings, as well as just the droppings themselves, and temporary impacts to water quality are also possible disadvantages to grazing. In addition, of course, animals don't necessarily behave the way you want them to. Gates, fences do break. Dogs don't always pay attention to where these animals might go. So you got to keep track of them. I wouldn't necessarily say that's a disadvantage, but that's just a fact of using animals to graze. Okay, next slide, please. Organic herbicides. Well, this is and I hesitate to use this term, organic herbicides. This is subject to a lot of interpretation. What you might think as organic might be different than Alyssa Nagai on the phone with us, staff here, as an organic chemist, who would explain to you organic. The definition that she uses is significantly different. And if we were to walk down to the farmer's market and talk to a quote unquote organic farmer, or a farmer that has an organic certification, his definition would be different too. So I think that this concept of organic is one that we have to be careful to use. But in the very broadest sense of organic, I'll use a definition that is kind of for lack of a better term, means non-synthetic. It doesn't come out of a factory that's run by a large known herbicide manufacturer. And I really hesitate to even use that definition. So I would offer that to you as an example of how this term could be improperly interpreted and used in a way that you've got to be careful with. So,
Mike,
yes.
This is Director Johansson. So could we use herbicides that are approved in organic operations?
You could, Director Johansson. That's a good definition, and I think that probably 7 or 8 times out of 10 that fits the bill. So for purposes of this discussion, let's use that. So public perception generally is high with the use of organic herbicides. The results oftentimes are rapid, but oftentimes are not long lasting, as a general rule. Disadvantages is that these materials often have a high acute toxicity. What does that mean? Well, it means that it has a label that has language on it. And just as a refresher, that label language has what's referred to as a signal word. There's 3 signal words that are common on labels. The highest signal word is danger, peligro. Warning is the middle signal word, and then caution is the lowest of signal words, meaning that the high acute toxicities, the highest acute toxicity is attributed to labels that have this danger characterization. Warning 1 step lower, and then caution 1 step lower than that. So there are a number of organic herbicides that have danger labels. They are acutely toxic. In particular, they can harm your eyes. And so I want to dispel the notion right now that an organic herbicide is more safe than an alternative to it. That's simply not true. And that's borne out by, as this example is pointing out, to this danger signal word caution that we're talking about. The other disadvantage is that typically the use of these materials are significantly more expensive than alternatives. And we'll get into the details of what that dollar value is here momentarily. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, another element of our work here has been to take a look at the cost of different tools to be used. And this spectrum of cost analysis is in fact a spectrum. It looks at the variety of different tools that are used: physical, mechanical, cultural, biological, and chemical. And so what we've tried to do here is to create what amounts to be a common denominator, and that is to look at these costs on a unit cost basis, and that unit is acreage. So this allows for, I wouldn't say an always a one-to-one ability to compare one cost to another, but it generally gets pretty close, close enough such that you can generally use one value to the other. That having been said, a couple of limitations to bring to your attention. As I pointed out earlier, not one tool is good for all circumstances. And so just because we demonstrate that one cost is less than another cost, I wouldn't necessarily use that as the sole criteria for selecting a particular management tool. Another one is that we, of course, did our best at talking to about a dozen or so different entities, as well as looking at data that was presented by the University of California. That having been said, I'd offer that there's still a lot of variability because the tools that are used alongside a irrigation ditch and the labor required to access areas in and around irrigation ditches, dam faces, etc., are significantly different than, say, for example, a roadside crew that is spraying from a truck using a piece of equipment that is significantly different than, say, a backpack sprayer used by someone working on an irrigation ditch. So their costs, or the cost of those two examples, are necessarily different, mainly because of the cost of the labor and the equipment being different in one versus the other. So that's just a difference of cost that was difficult to tease out, but we've done our best at trying to represent to you some ballpark numbers as to how those costs are represented across a fairly wide variety of different users. So with that said, I'd like to introduce you to Alyssa Nagai, staff scientist with our firm, who was responsible for aggregating this data and summarizing it, tabulating it, and graphing it. And so she'll get into some of those details, and Alyssa, I'll turn it over to you.
Great. Thank you so much, Mike. And thank you everyone for having us here this morning. I'm going to touch on some of the cost data that we gathered for this study. A lot of it came from publicly available documents from other entities. And as Mike mentioned, this data is representative of a variety of site types and conditions. And so, because they came from other organizations, some of the assumptions that they made, they made their own assumptions based on their own labor rates, what kind of thresholds they have, what degree of control are they looking to achieve when they manage these pests. And so this data certainly should not be considered one size fits all. Of course, it's going to vary a bit based on, canal side settings that you might see more commonly at NID. And if we advance to the next slide, we can take a look at some of those costs. I've broken this down into some general categories that Mike introduced earlier. This first graph is showing the average cost per acre for various physical and mechanical control tools. And you'll see there's a very wide range here from a combination of control tools. Combination 1 actually represents a combination of mowing and weed whacking, and combination 2, the lowest cost of this range, is weed whacking, mulching, as well as hand pulling. And costs can go all the way up to as high as over $20,000 per acre. We have brush cutting here at about $25,000 per acre. And if we advance, there's a couple text boxes that should show up here if we advance the slide. Great, thank you. So these costs, both the excavation using a backhoe and the brush cutting, these are based on sites with limited to no equipment accessibility. We know that there are some of those in NID's jurisdiction. And they really, they reflected the high degree of, the high manual labor requirements using these hand-operated tools, consideration of dense vegetation along the canal, as well as, once you cut the vegetation, you got to put it somewhere. And so that's, hauling it off-site by hand as well. And that was really contributed to these high costs of these tools in particular. And if we advance just one more, there we go. And I'm just going to, if we show on the next slide, just so that we can see a little bit better how some of these lower cost tools compared. We have weed whacking about $4,000 per acre on average, down to our combination of control tools, which really is we included this for reference because what we wanted to do was compare the costs of individual control tools, but really illustrate, IPM, it means integrating those control tools. And actually it can be more cost effective to do that. And this is a great example of using the right tool in the right situation, maybe different times of the year to suppress that weed growth and get it down to acceptable levels.
Alicia, is Alicia, right?
Alyssa, yes.
Hi, question, Director Johansson, weed mats. There's no cost factor for those, and I've used them for 25 years, effectively.
Matt?
It's Sunbelt, from DeWitt.
Yes, we actually we weren't able to find any cost data for that. We found what we were able to find and we were happy with that. Unfortunately, we didn't have any costs for weed mats, but we did have some for mulching, which is what we included in lieu of that.
Okay.
Melissa, I have a question. This is Director Brewer, and I'm confused about the top, maybe somebody can explain, the high cost of brush cutting, but it says cost based on sites with little or no equipment accessibility. That doesn't make sense to me. Can you explain that? If the equipment can't get in there, I'm assuming that's, is that hand cutting?
It is, yes. It's hand cutting thick brush. In this case, for the brush cutting, it was cattails and other canal side vegetation. And this actually came from a study where they were comparing different control tools along a canal side. And I feel that this is a good representation of a situation that might happen somewhere at NID as well. Excavation with the backhoe, that was actually a data source from a presentation previously presented by you guys, NID, and there was excavation using a conventional excavator. We've got that cost as well here, a bit lower, but with the backhoe, there's so much more labor involved. You got to rent the dump trucks and manually hauling those. You need more supervisors on site as well, and so that's the reason behind those two higher costs.
Okay, so I'm still confused that you're using a piece of equipment where it's not accessible.
These are handheld equipment, yeah. So they're walking in there by foot, and they've got these tools in their hands.
Okay, but the backhoe one, okay. I'm sorry, I'm really confused by this, but that's all right. The excavation with backhoe in parentheses, line. A backhoe is, there's a handheld backhoe? That's my confusion. Is there such a thing?
I understand your confusion, Director. Wagon.
All right.
I understand that's a little counterintuitive. I think that my quick explanation for you here would be is the emphasis on little equipment accessibility when the excavator was being used or the backhoe was being used, such that it had to probably be supplemented by a lot of hand digging. So even though that we identify excavation by backhoe as being this 21,875 value, my sense is that the actual work involved, for every yard taken out, maybe a third of a yard was backhoe, the other 2/3 of the yard were hand shoveled because of the fact that the access was so limited, would be my sense for that. And then let me just also offer to you this brush cutting unit cost of $25,000 an acre. This in part, the data that Alyssa was using was based on some work that we did back about 15 years ago, 10, 15 years ago, where in addition to just looking at labor costs, we took it into account workers' comp claim costs. And so the mere fact of having to walk up and down steep slopes, oftentimes these slopes don't necessarily have good footing, and you're using a powered piece of equipment with a spinning blade that requires the donning of personal protective equipment that isn't very comfortable in hot weather. So although this presentation doesn't have pictures of workers doing this work, I do have those pictures, and these gentlemen are not comfortable. And so this concept of a workers' comp claim, whether it because you've slipped, tripped, or fell, or you have some kind of heat-related illness, is not a myth by any stretch. And as a result, the costs are reflective of that because of this workers' comp addition.
Thank you. Then the last question, in the excavation line, I assume that's an excavator with one operator and no hand labor. Is that correct?
It's a good question.
I believe that is correct.
Okay, thank you. That clears up my confusion.
Okay.
Great.
Go ahead.
All right, and we can go ahead and advance right on to the next slide. There's combinations 1 and 2. And I'll just remind everybody, it's going to come up on the next slide. So combination 2 is weed whacking, mulching, and hand pulling. That was our lowest cost. And if we go on to the next slide, I've calculated the average based on all of these physical mechanical control costs per acre. The average came out to be about $5,000 for physical mechanical control tools. For biological control tools, we got a bunch of data points for goat grazing, and that didn't need its own separate graph. And so the average cost per acre for goat grazing is about $1,300. We also got data for the chemical control tools, which was herbicide application. That average cost per acre was $412. And just for illustration purposes, again, we have a hybrid, which include both physical, mechanical, and chemical control tools. This was basically combo 2, which is weed whacking, mulching, and hand pulling, with the addition of herbicide application, and that came down to $57 per acre for that.
What herbicide, excuse me, Alicia, what herbicide did you calculate in that?
That was not specified, and that's why I've got a star by the herbicide application as well. If we can advance to the next slide, please. There we go. So the products and the rates the application rates that were used to calculate these costs were not always specified in the documents that I was looking at. And so for that reason, we looked at the material costs of individual herbicides separately, and I will go into that in the next slide. So we broke this up into 3 general categories of herbicides. The first category here is pre-emergent herbicides. These are herbicides that you would put on the ground before anything has even started popping up. You want to, the goal of applying a pre-emergent herbicide is to prevent those seeds from germinating and becoming more of a problem for you later in the season, in the springtime. Again, these are material costs only, and a huge range, again, ranging from $456 down to $21 for these pre-emergent herbicides. Currently, the district, I believe, does utilize a pre-emergent herbicide as appropriate. So this is already part of your toolbox. The next slide talks about post-emergent herbicides. These post-emergent herbicides are the ones that you apply once you see those weeds popping up and you know that they need to be controlled. These range in costs, again, Imazamox from $132 all the way down to clethodim, which is a grass-specific herbicide at $13 per acre. And if you advance to the next slide, we'll just highlight glyphosate here, which falls around $17 per acre on average based on the data that we collected.
Now, Alyssa, we have a question.
Yes.
Hi. It's actually for Bob and Jason. Which of these pre-emergent and post-emergent do we use currently?
Currently, the post-emergents we're using are glyphosate. We are trying out the diclot, which is at $30 an acre. We will sometimes use triclopyr, but we don't use it around water's edge. It's more of a blackberry control kind of thing there. And if the pre-emergents, the one we're using currently is not on their list, and it's running about $40 an acre.
What's the name of it?
It's called, I'm drawing a blank.
That's okay.
Portfolio 4S.
Portfolio 4S. Okay, thanks.
But that's per acre per year,
Yes, per acre per year, $40 an acre.
plus
Any,
application,
plus any post-emergents we'll put in there, but pre-emergent costs.
well, application costs,
Yeah.
labor costs.
Mm-hmm.
Any more questions? Okay, go ahead, Alyssa.
Great, and these costs that we're showing here in our presentation, these represent cost per acre per treatment. And that's going to be especially important on our next slide for these organic or alternative herbicides. Again, the organic herbicides are ones that are man-made. Not all of these sort of green herbicides are considered organic. For example, iron is not a conventional herbicide. We consider that organic/alternative. We've included that in this chart here. And again, you can see that generally the costs for these organic herbicides are higher than for your conventional pre and post emergence. Organics are another post emergent herbicide. So we range in costs here from $115 per acre up to over $1,000 per acre per treatment using one of these organic herbicides. What we have here in red is Weed Slayer. You might remember this name from your phase 2 and phase 3 trials. This was one of the top performing herbicides, and it contains eugenol as well as a biological organism, Bacillus megaterium. And we wanted to point out about Weed Slayer, if we can advance to the next slide. Weed Slayer, it comes in 2 parts. Part A is Weed Slayer. This is the organic herbicide that contains eugenol, and Part B is a biological soil amendment. It also goes by the name of AgroGold WS. And at this time, there's a stop use notice, a statewide quarantine and removal of sale order for this product, this Part B, AgroGold WS. This was issued by the California Department of Food and Agriculture on December 4th of last year. And the reason for that is because they found detectable levels of both glyphosate and diclot in their product. We don't know much at this point about how it ended up in there, but currently, Weed Slayer is unavailable for purchase, and we're not recommending pursuing the use of that at this time.
Listen, Lisa, question?
Yeah, another question.
Yes.
Rich Johansson, thanks. Yeah, I did purchase Weed Slayer. Thankfully, I did not use it. This stop order came out early. early enough to stop us. And I don't like using herbicides anyway, but that's me. So I noticed opportune. That's something we tried. I know it's not permitted, made by Marone on a special order for NID. But there's no cost factor on that because it's not out in the
product is currently
public.
not available to the public. It's not marketable.
Right, but it was effective.
It was semi-effective. It gave us control, according to it, about a month to 2 months before the weeds started popping back up. So it would be something, if it was available, we could try more. But I don't know what the cost was. It was an experiment.
The third year was going to be the final trial on that, and since we switched. Okay.
But yes, out of the 9, it was in the top 3
Yeah,
of performance.
right. Okay. I just want to point out that may be an option for us to pursue as a trial.
Definitely.
Okay, go ahead, Alyssa.
All right, thank you. Yes, unfortunately, we were not able to get any preliminary cost data for Opportune.
Yep.
So, okay, and we can advance to the next slide and just a comparison of these 3 different herbicide categories. The average cost per acre for the organics was significantly higher than for these conventional herbicides at $622 per acre per treatment. And as Mike mentioned earlier, these types of herbicides, they often give quick results, but they often don't last quite as long as some of the other types of herbicides because they're really only killing that green bit that you see above the surface, but they're not going to affect any root structures underground that's going to really help that plant regenerate and grow back again. And so there's definitely a high upfront cost for these herbicides in addition to a higher application rate, as well as maybe more frequent applications. And you'll also want to watch out and make sure that they are approved for use near water as well. The middle range type of herbicide was those pre-emergents at an average cost of $141 per acre, followed by the post-emergent herbicides at $33 per acre.
Alyssa, we have another question?
Yes.
You had mentioned that the organic is not necessarily safer than the produced. Is there a difference in impact on bees and butterflies and local beneficial insects?
There are a variety of both organic and conventional herbicides that are considered safe for pollinators. And it's primarily going to be actually insecticides that are going to have an impact on pollinators. And there are a few herbicides as well that have language that say this is toxic to bees. And, your applicators are trained to read those labels, and so those kind of warnings and information will be found on the product label itself. There's nothing that I'm aware of at this time that says these certain organics are safer than these conventional herbicides. However, there's a variety of pollinator protection best management practices. One would be whether using an organic herbicide or not, would be not to spray a plant while it's in bloom at the time because bees might come over and forage in that area. Or you might make your application at a time where just bees aren't very active. This is generally, before the sun comes up and after it goes down when the temperatures are a little bit cooler.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
This is Mike Blankenship. Maybe I could add to Alyssa's comments briefly. There's probably a couple of things that are perhaps worth mentioning. One is this idea of making growers and beekeepers aware of each other. This, of course, has been a program that's been in place for a couple of years now. It's called Beware. Beware. And so if you were to visit with your local county ag commissioner, he'd be happy to enroll you either as a beekeeper or as someone who maybe is considering using a material that they're not sure about whether or not it could be injurious to bees. So Beware is a tool that I would encourage as many people as applicable to become familiar with. That having been said, the second point I would make is this question as to whether or not an organic herbicide could be injurious to a pollinator. And as Alyssa pointed out, the idea, of course, is to limit or reduce the amount of exposure a pollinator might have to an herbicide. That being said, probably the best way to do that is not to apply to plants that are in bloom that are attracting pollinators. But should you decide that you need to use an herbicide, I would certainly point out, as I mentioned earlier, this idea of acute toxicity. In particular, there's a number of organic herbicides that are acutely toxic to you and I, and in particular because they could injure our eyes. Well, I don't know if in all cases this would be true, but I think that as a surrogate, if something is injurious to your eyes and my eyes, it potentially could be injurious to a pollinator. So without language on the label that indicates that a material that is injurious to your eyes could necessarily be injurious to a pollinator, in the absence of that language, and in the abundance of caution, it would be reasonable to think that if you used a material that could hurt your eyes, it could also hurt a pollinator.
So, Mike, I have a personal interjection here about that. Are you familiar with blackleaf 40?
No, I'm not.
Okay, well, it was an old material that was very, very effective insecticide, but was toxic to the applicator. And it was an organically approved material that was outlawed because of that reason. And we were devastated that here we had a marvelous material, but because if you got it on you or got it in your eyes, it was bad news. So anyway, just want to interject that. But organic, we can't say that enough today. That organic does not mean safe for the applicator or even misuse safe for the environment.
Appreciate that comment. Thank you. Okay, Alyssa, sorry to derail you there. I'll step away from the mic.
Yeah, this is Director Heck. I do have a question here. So in your metrics, do you, is there anywhere in here we're going to see how many applications it would take for any one, a pre-emergent would take 2 applications or, whatever. Is there something in your materials here that would reflect the number of applications required for for success? There you go.
Right. So in general terms, we don't have that. We didn't get down to that specific. However, what I can say is pre-emergents are generally applied 1 to 2 times a year in the winter or fall, and then maybe again in the late summer. And the post-emergent herbicides, really the application frequency really depends on what the organization is trying to go for in terms of control. Sometimes it depends on how many people they have manning X amount of sites, when they can get around to it, right? And so it might be, 2 to 3 times per year for these post-emergent herbicides, whereas for, and that's based on the duration of control that you can achieve from one application. And that will, of course, also require consideration of what is the species of weed that you're going after, what's the life cycle like, because that will affect, its ability to come back quickly. Is it going to come back quickly in this season in a couple weeks, or is it more likely to come back kind of, next season or in a couple seasons? And for these organic herbicides that they can be used very successfully in some situations. However, most people find that you need to apply them significantly more times per year to come up with the same level of control throughout the year as as when they did use glyphosate. And I'll talk about that a bit on the next slide. We did have a chance to survey 10 entities about their experience discontinuing glyphosate use and, what did that mean for them?
Well, thank you. I'm really excited to hear that next phase. Who's so we don't have to recreate the wheel, find out what others are doing. Yeah. Yeah,
if we can go ahead and advance to the next slide here. Just got a summary of some of the major findings. And again, we talked to 10 entities, and these included the city of Burbank, Carlsbad, Healdsburg, Richmond, Santa Cruz, Watsonville, as well as the Marin Municipal Water District, the San Lorenzo Valley Water District, the town of Windsor, and UC Davis here in town for us. We contacted actually 30 entities, and these 10 agreed to participate in our survey. We did look for irrigation districts that we might be able to include. However, at the time of the survey, we weren't able to find any that had discontinued glyphosate use, and so we could not include any other irrigation districts. What we found was that half of these entities, after discontinuing glyphosate use, it wasn't just glyphosate, they're not using anything right now herbicide-wise. And that translated to, most of them said that they had a decrease in service levels, and this was primarily attributed to limitations on available labor hours and just funding needed to achieve a level of control consistent with what they were getting before. And so this is, relative to what they were having before. However, sometimes these decreases in service levels were kind of buffered in other ways. For example, the Marin Municipal Water District has a very robust weed mapping tool, as well as an early detection and rapid response program. This was established prior to them discontinuing glyphosate use, and so it really helped kind of keep things under control by really going out there, monitoring their sites and controlling those weeds while they're still easy to control, and making the most bang for their buck really in the time they're spending out there.
Interesting.
For 9 out of 10 of these organizations, they said that the cost of vegetation management in general increased. And I think that in large part, that's because all of them increased implementation of physical mechanical controls, which is, which was the highest of those 3 categories that we looked for in terms of cost. And, in most cases, they were happy to do it, but, they just acknowledged that it takes a little bit more time and money to cover more area using these types of control methods.
Hey, Alyssa, this is Greg Jones. Did you say that you reached out to 30 entities, 10 responded, and the 20 that may or may not have responded, of those 10 participating entities you're using, they've all done some discontinuing of herbicides, but there's no irrigation district that you reached out to that has discontinued glyphosate? Is that correct?
That's correct.
Wow.
Yeah, we did our best to find other irrigation districts. And, as Mike mentioned, we work with a ton of irrigation and reclamation districts. And unfortunately, we weren't able to identify one at the time that had actually discontinued glyphosate.
Okay, thank you.
No problem. And if there are no additional questions, I will go ahead and pass it back to Mike to just close out our last few slides here.
Very good. And maybe let me do this is just backtrack briefly to the comment that was offered up about whether or not there's irrigation districts out there that have discontinued the use of glyphosate. Alyssa's work was trying to thread the needle, if you will. The first question being, and the hope being, is can we find an irrigation district that's discontinued glyphosate? And the answer to that, we were surprised that really the answer is no. We just were not able to. The entities, though, that did respond to Alyssa's survey, probably not surprisingly, were located in places where there were, in very general terms, a higher degree of public contact and input, and for lack of a better term, pressure to evaluate alternatives to glyphosate. So I think this concept of proximity of people to entities that are forced to consider alternatives to glyphosate is, although not explicitly stated, would be a concept to share with you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, next slide, please. All right, so what we've got here are an attempt to summarize four key elements that talk in general terms about all the work that we've spent the last few minutes touching on. This idea of no silver bullet is one that we would certainly want to leave with you, is that there are no silver bullets, and every tool has its disadvantages and its advantages. We talked about the importance of making sure that the tool you do select is suitable, and that in some cases, some tools are just simply not going to work in cases where, even though they might have a high scale, they're just not going to be implementable. Okay, next slide, please. This really is just details on what I touched on earlier. the idea here is that consistent with the UC IPM definition of IPM, you want to keep your toolbox full, meaning that you don't want to inadvertently remove a tool and take it away from the folks that are needing it just because you've got a reason, or maybe you don't have a reason to take that tool out of the toolbox. Keep your toolbox full. And this idea of don't rely on any single tool speaks to this idea of, and we didn't get into the details here, and I won't get into the details now, but I'll certainly mention to you this idea of resistance development and the idea of trying to use enough variety of tools in your toolbox such that a particular weed is not going to become resistant to a particular tool. Can you just go back one slide, please? Sorry about that. Nope, that's good. Just one hiccup up from this slide. It might be that you have to start at the original slide and then work your way down. So one click up maybe is the idea. There you go. Perfect. Thank you. This idea of suitability for some scenarios, but not others. There's a window of time that certain tools are available and most applicable. Really good question earlier about the unit cost of different tools, and in particular different herbicides. This idea of the pre-emergent tools, pre-emergent herbicides are valuable, but are only applicable during certain windows of time, as an example there. We talked a little bit about the Marone product. It's great to hear Marone products being tested. That Marone product that has been looked at has been a product that's been used in production agriculture, not registered for use in the circumstances that you have. So we'll look always to opportunities to try out tools like that, but recognize in some cases opportune as an example that this current time is not registered with the uses that you're intending. And then the next bullet down, please. Some tools aren't feasible. Some upfront costs are going to be high. Some tools aren't going to be used very quickly. And these quote unquote eco-friendly or organic tools could be effective, but in some cases might not be effective for reasons that Alyssa touched on. That being is that one application may be a good start, but it requires 2, maybe 3 additional follow-up applications for it truly to be effective. Okay, next slide, please. So this take-home message number 3. I'll just go right to the parenthesized phrase there. Glyphosate has made us lazy. And I'll let that sink in for a minute, because it really is true. This world of weed management and glyphosate being around since, well, a long time, 45 years now, it works so well, and it's such a universal tool. It's like an adjustable wrench. You know that you can use an adjustable wrench in many cases, but in other cases, that's just not a good choice. So what we really are, what I'm getting at here is that we need to get back to understanding how plants grow and exploiting their weaknesses and using tools that allow for that exploitation. And this idea of relearning weed phenology really is another way of saying there's a lot of tools available to us. Glyphosate has never been the only tool. We need to think about other tools in order to get our job done. And so this mindset, this paradigm shift, if you will, is an important one. And for those that have been doing this for 10 years, maybe this use of glyphosate has been something that we've become too reliant on. For those of us that have done this work for 20 years, there's this faint memory of other tools being available that can be useful and effective. For those of us that have maybe done this for longer than 20 years, that memory is probably a little bit less faint. And I think the idea here is that as a community of weed managers, we have to invoke this idea that there's other tools available, not just chemical tools, but very valuable physical, mechanical, and biological tools that need to be brought into the mix. Okay, the other probably key take home here is these ideas that we've already touched on is not defaulting to one particular tool, taking advantage of the idea that different tools are going to be applicable for different circumstances, broad scale versus small scale, and that this idea of prevention really truly is worth a pound of cure. where this idea of going out and scouting, trying to manage the seed bank, if you will, that exists by the use of pre-emergent herbicides, as well as disking, things of that nature are great ways to prevent weeds from coming up in the first place. That having been said, getting back to this idea of learning a little bit more about how weeds behave, requiring some training and some continuing education is important. And as we just touched on, tools like Opportune coming on the market, other tools also coming on the market, really focus on this idea of don't rest on your laurels. You always want to be adaptable. So the next slide, please. So here's the wrap-up take-home message number 4. The discontinuation of an individual tool, whether that be no longer mowing or removing a particular herbicide from the mix, these are decisions that have to be made carefully. Really, the idea here being is that you want to keep your toolbox full and remembering what it is that you're working on to protect, that being the infrastructure that delivers water to the district, and the need to keep weeds out of that canal, as well as to keep weeds away from the roads that allow you access to those canals. As we've touched on multiple times, this idea of using multiple tools in the context of being successful with IVM is really important. The idea of relying on one tool, whether it be physical, mechanical, whether it be biological, whether it be chemical, is simply not sustainable. Can't be done. And Bob and Jason have been excellent examples on this point and have really done a great job at truly integrating the tools that they use. And in contrast to other folks that we've talked to, I would certainly categorize NID as an entity that takes advantage of this multiple tool approach, which, as you can tell, is what we suggest that you continue to do. Okay, the next slide, I think, is the wrap-up slide. And so really what this is intended to do is to perhaps elicit some questions from you. These are all the topics we spent some time talking on. These are the general categories that we attempted to address. And thankful for your time. We're glad to entertain any additional questions that you might have. And the last slide here is our true wrap-up slide, is that we're very happy to be of service. We enjoy doing this work. We're glad to have an opportunity to participate and to contribute to NID's success, and thank you for that.
Thank you, Mike, and thank you, Alyssa. Very enlightening presentation, and thank you for your work. I learned a lot today. I've been an organic farmer and a conventional farmer for 50 years, so I'm very interested in the subject. But we do have some more questions, I think. Director Johansson.
Yeah. Mike, Alicia, so if you were going to run trials, what control tools would you use based on your study? And how would you use weed maps, the weed blocks?
That's a great question, Director Johansson. I think that you never want to have this happen, but I'm going to do it to you. Let's be more clear on what it is you're trying to do. In particular, let me ask you whether or not that your work would be focused on weeds that grow in your canal versus weeds that grow on the bank versus weeds that grow on the road versus weeds that grow on, say, a dam face or an embankment. And I think the answers to those questions might help guide us, if you will, as to how we might use weed maps or any other tool.
So we're looking at the terrestrial weeds on banks.
Okay. Yeah. So I think that there is a place for a number of tools that include weed maps, where if for example you wanted to suppress the growth of weeds, and weed maps is a great tool to use in order to accomplish that. I think that the pros there is that we know they work. We've seen them work in landscape settings, in stabilization settings where, for example, recent grading has been done and you want to establish a desired vegetation, and you use a weed map to allow for weeds to grow, rather plants to grow. They might include weeds, but you might also use that weed map to suppress entirely any vegetation from growing at all, which leads me to point to you the perhaps disadvantages of weed mats in the sense that potentially on a large scale deployment, I'm not familiar with the cost per square foot for coverage would be, but knowing that, say for example, over 100 plus miles of irrigation canal bank that you need to manage, there's of course a cost of scale there that needs to be considered. Then I'd also point out that weeds in some cases can be our friends. Some weeds are good at, for example, stabilizing weed bank. And so this concept of not having any vegetation at all, particularly on a bank, has to be considered when you're thinking about how to manage vegetation in the context of a stabilized bank and not destabilizing it by removing vegetation that might anchor some of the soil that might otherwise be.
So the original studies on DeWitt sunblock 3.2 ounce was that it would at least have a life of 5 to 8 years. I found it it's longer if you're not up on top of it and working it too hard, and that the cost factor per year was somewhat equal to glyphosate. Because once you put it down, it's down.
You're talking about that?
Yeah, it's this. If we use Sunbelt 3.2, you could use 5.0 for a longer life. But we've used it for 25 years. I've had one orchard, been in there for over 20 years, and others will last about 8 years. So it's been very effective. And then when it's taken up, there's not a lot of weeds left.
For quite a while.
For quite a while, yeah. The only downside is that probably gophers and maybe rattlesnakes would grow underneath, but there's ways of taking care of them, moving them around.
I think it's worth a trial, and we certainly appreciate Director Johansson, your comments in that regard. And it's great to know on flat ground it's worked well for you. As you know, canal banks are not flat, and so one of the perhaps inherent challenges that are created by the use of a weed mat on a surface that's anything other than horizontal is this idea of water getting underneath it, anchoring it, things of that sort that I by no means are fatal flaws, but are certainly just considerations in the overall evaluation of that as a tool.
Yeah, understood. They do make them 6 feet wide. You can anchor 3 feet on top and 3 feet off the side, and staples. But what caught my attention was the 40. You gave it a rank of 40, which was equal to glyphosate and equal to mulching.
Yes, right.
So you can't argue with that.
It's hard to argue with it, and that's why,
right.
And my success with it caught my attention.
And I would add to that, really, it's almost putting on a slightly different hat in the context of erosion control. In our experience in just controlling erosion on bank surfaces, weed mats play a role in that regard, and can, in fact, in addition to suppress vegetation, prevent erosion from happening. And so, in some respects, it plays and can play a dual role depending on the product and soil.
Go ahead.
So, one more question, Mike. Excavator, how come the cost was so high? Because we used to do the whole district that way.
Yeah, that's a good question, and I think that my attempt at answering it earlier may have fallen short in the context of the details of the study that was used to derive that number. And if I recall, that the basis of that number, I believe, was work that perhaps Bob and/or Jason might be familiar with, because I think it was some NID work that we used to derive that number. Is that correct, Alyssa?
Yeah, I believe it was a study from 2017. Yeah, it was put together by a former maintenance manager, and it did include not just the excavator, as you guys pointed out. There is remnants of the cleaning, the removal, the access, the trucking, the dumping costs, those all generate an overall cost to that type of vegetation control.
Director Hull.
Thank you for your presentation and work. At the beginning of your comments, you referenced the public perception regarding glyphosate versus the reality of research on its safety or lack thereof.
Thank you for asking that.
And I'd like you to comment on that in more detail, please.
And that was my question too.
Yeah, thank you for your comments, and those are excellent questions. And I think you would have not been paying attention had you not realized the significant amount of press that glyphosate has received over the course of the last 2 years, and the significant settlements that have been reached in regard to those that have alleged injury as a result of their glyphosate use. And so it would be irresponsible to ignore those facts. And I think that in the context of making decisions on using glyphosate, you can't ignore those facts. And I think that's what you're alluding to, is that whether you're talking about the decisions made in regard to those injured by glyphosate, or the IARC decision to identify glyphosate as a carcinogen, or here in California specifically, where the Office of Environmental Health Hazard Assessment has designated glyphosate as a Prop 65 chemical. These are all important findings, if you will, that have to go into this discussion on the pros and cons, the merits, if you will, with regard to deciding about glyphosate's use, and equally importantly, this perception that people have as to whether or not it's safe to use. And as is often the case with every story, there are multiple sides to the story. So I just focused on some of the evidence that you could use to suggest that glyphosate is unsafe to use. It's IARC finding, it's findings in the court, it's Prop 65 listings. But I would offer to you that there's a significant body of evidence that is in contrast to those findings of lack of safety. And so the idea here, I think, in many ways boils down to, and forgive me for oversimplifying this, but I will for the sake of this discussion. It boils down, and we touch on this very briefly in our report to you, is this idea of risk and the perception of risk. And what does risk mean? And in the context of pesticide use and the use of herbicides like glyphosate, risk can really be dissected into a couple of things. One of them is this idea of toxicity. Is glyphosate toxic? Well, it certainly is to plants, and its toxicity to humans is the subject of very vigorous scientific debate. And for a moment, let's just say that, and let's err on the side of the decisions that suggest glyphosate is toxic and does in fact cause cancer. That's important. But I would submit to you this idea of risk has to take into account not just the toxicity of glyphosate, but the exposure that we have to glyphosate. Because without the combination of toxicity and exposure, there is really no room for the discussion of risk. So what I'm asking for consideration of here is that we acknowledge that toxicity of glyphosate includes the possibility that it is cancer causing and is harmful. But we have to also acknowledge that without any exposure, or without exposure that's significant, the combination of toxicity and exposure results in risk, but might be risk that's at a level that's not unacceptable. So the Office of Environmental Health Hazard Assessment, the folks that manage Prop 65, have acknowledged this. They have said as we would expect them to as risk scientists, that this idea of toxicity clearly exists, but this concept of exposure has to be taken into consideration when you're evaluating overall risk. And they have acknowledged that there is a level at which you can be exposed, but you do not have an unacceptable level of risk. So where I think this oftentimes comes to a head is, who is the one that's most exposed? And in this circumstance, in NID's very specific circumstance, those are the applicators. Those are the people handling the material. Those are the people on the working end, if you will, of this problem of glyphosate risk. And so when you take into account all the factors that result in exposure, the key here, or one of the keys here, certainly is not to ignore your applicator, who's the one that's most likely to be exposed. And so again, OEHA, the Office of Environmental Health Hazard Assessment, they've in fact done that. And so the combination of personal protective equipment and the use of it correctly, combined with this idea that glyphosate is in fact toxic, you look at those in its totality, and the conclusion that you reach after having done the math, if you will, is that, is there a no risk circumstance? No. Very rarely is there a no risk circumstance, but in this particular example, there are acceptable risk circumstances for this applicator. And at this point in time, that seems to be a reasonable conclusion to be drawn, not just by us, but also by regulators at the State of California Office of Environmental Hazards. So that, I think, is a long way, Director Hull, of trying to address your thoughts and concerns, all entirely legitimate, about this perception of risk, and trying to perhaps get into some of the details as to what risk means, and in the context of an applicator, suggest to you that risk is never zero. Risk, though, is in some cases, and using this applicator as an example, in some cases it's an acceptable level of risk.
Thank you, Mike, for that explanation. That's I really appreciate. I got you. I really appreciate the common sense and looking at both sides, because we're all struggling with those two items. I think you hit the nail on the head. Thank you for that. Another question from Director Johansson.
Yeah, two parts, Mike. So first part, I'm not sure you can answer, but does NID have liability by using glyphosate? And then the second part, I want to take on the risk factor.
Okay, yeah. I think the two are tied together, Director Johansson. Liability and risk. In some respects, you might say that they're the same thing. And so in answer to your question, does the district have liability? Well, the district has liability every day. Is the district's liability as a result of its allowance for the use of glyphosate troubling? That's a difficult and challenging question, and I suppose let me answer that, or let me not answer that, but let me address that with maybe two ends of the spectrum. The first end of the spectrum is that getting a chance to know Bob and Jason, my sense is that your handling of all materials and your training of staff and your supplying of staff with personal protective equipment is at the very least meeting the requirements that are called for by both state and federal regulations. In other words, your staff are attending the training necessary that's called for by Department of Pesticide Regulation. Your staff are wearing the personal protective equipment that at the very least is required by the state of California or called for on the label. And so my sense is that NID staff are doing what's necessary and called for. I would contrast that part of the spectrum with Dwayne Johnson. He was one of the plaintiffs who succeeded in deriving a significant settlement from Monsanto, now Bayer, who at the time of his exposure was employed by a school district in the Bay Area. The degree to which he was protected, I just don't know. I just don't know. The duration of time and the time at which his exposure was alleged to have resulted in non-Hodgkin's lymphoma was during a time that one could reasonably expect, but not be assured of, that he was supplied the equipment and the training necessary to protect himself. Did that ever occur? I just don't know. I just simply do not know. But the fact here is, and my point being, is that there was a school district during a time at which training was generally accepted as the standard of care that you could expect an applicator like Dwayne Johnson to have received, that resulted in the outcome that we're aware of. So I bring this to your attention to contrast what I mentioned earlier as NID's ability to train and protect its employees, resulting in, right now, no harm, no liability. But I contrast that with this example of Mr. Johnson and the Bay Area School District as a caution to you that it has happened. So I apologize for for lack of a direct answer, but I hope you can take my comments in context.
Okay, so I'm going to make one comment and then the big question or scenario. 51%, to my knowledge, 51% of all pesticides used in California are residential. So up here, we have very little agricultural, application of pesticides. Most of it's residential, and then agencies, county. So here's a scenario that I don't think the California Oversight Committee, or what you call them, has really taken into account, and it's the almond growers. Every year, about 2 to 3 weeks before harvest, they spray glyphosate on their lands. And within 2 to 3 weeks, they're shaking the trees, and the dust storms begin. And that is glyphosate-laden dust, or dust laden with glyphosate. San Joaquin Valley, you can see them. Sacramento Valley, somewhat. Up here, no, we're not subject to it. I just wonder if that's ever been factored into the risk factor of, by the state of California, or if you ever heard of that scenario before. I tell you, the workers down in the valley are recognizing the threat.
Yeah, it's an interesting scenario, and I am a worker down in the valley. I live less than a half a mile from an almond orchard, and I know exactly what you're talking about. There's clearly dust generated on ground that is being harvested with almonds, and so I guess I offer you this as a confirmation that this is a real scenario, a real exposure scenario. And I don't know whether or not, very specifically, this question as to whether or not airborne dust that has glyphosate attached to it has specifically been looked at. I just don't know the answer to that. But the scenario that you paint is, I can say from personal experience, is a real one. So it's a legitimate, valid concern.
Pass it on.
Director Hull.
I was wondering if there's any research on the toxicity, or not toxicity, but the relative risk affiliated with using diquat versus glyphosate. So is diquat viewed to be a, quote, safer herbicide? Or is it, hey, one versus the other? Maybe diquat doesn't have the same risk factor from a litigation point of view, but is it really any safer? Because I think that it has a higher cost factor, it would appear. So I'm just wondering, where does diquat fall into the safety from a research point of view?
Yeah, that's a great question, and I think as I've done before, I'll offer two ends of the spectrum in answering your question, Director Hall. On the one hand, from a safety perspective, and Alyssa, perhaps you can look this up and confirm it, but I believe diquat, gramoxanone is the trade name or common trade name for diquat, gramoxanone. It has, I believe it's a caution label. Diquat has, and I'll offer to you also that glyphosate also has a caution label. I will also offer that unique to glyphosate, it's on the Prop 65 list. Diquat, to my knowledge, is not. So in answer to your question of safety from an acute standpoint, there is essentially no difference. Alyssa, maybe you could confirm that that is in fact true. Is that true?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And so from a chronic health standpoint, a chronic risk standpoint, as opposed, and in contrast to an acute one, chronic mean long lasting, cancer being typically a chronic categorized outcome. You don't get typically cancer symptomology in 12, 14, 16, 18, 24 hours. It's a long-term outcome. Diquat has no such, to my knowledge, no such chronic long-term health effects to it. Glyphosate is alleged to have that long-term cancer-causing impact. So when you compare the two, acutely they're the same, chronically they're significantly different. So that's one, in answer to your question, Director Hall, this concept of relative risk, one versus another, that's how I would characterize it. That having been said, if I could offer this to you, I am glad to see that people are using plant phenology, as the term I used earlier. They're putting on their weed management hat. They're using more than one tool. They're realizing that there are other ways in which to manage vegetation. And they're taking advantage of tools like diquat to help them supplement their toolbox. So I am glad to see that people are thinking, and I hesitate to use this term out of the box, but they're thinking out of the glyphosate box and they're employing tools other than glyphosate to help them manage vegetation. Just like I would applaud the use of a disc being towed behind a tractor in some cases as a nice alternative, nice integrated way to manage vegetation. Just like I would applaud the penning in of sheep in an area to eat down vegetation. Another nice tool to use, a nice complementary tool to use in the context of vegetation management.
Is there a risk in the weeds becoming immune to glyphosate over, so it's kind of to your point that mixing up your chemical mix is advantageous from that point of view as well?
It's an excellent point, Director Hall. And there are 17 weeds in California that have demonstrated resistance development to glyphosate. So it's a circumstance just like our physicians, when they prescribe an antibiotic to us, one of the important things that they point out to us is finish your prescription. It's in concept no different than the use of glyphosate and its use on weeds. If you don't finish your prescription per se, when the use of glyphosate is employed to manage weeds, in other words, you apply less than the label rate, you don't apply it to the extent that it truly kills the vegetation, the plants that survive are the ones that will develop resistance. Just like the microbial population that you're trying to manage with an antibiotic will survive if you don't finish your prescription. The same concept of resistance development has been demonstrated and shown in California for 17 weeds. Worldwide, there's over 40 weeds that have demonstrated this development of resistance to glyphosate. And I would say that point out that glyphosate is not the only herbicide for which resistance has been shown. So this concept of resistance development, incredibly important and absolutely has to be taken into account when you're strategizing on your weed management, and is another good reason why your toolbox should remain full, so that you can, the term rotation is used to take it into account, this idea of resistance management, and to rotate and to use different techniques, not always chemical techniques, to manage vegetation, such that you're, I wouldn't say preventing resistance, I would say delaying resistance development.
Thank you.
Super weeds.
Super weeds, okay.
Super weeds, right.
Any more questions from the board? At this time, we'll take public
Sorry,
comment.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, go ahead, Director Peck.
Sorry, there might be a time delay here. It's not so much a question, but it is really a comment, and it's to staff, because I've been, I think of this as being active and promoting the district's, integrative, vegetation management since I was on the board, and frankly before that. And so I just want to thank Bob and Jason and in finding, the Blankenship firm and all of this work that has gone in here. This is, from my perspective, really the first time we've seen as a board, really in-depth, science-backed and market-backed information. And so I appreciate the efforts, and thank you. Thank you, staff. Thank you, Greg. Thank you for continuing to bring this forward. So that's it.
We echo that, yes.
Thank you.
Okay, is there any member of the public that'd like to comment or ask a question at this time? If you'd like to, star 9, raise your hand. Mr. Pasner, go ahead. Mike, go ahead, unmute yourself. Oh, maybe let's go away. Pardon me?
Star 6 or
Star
star 9?
9, right, Chris?
Yes,
Star
raise your
9.
hand, star 6.
Now I think I got it.
Star 6 to unmute
Can you
yourself.
hear me now?
Yes, sir, go ahead.
Good morning. everyone. Good morning, board, employees, and public. I'm Mike Pasner, Indian Springs Organic Farm in Penn Valley. I've been farming with NID water for 35 years. Thank you, Mike and Alyssa, for an interesting report, and it definitely has value in what we're discussing. I would like to present a short history of the Integrated Vegetation Management Working Group. In 2007, Nancy Weber started this committee, and Amigo Canizano was hired to lead it. Its purpose was to reduce NID's use of herbicides. After 10 years, there was very little, if any, success. 2017, the Integrated Vegetation Management Working Group was revived, again with Amigo Canizano as the lead. I was friends with Amigo, and we discussed the group's reformation. I told him this group is window dressing and will not be any more successful than it was 10 years ago. He said that it might be, and he hoped to make headway. Rich Johansson and Chris Beerwagen were among Rem Schertzinger's appointees to this committee. The committee had no meeting agendas, no meeting minutes, and held closed meetings. After 3 years and $162,000 spent, there was very little progress in herbicide reduction. 2020, Blankenship was signed on to further this study. I think it was for $65,000. At the last M&R committee meeting, the expense was stated at $165,000. I don't know which one's correct. So could you clarify that cost for me? The recommendations of the Blankenship are to move slowly and keep all the tools in the toolbox. Probably good advice, a little bit expensive. The Blankenship report has 450 miles of irrigated ditches with 80 miles designated inaccessible by small excavators. This number seems inaccurate. I believe the small excavators can access more. They are excellent machines for diverse terrain. As the cost of mechanical cleaning The report provides confusing numbers. Page 15, the cost of physical maintenance is between $350 and $50,809 per acre. On page 30, NID rates for conventional excavator $8,515 per acre. NID backhoe $38,458 per acre. And SFEI, who I'm not sure who that is, excavation with a backhoe for $5,293 per acre. The question there is, what constitutes an acre of irrigation ditch? An excavator with an operator, insurance, fuel, maintenance, and move-in time is approximately $200 an hour or $1,600 a day. These numbers don't seem to jive with the numbers you're coming up with for the equipment operation. In the last 4 years, we spent $320,000 on studies. We could have cleaned a lot of ditches for this money, and we may have been better off, although the studies are very interesting. A possible solution: let's do a real physical experiment with a small excavator. Pick a complete long ditch with varying altitude and control algae and foliage mechanically. Then we can compare this to the true cost of aquatic and terrestrial herbicide use, including transportation of toxic sprays, application, liability to employees, responsibility to landowners, families, livestock, wildlife, and crops. There is no silver bullet. We're already cleaning most of our ditches once a year with excavators. This is probably going to prove to be our best path to herbicide reduction. I got 3 more other very quick points from this presentation. One was the discussion of NID's no spray contract. This contract is pretty much worthless. It requires a landowner to take out $250,000 of insurance. It requires they take on the liability of their ditch. And it also requires that they do labor to hand clean this ditch. The second point is aquatic herbicides. They were not listed in the Blankenship. I know this was not part of what you were hired to do. Herbicides currently used aquatics are listed: Cutrine, Noctique, Captan, and these are poured directly into the water. They were not dealt with in any of these reports. The third point that came out of this discussion is that NID may be the largest applicator of toxins in Nevada County. I want to thank you for your time and efforts in this, and let's continue. Let's see where it goes.
Thank you, Mike. Anybody would like to respond? Okay, anybody else like to comment or ask a question on this presentation? Mike, you raise your hand again? Oh, I'm sorry. Director Heck. Need to start.
Yeah, no, I got it. I got it.
You got it. Okay.
Okay, so, you know, again, I appreciate all of the work that has gone here. And, you know, relative to Mr. Pasner's comments, I think that, yeah, we need to continue our work. So with that in mind, what are our next steps? You know, and perhaps Bob and Jason and Greg and someone can speak to. So we've received the report. We've done a lot of studying. So now what are we going to do with all this information? Are we going to implement it in some way, or, you know, what's the plan? That's what I want to know, is what is our plan?
Well, the plan is to acquire a MODEC that was presented. I don't know if you had caught that earlier.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, so we want to go that direction. That would probably reduce at least 1% of any chemical to those 3 canals, part of our overall canal system. And we will keep looking for monitoring the resistance development on the vegetation as was brought out by Blankenship and Jason is also familiar with. So a big part of it is a baby step, if I may present it that way. As one of the largest irrigation districts in a very diverse terrain and elevation, there's a lot of things that we have to account for as we progress forward. So the money that was spoken about, that was spent towards these studies and these plant sites, and driving down from 9 organic herbicides to the 3 that we wanted to really pursue, finding out that 2 are not obtainable at this point in time, was money well spent. So that was part of the moving forward.
I would agree. I would agree.
So I think part of the where we're at may fall into the education. I think we've all learned today that every product has a positive or negative effect depending on how it's handled. I know that Jason's crew is well-trained. It's documented. Everything we do in maintenance, everything we do at the district is driven around Director Johansson's point about keeping employees safe. So to narrow that down to vegetation management, yes, we are worried about exposure, but we do practice all of the precautions and follow all of the mandatory labels. So that, again, is something that's just part of our normal everyday action. As far as where we're going, we'll have to consider our topography, our access. I am not familiar with these mats. I do realize what takes place in the district outside of just maintenance. We have livestock, we have public access onto our canals, we have different departments needing to get up and down these canals. So there's a lot of moving parts. Those will all have to be part of where we go. I think where we go has been sort of drawn out in a big square this morning, if I may, and we can start to look at more mechanical issues. If we can also keep in tune, Jason's very astute of trying to look at different chemicals that we can use, one, primarily to avoid the resistance, but also really keep in step with what is out there. The biggest part, of course, of our responsibility is to maintain a system economically and safely. And so as we look at that, we will have to look at what hits those marks. What are we providing to the public? If I may be so frank as to say, the best bang for their dollar. So that's where we're going, if that answers your question.
I think so. I just, you know, NID has been criticized, sometimes properly, sometimes not properly, for doing a lot of studying, but then not implementing. And I just want to, you know, as a director, I'm really interested in us continuing to robustly move forward with every possible thing we can do here to remove the toxins, remove the, you know, the poisons, if you will, as the public perceives. And to some degree, I do as well. And just continue to see this work go forward. That's what I want to see.
Director Heck, this is Greg. I think that what we will begin to see and what you will be seeing is an annual basis of budgetary considerations for the board to determine whether or not we can apply certain budget numbers to certain tools that we begin to continually create to the toolbox. Jason and his crew are beginning that. The weed mower was the first of its sort of increased budgetary toolbox that was applied for the this year's budget, 21. I think as we move forward, you're gonna see called out, and I think we can commit to really bringing forth that annual plan of what the next step in the next year, those incremental baby steps are going to be on an annual basis, and you're going to see them in the budgetary process. And I think that's probably the best time and probably the most, you know, appropriate opportunity. Now, of course, if we feel like there's needs to be an updated change, or if the board wants to understand deeper, you know, we can always bring it back and discuss it and have the public included in it. But this idea that we need to do all this additional studies and bring more data, we think that we're pretty solid in our data space at this point. You know, the Blankenship study did a great job at understanding some of that. Our 3 years of on-site in the field studies have done a pretty good job at pulling those together. Instinctively, the staff knows exactly what we should be doing, and I think from an ongoing toolbox creation and change space, I think our veg management crew and our maintenance crew is in that space to expand those opportunities. Now, the milestones and the objective points are gonna come as we approach budget process and we look to the following year and what we're gonna do at the end of this winter and the beginning of next spring. You know, go back to the process of a budget is look at someone's priorities and take a look at their budget to take a look at their priorities. We'll start showing the priorities within the budget of the veg management program in order to expand on an incremental basis those sort of 1% of our canal space, 2.5%, 5%. I don't know how far that's going to go, but we can start looking at that, and I think that's at this point where we're at.
Right, and I appreciate that, Greg. Thank you, and Bob and Jason, and I'm excited, you know, and just as a board member, I wouldn't mind getting, I don't know, whatever the time period staff thinks is correct, but maybe just getting a brief update of like, well, how are we doing? How did the mower deck work? You know, what are people feeling about it? What else do we need to bring into our toolbox, if anything? And, you know, in whatever time, 6 months, 9 months or something. Apart from the budget discussion.
So we would, gladly bring that information forward.
Part of that will be worked into our informational items, which is, you know, our key performance indicators.
That's where I was going. Thank you.
Those are a monthly process that we've got. We'll make sure we're integrating those.
Great. Integrating the integrating. Okay, thank you.
You know, baby steps may not be the right definition, but I think it sort of encompasses this whole process with Blankenship, and we appreciate what you said about the staff. This was initiated by people that are no longer on the property, and so part of that baby step is gathering that information and then handing it forward with a forward thought of the new staff that are here. So again, we'd love to take full compliment on your comment, but again, that just fits into this transgression, this transformation forward as the district does look at this subject. I think everybody at the district would like to find the way to move forward, perhaps. We just want to be very mindful of that, and that's why it's a baby step. It's not done without a lot of sharing with the board, discussing with the board, and planning.
Right. Well, thank you. Thank you. I don't need to belabor this. I'm grateful to everybody that we've come along. I'm grateful for the folks who preceded us that got this going, and I'm grateful that we're going to continue. So, and it's an exciting opportunity, I think. So, thank you.
Thank you, Ricky. Director Johansson.
So let's call it deliberate steps.
Okay, there you go.
No, 5 miles is no baby. Well, that's still a long way, and it's a lot of effort on staff's part, for sure.
It's a big effort. So to your question, Ricky, I'd like to see a couple things. One is to, down the road, agendize this no spray agreements so we can talk about it as a board, so that we can bring the community in who want to be responsible and take care of their area, enable them to do so without throwing this no spray agreement on them.
I agree, Rich. I agree.
Huh? Yeah, I don't know enough.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do. I knew you would. I don't know enough about the agreement to get into details. So, but we need to agendize that.
Yeah.
The second thing is, again, bringing the community in. Maybe we need to have. You're already doing the trials on diquat bromide mowing. You're going to use opportune, but you can't get. But production ag can. So I didn't think they were making it, except by special order. But if production ag can get it, I can get it. And we can use that on our portion of the tar
I don't
pit.
know if lines cross there.
Be careful.
Yeah,
That would
but
just be my concern.
We operate all of this activity under our regulatory environment, right? We have our certifications and our regulatory. We can't be close to this.
What I propose is that you're accommodating a production ag person, but it may not be, approved for organic approval yet. So,
It could be a possibility.
It could be worked through, correct?
I'm just putting it out there. So I like the idea of, looking at, we're losing the weeds. Weeds are getting more resistant than we're killing them. And, there's the super weeds out there now. So I like the idea of diquat bromide, the different alternatives, organically approved herbicides, mowing, do a section on excavator, because I think there's some confusion, not confusion, but there's some difference of opinion on the actual cost. And weed mats. Having used them for decades,
And years ago, weed mats were implemented. They were a part of the program.
Mhm.
I don't know why they fell off, but it's something me and the crew have been looking at re-implementing in certain parts of canals where they were used
and
before.
I think with our buying power, we could buy it direct, not have to go through a distributor. I used to go direct to the manufacturer.
Again, just a consideration, if we were to apply weed mats extensively, that could expose the canal system to windstorm. That weed mat lifts, it goes in the canal, it overtops, it plugs the siphon inlet. Not that those would happen, but again, part of those bookends that we're trying to work through, with the best process. And the matting, again, not being overly familiar with them, but multiple things are happening on our canal systems throughout the calendar year. So, I don't want to eliminate anybody's access. We have customers that go up to their own box and they want to clean the screen. I don't know if these are, able to sustain a lot of foot traffic. We use berms for truck traffic, et cetera.
How about weed mats as an aside? We'll look
Right.
at it.
I'm throwing it out there.
Yeah, no, and
They do work.
I'm just thinking out loud.
And you're gonna know where and where not they work.
Right.
Yeah.
As far as the, without getting in depth over the spray agreement, I don't want to go there.
We'll
know,
come back.
Nor does Greg wanna go there today.
No, okay, no.
Nor do I
We'll
wanna
come back
do
to
that.
that.
Okay, for food for another time.
Yeah.
Agendize that for another time.
Yes.
Yeah, no, but those two things. Thank you. Great.
Director Hull.
Thank you very much for your work today and ongoing. It seems to me that this is a fairly significant priority for the district. And Greg talked about the budget process, including funding for this every year. It seems to me that you would benefit, as you're looking at how to strategize a program, that you have a certain specific goal in mind. For instance, our goal is within 10, 15 years, we're going to reduce the use of glyphosate and other chemicals by X%. Then you have a marching order that says, okay, we're going to try the 1% for, this year. But if you don't have a long-term goal, then I'm gonna be asking, well, because I'm not in any way kind of disparaging the efforts that you're going to undertake, okay? But if you were to say, we're going to get in 15 years, we're going to spend, and we should know how much more it's going to cost us, okay? So let's say we're going to reduce by 25% our use of chemicals through some other means. Then you can create a strategy around that and say that, okay, over 15 years, the district should plan to spend 180% of what we currently spend for vegetation management. Otherwise, we're just looking at it 1 year at a time. We don't see cumulative cost. We don't see cumulative impact.
Right.
And I'd really like to present a comprehensive plan for the district that would tell us, okay, are we serious about this? Because if we're not serious about it, then why waste our time now? I mean, it sounds good, people feel good about it, but really, if your goal isn't something pretty significant, then we're wasting your time.
So that's a great point,
Well
as we
said.
discussed, I would assume at some point in the relatively near future, the strategic planning process.
Yeah.
Because that, I think you nailed it. That is
She did
that is the process that staff needs in order to build these programs, right?
Yeah.
That's perfect.
I foresee a workshop in our near future.
Mhm.
Okay, any other, questions or comments? All right, I'd like to thank, Mike Blankenship and Alyssa for your presentation today. It was excellent. I think it was one of the best steps we've taken so far. I really do.
Glad to do it.
And, we have some valuable information. Thank you for being here. And Bob and Jason, also, thank you for your time. Thank you for your input, and, look forward to progressing as Karen has proposed.
Definitely. Thank you for the board's time.
Yes,
Thank you guys.
Rumor has it you're retiring.
Is it out?
Back on the street.
Uh-oh.
This isn't an agenda. We might want a break.
Yes, we are going to have
Well,
a break.
Bob, thank you.
What?
Yeah.
What about lunch?
Yeah, no, I mean,
What's that?
for all your years of service.
It's here?
Yeah.
Lunch is here. We
pleasure.
want to take a break and have lunch, okay?
Yes, there are a number of people here online.
Thank you, Bob.
for the
Thank you,
next
Jason.
item as well.
Hey, Jason.
Oh, I don't see anybody on,
Is that
okay.
a long
Probably.
What's that?
We need at least 5 minutes.
We need,
this item and then,
Well, Director Beerwagon, most of those, a lot of the folks online are for this next item. And so may I suggest that we just take a short break so that we can then deal with this item and then do lunch after that?
okay.
So that we're respectful of their time?
Yeah, yeah.
We do need,
Ricky's had her lunch.
what's that?
Oh, no, it's almost dinner here.
Okay, we'll have a 5-minute break.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you.
And you're good to go.
Okay, welcome back, everyone. We are going to take up item number 7, Scotts Flat Lake Voluntary No Wake 5 mile per hour idea.
Thank you.
Welcome, Monica.
Thank you. Good afternoon, board.
Go ahead.
Members of the public. I am here we're here to review, discuss, and receive direction on the Scotts Flat Lake Voluntary No Wake 5 mile an hour restriction as recommended by the Maintenance and Resources Committee on January 26, 2021. A little bit of background, since some of you are new, might not have heard about this or be privy of it. Back in 2020, due to COVID, we restricted the hours on the lake. And basically, we were just open for lake use only in the beginning due to COVID. So the hours were 7:30 to 7 p.m. Those were hours that I had staff at properties that we could manage. The restrictions were to encourage social distancing and all the guidelines that were attached to that, and while at the same time giving all the lake users their time on the lake. And then on July 3rd, the campgrounds resumed, and we were open for boating, day use, and camping. So everything went back to normal the way that it used to be. When those limitations were lifted, the district received letters and public comments from non-motor users, swimmers, and neighbors requesting that the no wake 5 mile an hour limit on boats with motors continue and be imposed from sunrise to 8 a.m., citing safety and alternatives to recreation use. While at the same time, we received letters and public comment from boaters, non-motor users, swimmers, neighbors, and campers requesting that there be no change. So this item was reviewed and discussed at the Maintenance and Resources Committee meetings of July 20th, 2020, and January 26th, 2021. Staff's recommendation.
That's me. I don't know what to do. It's me.
Director Beerwagen, you're muted.
To 8 a.m.
I meant to do this, but we have to start. Can you start that one more time, because the whole room was muted, I just heard.
Okay, so
That's right.
No, just from when we came back on.
When we came back
from
on.
this item.
Yes.
There you go.
Okay, that's the fourth time.
We need you to have a
We never come here and it's not being smooth.
Take 4.
Okay. Okay, this item was reviewed and discussed at the Maintenance and Resources Committee meetings of July 20th, 2020, and January 26th of 2021. Staff's recommendation to the committee was to leave motorized boating hours as they historically have been, dusk to dawn, and following the posted speed limits of the lake. The direction of the committee was to move forward with the trial period for voluntary no wake 5 mile an hour from dawn to 8 a.m.
on Tuesday, Wednesdays, and Thursdays. This trial would be effective May 1st and go through the end of September 2021. The proposed voluntary period would have limited enforcement, given that NID staff does not have the capacity or the capability to enforce the no-wake request. Staff has also looked into the so-called dry exhaust boats, and staff, we actually reached out to Sergeant Kress of the Nevada City Sheriff's Department Marine Program, and he confirmed that he is not aware of any dry exhaust bans in California. And so if we wanted to put some type of restriction, we would probably have to pursue or implement some type of noise pollution code, which then could affect volume as far as music on the lake, other stuff that was happening on the lake. So the end of the discussion with Sergeant Kress, what he believed, and also staff believes at this time, it's just not it's unwarranted. And part of the discussion that we had with him is, we're wanting to make changes, but realistically, there's not going to be enforcement for this because the sheriff is not going to be out on the lake at sunrise. Honestly, they're so busy themselves, especially during the summer season. And, last year it was crazy. I'm sure this year is going to be crazy as well. We are lucky to see them on Scotts one time a week, and usually it's on a weekend because that's when things are going crazy. So, should the board decide to move forward with the no-wake 5-mile-an-hour trial period and determine it should be implemented permanently, we would have to seek to amend the appropriate county ordinance and code at that time, and we could also include the dry exhaust boats. One thing that I've learned through this process in dealing with parts of the county is because this doesn't happen often, they really didn't understand the process. My staff is online. We're going through. We're trying to follow what the county has, and so one of the items they said is that before you bring an item, take it to your board of supervisor and make sure it's an item that he or she would want to push forward. And so when we tried to do that, Greg got an email saying, "Isn't this NID ordinance? Isn't this NID something that NID would do?" So it's going to be a process to change. Not to say that we couldn't change, and not to say that it couldn't happen, but it's going to be a bit of a process, and whether we take it on or not. The budgetary impact is unknown as far as how many campers would not come, because we do have several lakefront sites that our boaters take, and they are out on the water early. And then we had the cost of the sign, which I gave you a mock-up of the sign from Grass Valley Signs. That cost would be $252.
Can you tell us what a dry exhaust boat is?
Dry exhaust, yeah.
It's out of the water.
It's out of the water, so it's a little bit noisy.
Oh, noisy, okay.
Yeah, and
Like a red boat, jet.
yeah, and so one of the discussions when we were talking to the sergeant, he said at Scotts Flat, yeah, we do get them, but there's not a lot of them. And he said, on a busy weekend, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, when our gate is packed and we're down on, we've got cars all the way down on Scotts Flat Road, for my staff, it would be difficult. They would really have to look and see. Jet skis, yeah, you can see if somebody's bringing in a jet ski because we don't allow jet skis on the lake. That's an easy catch. But with the dry exhaust, it might be something that we don't catch. Or if they get on the lake before the gate is staffed, because we do have a lot of people that come in.
Monica, if I can add,
Yes.
just to maybe add to the conversation, that at the M&R committee, there was a conversation about the 5-mile-an-hour. At the time, we called it quiet hour.
Yeah, quiet hours.
It's really not that. It's really a 5-mile-an-hour piece on the lake. But at the M&R, there was this discussion about these dry stack boats, and that's where we've included it for the secondary portion of this staff report. NID has an ability to do, kind of what we want on the lake. We can tell folks that they can't be there. But what we're announcing here, and what Monica is announcing in this staff report, is that we've spoken with the sheriff. There is no known ban of this particular type of boat in anywhere in California that he was aware of, and he runs the Marine Department and the Marine Program of the County Sheriff Department. He's responsible for coming, and his staff are responsible for coming out to the lake and enforcing such activities. What we're proposing is this voluntary 5-mile-an-hour period is separate than this ban on the back boats. So that was the conversation at the M&R. After looking at it, what we've determined it can change according to this board, but staff doesn't believe that at this time it's necessarily warranted or enforceable for sure, because that would take an act of the code change at the county, which is reflective of a noise consideration on the lake instead of a straight up ban of a particular craft. That's what we're being told. So I just wanted to differentiate these two different kind of concepts that we're bringing forth.
Okay.
And this is the discussion amongst the board at the moment.
Yeah.
Chris, my screen shows that I'm muted.
That's fine.
Is that fine?
Because you hit audio, we had to mute you. Okay.
Okay, but.
You're also on the Polycon, but
The public can hear.
your audio is.
That UFO right in front of you is collecting.
Oh, the UFO. They can hear me through that, okay. All right, so the board, go ahead, Director Holt.
So Monica, thank you very much for this. I'm not really totally clear on the magnitude of the request to make this change. So when you or your staff you're there all the time, so you observe what's the preponderance of use. And so that's one question. Kind of, how big of an impact is this to the boating community? And it sounds like it's probably pretty significant. But the other question is, have we had any injuries or accidents involving a swimmer or a boat swimmer interface that caused harm to the swimmer?
No. Not that I know of. Okay. Hasn't been reported to me.
And is that the primary, is it perceived safety issues for the swimmers, or just that they want more quiet time?
They want more quiet time. I think by us having that block of time when we were only open for the lake only, and trying to give everybody their time on the lake, they enjoyed it. And so they're just wanting that to be extended. The problem that we have, when we were setting this up back in COVID, everything was going so fast. We wanted to get open, and one of the things we forgot, and one of the things I didn't even know, is that I did have a group of skiers on the other side of the lake, the Cascade Shore side, that actually are out every morning at 7 o'clock in the morning. They go and do their runs because it's glass, and then they get off and they're done for the day. I also, and totally just obliviously, didn't even think about the fishermen. We didn't even include them in any of this, and then it was like, oh yeah, we do have a lot of fishermen that are here, like at 5:30 in the morning. One of the comments made, there was a comment made that, you can go anywhere on the lake from the boat launch, going 5 miles an hour in 20 minutes. I've been getting a lot of kickback on that from fishermen because they don't feel that that's true. But I think it's just one of those things where, and to be honest, we never really had an issue prior to us putting this new, limitation due to COVID. And then we had a little bit of kickback because we had forgotten and didn't know our users at the time. So it educated us. And then once we lifted it, I haven't heard anything since. So that's just kind of where we stand.
Director Johansson.
So the dry stack recommendation came out of 1990s from the Cascade Association?
That was
Yeah.
a letter or
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so it's a long-term request of homeowners that live there. So having had to usher through ordinances for the county, it is a process.
Yeah. And
But
it's a doable process, it's just
Yeah.
going to be,
But
there's a cost associated, and
But I think this is a conversation that the community needs to have, and these, 5 months? If we enact this and have this conversation, do the surveys, find out, that's how we're gonna get community input, as well as today. But I think we're gonna get community input by just focusing in on the issues. Quiet time until 8 o'clock, no dry stack with the noises. People are camping, still waking up, having breakfast, and you don't see a lot of them there, so it may not be that big of an impact, and there's a lot of other places they can go. And there's some lakes that don't have motorized vehicles at all. So I'm not sure why it's a big deal that we have to go to get a county ordinance just because there's no band in California on them.
on the dry stack.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, that's not what we're asking for a ban. We're asking just to monitor our lake and find out what our users really want.
Well, if I recall that the M&R committee, it was bring back to the full board, or is bring back this concept of this voluntary trial period.
Yep.
As well as a review or a method to remove dry stack boats from Scott's.
And do a survey, kind of. Didn't we agree on that?
We talked about a survey, and so
We
the
did.
survey is in here. Now, the survey, we know that the Cascade Shores Homeowners Association has done a survey as well. That survey has been discussed as whether it was well done or not. And in order for NID to do a valid survey, we'd want it done right, and that would cost some. We don't have money in this year's budget to put together a survey that would be applicable and have as much of an impact that we need in order to make the right decision.
And it couldn't be a voluntary checklist on paper. And then just put it in a box, and then when we do get that money budgeted next year or whatever, we could look at it.
You know, you could do that. We could do that, and that would take a level of effort of staff, and we would have to have parameters around it and set it up and print it and give it to people and interest them to do it. We've done a couple surveys at Scotts Flat and Rollins over the last couple of years, and there's a level of effort, and there's a cost associated with even just having somebody say, oh, willy-nilly, can you just fill this out and put it in a box? We've got to collect it. It's got to be asked the right questions. Otherwise, it's just your leading question. I mean, there's certain elements of a survey that are not.
Sure.
You want it, if you're going to do it, you want it done right. And I'm afraid that we don't have number one, we don't have the staff, and that's another concern. And we don't have the expertise to put together an adequate survey, I think, of this magnitude, where we've got a number of individuals, and already a survey has been done, and that's been completely debunked because it was not followed particular survey protocol.
You don't want to have questions leading to an answer.
Exactly.
Yeah. So we could go with two of the things on voluntary and without a survey.
That's correct.
Director Holt.
Can I, hey, then I want to, that's okay, but I want to answer Director Holt's question, and I've been up to my eyeballs in this for about a year. So I have some things to add. So go ahead, Karen, and then maybe your comment will be addressed.
Probably right in what you were gonna say, but, I guess my observation, being very removed from this, is that you've had this operation for decades. There's never been a complaint. There's never been a drive to make a change. It was through happenstance of COVID that the genesis for the change occurred, and some people liked that change. So I get that.
I get it too.
But I'm like, well, wait a minute, why are we gonna go through, and you obviously have a good-sized group of people that live in the community who oppose this. And you've had it for 20 years until this last year, and so all of a sudden it changes. Yeah, and I'm like, why are we doing this? I don't get it, and I don't see why we would.
But you could use the same argument against Roundup. We used it for 45 years. Why all of a sudden we wanted not use it.
Right.
Well, because
Could be
there's
found
more
something better.
scientific evidence that there's a harm to it, you know? And there's risk and liability. This is simply, you made a change and a subset of users like that change and they want to keep it going. Well, in conflict with a lot that do like it the way it is.
Well, we
So-
don't know that. We don't know, I don't think we know our customer. And that's what we were
I'll
trying
just leave
to,
my comments at where I put them.
yeah. No, that's where we were trying to figure out what our customer really wanted, because the dry stack, they've asked for it for almost 30 years.
I could see that. And
Is that not a different subject? I mean,
That is
Well,
different.
that kind of morphed. I mean, we
Yeah.
were starting with the no wake or the quiet time at the time, and then it got a little bit bigger.
Okay.
You know, then we added in the dry stack
So Director Hicks.
or dry exhaust.
Thank you, Mr. President. So, Monica, bless you, by the way. Monica has been so responsive about this. And again, this has gone on, for a year. And the impetus of this, especially for those Cascade Shores residents who have been adamantly opposed to this, there's been some suggestion that this is some little subset group of my personal friends, which not be further from the truth. In fact, I don't have a personal relationship with anybody, either boaters or kayakers or anybody out there. But this really did come out of COVID. And then the folks who are kayakers, and this is the interesting change, Director Hull, is this whole thing, paddleboarders didn't exist, except for the last, I don't even know, because I don't paddleboard either, but, paddleboarders need, I'm being told, some of that quiet water. So the idea was, when we were approached by the paddleboard, kayaking, and swimming community, gosh, we really love that quiet time in the morning. And, how about this idea of sharing the glass water, the quiet water is really what this is really about. And I guess Monica can tell us, but from about 6 or daylight to 8 or 9 o'clock, before the winds come, that the lake is very quiet and it has that glass texture, finish to it. And it's what makes it really good for folks that like to do the more quiet sports, swimming and paddleboarding and kayaking. So they came to us and said, hey, we really like that. And at the time I was on the committee with Director Wilcox, this was back a year ago. And we said, well, yeah, okay, we can see why you would like that. And maybe there's a way in which we can make this work for everybody. And is it, can't everybody get along and share the glass? That's really what this was about. And then, it kind of came back that no, people are not sharing nicely. And that they really had asked the swimmers and the kayakers and the paddleboarders for saying, well, gosh, we have a couple of days a week even. For 3 hours, a couple of days a week. So Director Wilcox and I felt like, well, that was a reasonable request. And so staff did a wonderful job, Monica and her team, of really looking into that. And then it came back and Director Wilcox was gone and Director Johansson was there. And we've had 2 meetings where the public has been very vocal. And interestingly enough, when Director Johansson and I heard this item, I think it was October, Rich? The only people we heard from, was it January? I guess it was January. The only people we heard from at that time, there was a few letters, but the public were all swimmers, kayakers, and paddleboarders, by and large. And now we have, on the other side, this meeting, we have an enormous, percentage of boaters. And, I don't have a race in this horse or horse in the race. A horse in the race, you can tell I'm sleep deprived. I just think that, things do change, right? Sometimes it's okay to think about it. And people have asked, not my friends, I don't have any friends that do these things. And it seems like it was a legitimate request from people with legitimate interests in how to change the use on the lake to accommodate a wider range of uses. And it seemed to me, and I won't speak for you, Rich, but this is not really a crazy request. A couple of mornings a week, like 6 or 9 hours a week versus the boaters have it the whole rest of the time. And, it wasn't an unreasonable thing to look at. So that's really sort of the background. It's the change. It was the blast water. It was COVID. It was all these things that came together that brought this to everybody's attention. And, I'm just, ready to do whatever the will of the board is here. It seemed reasonable that there's to be some quiet time for other uses, but if the board doesn't feel that that's reasonable and staff, it would be too hard, then that's fine too, So that's my comment and the history of it.
Okay.
Thank you. I know, right? It's like, God.
Just for the
Okay,
record.
so how would we enforce this, though? I think there's no staff there, so this is a voluntary thing, right?
No enforcement.
Yeah, no enforcement.
Exactly, so we don't, during the winter months, we have minimal staff. It's just our NID staff. So we're not manning our gates. It's an honor system. Some people abide by an honor system, some people don't. It is what it is. During the summer season, we have somebody at our gates at 7:30 in the morning until 10 at night. So during our camping season, we're covered. We don't. And if there happens to be a problem on the lake, we have had swimmers and kayakers, and we've had people argue because of this issue on the lake. There's nobody to help them. There's nobody to go out there, and they're not going to be able to call the sheriff's department, and the sheriff is going to be there. My take, I get it. Everybody wants their piece of the lake, but everybody has their piece of the lake. We have a campground built around this lake. We have people that come in specifically to get our lakefront, so they can be one of those people at 7 o'clock in the morning on a Saturday or Sunday to be out there on the lake. Or even, I have a group that comes in for 2 weeks, and they get all the lakefront, and that's what they're doing in the morning. So
when does the wind typically come up?
Noon.
9:30.
It's around 9:30, 10 o'clock, yeah.
Okay.
To answer that question again, and just jumping off Monica's comment, is that, our staff are there to manage our campgrounds.
Right.
Right, they are monitoring. We do have quiet hours in the campgrounds, which means, generators stop, loud music stops at a certain time and can't start their
10 to 8.
So that's the quiet hour
Yes,
time on the
10 to 8
terrestrial side of our campground. Our staff are hired to manage and maintain and monitor those campgrounds and those campers within it for their safety. Once you get on the lake, unfortunately, we don't have the skill, the capacity, and it's not in our job description to be, paying attention to a boat who just launches at 7:30 in the morning and powers up full throttle and wants to get to another side of the lake or a certain section of the lake. So we don't have that capacity or capability.
True.
So if I go to a resort, quiet hours, 10 to 8.
Yeah.
We still own the lake, right?
We own the lands around the lake.
Not the lake.
Yeah, the waters.
The water.
And I just, one could argue that the extension onto the water is part of quiet hours. But we're only asking, 3 days a week? Right. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday, it's open for everything. And it's a voluntary thing, no enforcement. Usually I hate no enforcement.
Well, it's just it's an opportunity to have a conflict among people that are, then staff will feel that they have to intervene, and that's really not their role to have to get into that kind of thing, although
I agree.
I do it. If I'm down by the marina and somebody's got their music blasting, I will flag them down and tell them to turn it down.
Yeah.
And they'll listen to me at least while they're there. But, it's, as far as, last year when we were having a little bit of conflict during this time when we forgot about the fishermen and I had no idea about the families on the other side that were out on the lake boating at 7 o'clock in the morning. There was a little bit of conflict when Rem and I were like, okay, we totally forgot about you. We're sorry. Yes, go and do what you need to do. And then part of that conflict was us because we were changing the rules that we had set in. But again, we didn't know. We knew about the fishermen, we just forgot about them. But
Right.
as far as the skiing that early on the lake, I had no idea. Yeah. And that's no idea. And we were just trying to make it right. Yes, ma'am.
So it sounds like the Cascade Shores is on one side of the lake.
Yes.
And there's daily boat users. They're the ones that live there. They want to take advantage of the last part
Exactly.
of why they bought their property.
Exactly.
And the other public access to the lake is on the west side of the
Our
lake.
side, Scott's Flat Lake.
And so is there an impact if someone's skiing, can we like designate areas and say that if you're coming in the public gate,
Well, there's,
it's not till 8 AM because this is where the campers are and this is where, this is our quiet time.
Yeah.
Whereas on the other side, where the residents are, is there impact if they're skiing in that part of the lake? Does it impact this part of the lake if it goes all the way across?
Yeah.
It's just kind of infeasible, right? I mean, it's just once you're on the body of water, you're on the body of water. It depends on where you get to. You can get from the Cascade Shore side of the lake to the Scott Flat to the north side of the lake. If you're on a speedboat, you could be there in 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Or less.
Yeah,
or less.
or less, depending
Not
on how
that
fast
big.
you're going.
Right. It's
In
not-
general, it's not that big.
Right. Some people swim across it, right?
Yeah.
I used to swim across it back in the
Yeah.
day.
I've done it,
Yeah, me too.
Okay.
but safe. So, and you're gonna see in your packet, I think Chris gave you some letters this morning, yes. And then, I'm sure there's public comment because my phone's been
Yeah.
ringing off the hook.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah, there's a lot of public comment on this.
Yeah.
Just to ensure that those folks that did send in emails are the last couple.
We have them and
We
the
have
board
them and
has
the board has received them.
Yeah.
So, I don't know, maybe.
And let me just say for those, and thank everybody who sent in their emails and their letters, because I've read every one of them. And I again, I don't have a horse in the race. I want to do the right thing by everybody. It seemed like it was not a huge lift to give the quiet kayakers and paddleboarders a couple of days a week for some quiet morning time. But it has really just upset everybody terribly. So, it's my division. I'm just like, I don't know what to do here, and I imagine today we're going to hear mostly from the Cascade Shores folks who, bought their properties, and this is a big deal for them. And I have extreme compassion for their issue, and it's economic for them as well. So I would just think, let's hear from the public and see what they say. Oh, yeah.
I would just add, I'm a canoer, and I go on lakes all the time, and most of that canoeing is, it's a cohabitating with boats. And both
Yeah.
boats lower their speed when they're going by people, not all of them, and you get a wake, yeah, I get that. So anyway,
You're used to a wake.
I'm used to the wake, and I'm used to boaters, being respectful of me.
Right.
I've never been in a situation where a boater came by in any way that I thought was threatening. And I've canoed lakes and rivers all over the country, so, I can get where it's ideal, but I think the ideal is created, with a disadvantage to others, and, so, anyway, but I could get both arguments for sure.
Yeah, me too.
I sense that it's more on the swimmers and paddlers, it's just having it be quiet. I mean, I think it's not necessarily the threat of wakes or boats or anything. It's just being
Yeah, there's not a safety thing that I've heard.
quiet environment. I think that's what I take. It's not necessarily because they feel threatened or dangerous. Is that correct?
Yeah. I think they just want us to be on there.
Mm-hmm.
Themselves.
It's kind of it all. I think it's all there. I'm not sure. I think there's an element of, a boat came too close to me and I was swimming and I don't have, I don't feel safe in the water or something like that. But there are California boating laws, and when everybody registers their boat, they must abide by those laws, and that's why there's sheriff availability, and so
Moxie, maybe I heard wrong, didn't you say there's never been any complaints that that was the case, that they were threatened by a?
No, I mean, last year during this time, when we had the restricted hours, when Rem and I allowed the people on the lake that we didn't consider, we didn't realize, there was a little bit of, issue between them because the swimmers and the kayakers and some of the scullers thought, hey, you're not supposed to be out here because it's, my time out on the lake, this time to this time. And then, so we did stir up a little bit, but I mean, it was not, by no means was it intentional. It was, the argument was because of the change that Rem and I made, which we were just trying to satisfy a group that we didn't know existed.
So
Well, and you were trying to enforce the COVID restrictions. I mean, that's
Exactly,
really
yeah.
how this all came about, was from the COVID restrictions.
Yeah,
Yeah,
totally.
It wasn't about us trying to make a change on behalf of any one group or anything. It just kind of happened.
Okay. What's that?
Public.
Public comment. Fair enough. Okay, would anybody from the public like to comment on this proposed, voluntary trial period?
Lights up the board.
Okay, I see, Robert Koslava. Go ahead. Unmute yourself, star six. Nope.
Okay. Hi. Due to the COVID-19 rule change that closed Scotts Flat Lake to all boaters and swimmers in May 29th, up to May 29th, 2020, most people followed the rule. There were a few scholars that ignored that rule regularly that were on the north side of the lake. But once the lake reopened back in June 2020, I began using the lake with my wife and was immediately informed by scholars that there was a complaint about us being on the lake, and we contacted NID and we were informed that we could ski on the lake from sunrise to sunset because we had purchased a season pass. And unfortunately, right after that, we were approached by a group of people, Donahue's, who yelled at us that we can't take the lake. So they had taken the opportunity to have a lake to themselves and started passing it on as if it was their lake. And I'm asking, could it be that the short-term rule change had created a sense of entitlement to some of these people? Because after 43 years of hassle-free years of water skiing on Scotts Flat Lake, I began to be harassed by swimmers who entered the Cascade ramp area without paying. They intentionally walked behind my boat while I was backing it up. They surrounded my boat when I dropped it in. They blocked the ramp when I tried to come back, and they even threatened me with physical violence using a paddle. And much of last summer, I spent informing other boat users of the possible restrictions that are coming. Additionally, my wife gathered 95 signatures of users entering the lake in favor of keeping the lake available from sunrise to sunset for all as it stands right now. We even put together a 5-question survey that was sent to all Cascade Shores homeowners, members. It was shared with Monica Reyes, and the results were also shared with the NID Resource Management and Maintenance Committee in 2020. But despite all that, despite all the support to keep the lake open equally as it stands, in the January 2021 committee meeting, 12 individuals took it upon themselves to again speak about limiting powerboat hours to allow calm waters only for scholars and swimmers specifically. And at that meeting, the 95 signatures petition was not shared. Apparently our survey wasn't taken seriously either. No, instead the committee decided to create a pilot study to be held this summer between May 1 and September 30th, the time that most people use the lake, to limit power boats to 5 miles per hour from sunrise to 8 a.m. By the way, glass water is to be used by everyone, including skiers, not just scholars. And this was proposed to the committee by these 12 people. Why are 12 people who want to have sculling and swimming to themselves and no powerboats around being given priority over 67% of Cascade Shores homeowners and 95 public signatures, all who want equal access at the same time for all users? California boating law governs Scotts Flat Lake, not NID. This proposed change will violate current California boating laws, so this issue will also need to be brought to the county supervisors, and NID does not have the authority to change the state boating law. Additionally, there is no available enforcement for this type of change. The staff can't do it, and the sheriff's department's already stated they won't do it. So should the state, this state boating law change to be, and if it's considered, those of us who bought homes around the lake, specific to water ski in the early morning glass hours, will need to resort to some kind of legal action, and NID will be in that suit. May I remind you, there are only 12 people bringing this issue up, and they're bringing it up under false pretenses of quiet hours without providing any evidence of a noise violation ever at any time on the lake. There's no evidence of it and no tests. All we request is to keep the lake open for everyone as it stands right now and as it's stated in current California state boating law. Please understand that. Okay, that's what governs state. That's what governs Scott's Flat Water, not NID. Thank you.
Thank you. Patrick Perkins, you're next.
Good morning. This is Patrick Perkins, and I am a homeowner in Cascade Shores. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. I would also echo some of what Robert is saying in that the lake should be open equally for everybody during the full hours of sunrise to sunset. One group should not be favored over another group. The scullers should not have more rights than the fishermen, who shouldn't have more rights than the paddleboarders, who shouldn't have any more rights than anybody else. Being out on the water early in the morning is a wonderful thing. I love it. It's one of the reasons we all moved here, was to enjoy the area that we have. And to limit one group over another group doesn't seem equitable to me. National standard is sunrise to sunset on navigable waterways within the US. As Robert mentioned, the California Constitution actually mentions that we should not be impeding access to waterways. County ordinance also says sunrise to sunset. That's the standard for everybody, not just one group, not the other group. As Director Hull was saying, we've all gotten along out here for the last 40 years. I mean, can we not just get along? As a boater, primarily, we try really hard to stay away from the swimmers. We try to stay away from the kayakers, because we don't want to get involved. We don't get in their space. They don't want to get in our space. There's a no wake zone already along the shores of 100 feet. And we do our best to stay away from them. And as a skier, one of our primary ideas is to create as little wake as possible so that when you're skiing, you don't hit the wake and go flying. So the amount of wake that we create for the paddle boarders and or the scullers is really pretty minimal. And in being out on the water for the last several years, the amount of boats that are out early in the morning, at least skiing, is very minimal. The fishermen get out early, they create a little wake, they go to their spots, they fish, but they shouldn't be prevented from doing that. And while I understand what Director Johansson is saying in that it's only 3 days a week, what's the big deal? Can't we just share? But it is a big deal. For those of us that ski, at least, cutting off nearly 50% of the days that we can go skiing all summer is a big deal. It's a situation where we all get along. Why are we trying to fix something that's not broken? I would ask that you do not change the hours. Let's stick with the national standards, stick with the county ordinance. As skiers, we'll do our best to stay away from the kayakers and the paddle boarders. Let's all just try to get along, leave it the way that it is. The best water in the morning, as you said, is flat. We all want to use it. We all want to enjoy it. We've been able to do it. One small group shouldn't dictate what everybody else is doing. There's been a lot of outcry against this. Please don't change it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Izzy Brown, you're next.
Thank you. I wanted to address Director Heck's comment. Oh, no, I actually don't remember who said it. I think it was Director Heck saying that there was not a voice from the side opposing this limitation of use in the meeting in the winter months. I think it was January. I had been keeping an eye on the agenda for those meetings, the maintenance meeting, and I think it was 2 or maybe even 3 meetings consecutively when this topic was on the agenda. Those meetings were canceled in a row. And so I lost track of when this agenda item was going to come up again. And so I missed that meeting, but I certainly would have spoken out at that time. So my name's Izzy Brown. I am a homeowner in Cascade Shores. And the issues that I'm addressing are specific to the Cascade Shore side. So thank you today for this transparent conversation. My intent is to continue the conversation regarding safety. My position has always been safety among all early morning users on Scotts Flat Lake. I speak also on behalf of fellow Cascade Shores residents, Mike and Carolyn Inglis, who are unable to attend this meeting today. As I understand it, there's been another request for these wakeless hours, and I'm glad that you guys addressed that it isn't actually quiet hours, because Lake Lane is not quiet at 6 a.m. when those early morning users drive up and down, have their conversations, slam their doors, set off their car or engage their car alarms. This request for these wakeless hours appear to be from from some of the early morning swimmers and rowers wanting to enjoy undisturbed water. It's my intention to describe how the request is inconsistent with safety guidelines recommended by two national governing bodies of these sports, US Rowing, which has been in existence for 60 years, and USA Swimming, which has been in existence for 40 years. I also will present potential negative financial and social justice implications. US Rowing recommends, although does not require, a safety motorboat within, quote, hailing distance of all rowers when practicing on the water. Safety boats are there to carry personal flotation devices and provide assistance to a rower if a rower breaks equipment, falls out of the boat and is unable to get back in, experiences broken equipment, oh, sorry, I wrote that, or a medical emergency. I'm a former college rowing coach and a former US national team member with over 40 years of experience. I have firsthand knowledge of emergencies when they happen on the water. Since rowers at Scotts Flat have no coach or safety motorboat on the water, we rely on the kindness of motorboats in cases of emergency. If motorboats cannot maneuver quickly enough during the early mornings, rowers do have, they no longer have the safety net of the motorboats being around. USA Swimming also publishes safety guidelines for open water swim practices. Among other guidelines, swimmers are to launch from a sandy beach whenever possible, and they expressly call out not boat ramps. They're supposed to swim in areas without motorized or unmotorized boat traffic. I presume that's because of us rowers who face backwards and cannot see a swimmer who's directly ahead of us. They're supposed to swim in areas, they're supposed to swim within designated swimming boundaries, and they describe that distances can be achieved by rounding buoys multiple times. They're supposed to have a safety personnel present both on shore and on the water, whether it's a paddleboarder or kayaker. And that's in order to have quick response in case of emergency. They're to have a communication plan between the on-water and the on-land safety personnel. And their safety personnel should be able to reach a swimmer in no more than 20 seconds. Since many swimmers on Scotts Flat Lake swim across the lake or along the shore and do not seem to have safety personnel present during practices, motorboaters are their safety net as well. I was disheartened to read the meeting minutes from the maintenance committee that this small vocal group of individuals have successfully swayed NID to consider decreasing safety on Scotts Flat Lake during early morning, 3 days a week through the summer months. As an exercise physiologist and clinical dietitian, the ages of these groups of individuals who are pushing for wakeless mornings are the exact age who are the highest risk for cardiovascular events during exercise. If a cardiovascular event were to occur in a rower or a swimmer, it is the motorboats who are in a position to provide support. When this topic was discussed back in the end of summer, I made note of a newspaper article that described a former Ukrainian and Soviet Union national team member who died while rowing on the Charles River. Nikolai Kormakov was a 68-year-old male and the former head rowing coach of Simmons College in Boston. It was reported that a nearby Harvard rowing coach who witnessed the incident from his motorboat said Nikolai was rowing and appeared to collapse and slump over his oar handles just before his boat capsized. The Harvard coach left his motorboat, swam to Nikolai, as well as another man who was in a separate motorboat, also were able to recover Nikolai's body and bring his body to shore. I often think that the heartache of financial expense that Nikolai's body had not been recovered from the river. It boggles my mind that the voices of these 12 or so emboldened individuals with a personal agenda carry more weight than the safety protocols established by these two national governing bodies with a combined 100 years of experience. Have no doubt, I too have a personal agenda, but it is for safe and equitable use of Scott's Flat for all users. Think of motorboat presence like wearing bicycle or motorcycle helmet. They may be inconvenient and even uncomfortable, but they are required because it's decided that benefit outweighs the cost. If this pilot program moves forward, I formally request that a concurrent pilot program be conducted. I propose that Friday through Monday, sunrise to 8 a.m., motorboats have exclusive access to the lake so they too may feel safe and enjoy the flat water. Participants attending the meeting may be unaware of the last summer, there was a number of instances where swimmers displayed aggressive behavior toward motorboaters. Mr. Koslava pointed out all the instances that I wanted to reiterate here, so I won't do that again. Maybe the rowers and the swimmers are unaware of California boating law. I propose all swimmers, captains of vessels, motorized or unmotorized, take the California Boater Safety course to learn how to safely navigate our waterway. I'm a season pass holder and I access the lake through the boat ramp on the Cascade Shores with my rowing shell. I've repeatedly been treated poorly by swimmers who act with impunity on and around the boat ramp. One cause of this ongoing conflict could be the proximity of the beach to the boat ramp on Cascade Shores. By Coast Guard and California boating law, the beach is too close to the boat ramp. Short of reconfiguring the Cascade Shore access area, consider posting more signage, displaying motorboat traffic patterns, swim area and traffic patterns, and rowing boat traffic patterns on the lake. If everyone knows where everyone else is on the lake, safety and comfort may be improved. My plea for maintaining safety on Scott's Flat during early morning hours, if my pleas do not sway you, consider the financial impact. Motorboat users generate income for NID and Scott's Flat Lake. They have to pay gate access in order to get their vessel to the water. By restricting their access, NID is decreasing a revenue stream. Last summer, I was curious to know how many early morning swimmers in non-motorized vessels pay for access to the lake. Based on my tally of a day of one, there were many swimmers, dogs, stand-up paddleboards, and kayakers who accessed the lake one morning. NID missed out on what I perceived to be about $71 of use fee. I'll never know who was a season pass holder, but I can tell you only one car used a card key to access the gate, and that was a person with a stand-up paddleboard and a dog. And so I presume that person was a season pass holder. I can tell you not a single person of the 11 swimmers, 4 paddleboarders, 2 kayakers, and 2 dogs stopped to pay a day use fee. I can tell you that the people talk about only using the lake on Mondays or Tuesdays when it's, quote, free. Lake access is not free on Mondays or Tuesdays, but it is on the honor system. I can also tell you that there are groups of swimmers who strategically plan their arrival just before Gary comes on duty or just after he's off duty. And on the occasion that the swimmer arrives while he's still on duty, he asks them to pay for that access fee, and they always confront him and give him a hard time. Please do not embolden these behaviors in those who do not pay for access and punish the motorboaters who do pay to play. In appreciation, I would like to give a shout out to all the swimmers who started using those high-vis buoys after our conversation last summer. Thank you. You are much more visible and it is appreciated. As a reminder, Scott's Flat, Lower Scott's Flat is nearby and a perpetual wake-free body of water. Those wanting wakeless water experience can go there where motorboats are not allowed. If I cannot sway you with a safety or financial argument, consider the social justice angle. While I hope...
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but we generally have a rule of 3 minutes for talking. So if you wrap up your comments, please.
Sure, thank you. I ask that the board please give consideration to not placing the value of and importance of one user group above the value of any other. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Thank you. Sue Koslava, you're next, and if you also recognize we have a 3-minute time period.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I'm speaking against the issue of reducing the Scott's Flat Lake powerboat hours during a pilot study this summer. This issue makes me angry that someone can try and take away my rights to enjoy water skiing in the morning on a lake I love and purchase a season pass for. I'm a homeowner of Cascade Shores, and when this issue came up last summer, we developed the survey to get the opinions of all members of the Cascade Shores Homeowners Association. The survey was sent out by the HOA online, and the results were shared with Monica Reyes, indicating that 67% of the homeowners did not want the lake hours to change from the California state laws of sunrise to sunset for all. Now I understand by reading the minutes from the January 2021 committee meeting that there is a proposed second survey to be developed and paid for by NID, which we now hear there is no money for in the 2021 budget to do so, and a restriction of AM hours to occur for the entire 2021 summer, 3 midweek days a week for power boaters only. This is not necessary, as a survey has already been done and the results are in. The majority do not want the lake hours changed. The survey had representation from power boaters, kayakers, scullers, swimmers, paddleboarders, and sailors, and 67% of those did not want anyone's interest to be served over any others. Rather than waste time, money, and valuable staff hours on this pilot study, which will cause these same homeowners to begin complaining to NID, why not continue to follow the state boating laws of sunrise to sunset for all? The scullers, swimmers, kayakers, and paddleboarders have the exclusive use of Lower Scotts Flat Lake where no power boats are allowed. This is a designated lake for their enjoyment. Why do they need more access to Scotts Flat Lake when they already have this option? We bought a home in Cascade Shores specifically to water ski here and have been enjoying the lake since 1978. Taking away the hours of access for one type of user is discriminatory and will reduce our property values, as the calm early AM water on this lake is a big draw for water skiers and wakeboarders. People who rent out their homes with Airbnb will have a reduction in rentals when power boaters are looking for a place to enjoy this early morning glass. The campground will have less power boaters come to the lake, and thus less entrance and boat ramp income will occur. NID should also consider the potential legal challenges they may face by solely discriminating against one type of user on the lake by those who bought homes here to enjoy water skiing or wakeboarding on the lake from sunrise to sunset. There has never been any issue between power boaters and other users of the lake before the summer of 2020. I believe if COVID had not temporarily closed the lake, we would not be here today. There is no need for further surveys, pilot trials of restricted hours, nor is there the personnel to enforce these new powerboat hours. The county sheriff will not be here to enforce this. By making this unenforceable pilot study, you are setting up the NID lake staff for continuous complaints about those who choose not to participate in this voluntary study by those who want them to voluntarily restrict their power boating before 8 a.m. It will be a no-win solution for all the power boaters, for if they don't comply, they will be continually harassed. And if they do, the rules on the lake may change against their interests. I urge you to follow her staff recommendation to not change the hours and dismiss this unnecessary pilot study and costly survey. Continue to allow equal access for all users from sunrise to sunset. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else that would like to speak to the issue of a voluntary trial period on Scotts Flat Lake?
Also the dry stack, no one's brought that up.
Oh, I didn't think there was, okay. Okay, Barry White, you're next. 3 minutes, please.
Hi, folks. Can you hear me all right?
Yeah, go ahead.
Hello, folks. Is anyone able to hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Hello, folks. I see my microphone is not working.
We can hear you.
You went away. Oh, it's back.
Ladies and gentlemen, I don't know if you can hear me properly. And I don't want to...
You are breaking up. We're not sure what's going on.
Can you hear us, Mr. White?
All right, I've been told that you folks can hear me. I'm sorry to make you all wait. What I wanted to say is that from listening to the arguments today, it would appear to be that the law and the preponderance of history is on the side of the people who would like to retain equal access to the lake. On the other side, there is a proposal to upset 40 plus years of group usage in favor of an idea that blatantly puts the privileges of one group against the legal rights of another. And if I was in the position of NID, I would be worried about the legal liability of trying to overrule California law and the impacts on the property values of the homeowners if you try to get involved and supersede state law on this issue. I personally love that lake. I have never had an issue with anyone in terms of confrontation until this ban. Since the ban on morning hours, I've had some of the most ugly interactions with human beings at Scotts Flat Lake that I've ever seen in my life. And I've been there for 35 years. I've never seen anything like this. I've had people threaten me with violence because I dared to bring my boat out as per the law, as per the pass that I bought. I understand the COVID restrictions were something that was put in very quickly and in a time of extreme uncertainty. And I don't fault you folks for doing that. But what you've done is opened up a can of worms in which some very unpleasant individuals who do not pay to access your lake are bullying and badgering people who have lived here for decades and threatening physical violence against people who are retirement age. It is absolutely ridiculous. And so, to conclude, if you are willing to risk putting a vocal minority's privilege above the legal rights of everyone else, you deserve any lawsuit coming your way. And thank you folks for the time to speak.
Thank you.
Comment? Anyone else like to comment on this issue? Start on your phone. Okay, last chance. Anybody like to comment on the voluntary no wake proposal for Scotts Flat Lake? Okay, seeing none, I'll ask for board direction.
Well, I'll say what I tend to do this though anyway. I don't support the voluntary trial period. I think the fact that it's voluntary, I didn't really pick up that. You don't even have to do it if you don't want to do it. We already know when we tried to do it and said this is the rules, there was all kinds of conflicts set up. I agree with you, Rich and Ricky, that things do change and we do need to look at that. And I think it was fair to have this conversation. But I just don't see a justification to make the change. I think that we can all work together and live together happily. So I will be opposed to it.
We'll make a motion.
I'll make a motion? Yeah.
Go ahead.
Okay, well, I make a motion that I'm not a good motion. Okay, so, yeah, practice makes perfect.
That's right.
Yeah, okay, so I'm going to recommend that we not implement that we not implement the voluntary trial period effective May 1st through September 30th, 2021.
Okay, there's a second. Any further board discussion?
Wait.
Go ahead.
Okay, so I just want to say that I really appreciate all of the boaters and the swimmers and all those folks who have really come forward here to let us know their feeling. And when Rich and I were on the committee and we sort of trying to find middle ground, we thought maybe a couple of days a week was a good idea. After a lot of listening to a lot of comment and concern, and I want to tell you, Izzy Brown, I really appreciated what you had to say. It was well thought out. I do see the safety aspects, and you know, as I said, I didn't have a horse in this race. I just wanted this discussion to be brought to the full board so that we could all make, we could put this to bed one way or the other and be done. So I am grateful to you all for participating. And I have been convinced that, yeah, we should not make a change. I wasn't convinced that we should. I wanted this to become, to be elevated to this level of discussion. And so I thank my colleagues.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll ditto that, Ricky, because we need to have this discussion. And I also think we're going to need to have a discussion further on because, little off, but Lower Scotts Flat was brought up.
Yeah.
That's not really.
That's another, that's a problem that we'll be dealing with later.
Yeah, and so this will continue.
Yeah, to be continued.
Okay. Madam Secretary, call the roll, please.
Yes, the first, can you please clarify the second?
Director Peters.
Yeah, and the yes vote is to deny the motion, or to
That's correct.
Yes.
support the motion, but deny the
Do not
voluntary.
implement.
Well, and to leave, is this, I just want to be clear, and to leave the hours of operations as is, sunrise to sunset for all parties. Is that correct?
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, correct.
Okay.
All right, are you ready for roll call?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Division one,
Yes.
Division three,
Yeah,
Division,
I always say aye.
five.
Yes.
Division five,
Yes.
thank you. Division four. Aye. Division two.
Aye. Okay.
Thank you all.
You can exhale, Greg.
Thank you, Monica.
Now I
Yes,
believe.
thank you, Monica. She is
Thank
taking
you.
the slack, man.
We'll be taking a lunch break now. How long do we want to take for a lunch break? How much?
30.
30 is
I
fine.
mean, 30 should be enough.
30 should be enough.
Yeah.
Okay, a 30-minute lunch break. We'll reconvene about 10 till 2. Thank you.
Great.
Thank you.
Okay, sir.
We are unmuted.
We're up.
Okay, we'll call the meeting back to order. NID Board meeting, April 14th, 2021. Next item on the agenda is the number 8 five-year financial forecast. Mr. Davis, how are you today?
I'm doing well. Good afternoon, board, staff, members of the public. And it's a good time to review numbers after lunch.
Yeah. Keep us all
wake
awake.
us
Okay, so this item here is an informational item presented from the Water Rates Committee, even though I'm giving the presentation. The idea is to bring the five-year forecast to the full board, make sure that the forecast is following the direction of the full board, review some of the assumptions that are driving the forecast, and just give the board an overall picture of where we are now in terms of what is going into the model. And so obviously, as we review the model and questions that the board might have, we'll be addressing. The first thing we do want to point out is that this forecast is driven from the 2021 budget. And as you can see in the staff report, the 2021 budget may not be a sustainable level, but it's where we are now. 2020, it's not a good representation of the spending level due to COVID. So the savings that we saw in 2020, they may not persist as the economies go back into play and everything pushes forward. So it was a couple of things we'll just keep in mind. So the forecast. So we'll pull up the PDF file, and then we will spend considerable amount of time on the assumptions as we kind of walk through them. And then obviously, we will look at some of the pages of the model. We will look at the, as I'm going through it, I will point out how the model is complying with direction from the board. So as we get to those points.
Marvin, could I ask a question?
Yes.
How would you like us to, manage questions? Would you like to go through everything first and then have it, ask questions, or, because you don't want to go off in rabbit holes here and there and.
No, I agree.
But how do you want that?
Sometimes, Director Hall, the best way to learn is when that question is on your mind and we're on that subject, because that question could lead to peripheral questions. So in my mind, the best way to learn is to learn while you're reviewing the data.
Okay.
Yeah, that's kind of how I think it is.
Okay, thank you.
And just to give, I'm sorry, Director Peters, go ahead. I was just going to say, to give a little more overview of what Marvin just brought in. This is a review that the Water Rates Committee went through on last week.
Right.
And so some of these assumptions and these you'll see in this first page of revenues, base rates, and treated water and ag and raw water base rates and stuff. These were part of the model that the Rates Committee worked on the other day. This does not mean, I want to give credence to it, that this is not the rates discussion. We are not talking about the final rates package here, right? This is just to give you an overview of where the model is in light of the 2020 savings that we accepted, and we've talked about this at the year-end budget. We came up from an $8 million sort of
to 14.4.
to 14 and a half.
Yeah.
So this is just an update to that. It also gives you an overview of this five-year model that some of you may or may not seen for a little while, and it's just sort of where we are right now in April as of the Rates Committee. Doesn't mean that this is the final end-all. Some of these assumptions are going to continue to fluctuate in the Rates Committee, and today we're not necessarily going in and adjusting any of these assumptions at the moment, right, Marvin?
No, but I mean, the board can always skip direction, but idea is that we would write it down, and then we would take that direction back to the committee. Yeah.
So for instance, on the first page where we fiddled with those percentages, and this is the last iteration of that, right?
Of course, yes.
Where we moved the base rate to 8% and the treated usage to 3.5%. Those numbers there were ones that,
we played around with them.
What's that?
We played around
This is the play around. Yeah, this is the final play around we had. It's not.
To date.
I think it could be.
Yes, they can always.
Things could always be adjusted, and they more than likely will be.
Go ahead.
I hope so.
You mentioned that, you know, because the 2021 budget was not, you know, you said, however, the 5-year forecast is not trending from this smaller figure. So if it's not trending from that smaller figure, what figure is it trending from?
That's regarding the capital budget. The capital budget is not trending from that smaller figure. However, the operating budget is trending from that smaller figure. So, you know, for the operating budget, there were about $5 million in reductions, right? We're trending the forecast in the operating budget from that small figure. The capital budget, we're not trending from that small figure. The capital budget goes back up to 11 million for water.
That's what I wanted.
So, yeah.
Okay.
So, yeah.
11 million is
There you go. So that small of a figure, it just probably wouldn't be safe for the capital budget. Okay, so this model is, again, it's a work in progress and it continues, but this is significant because this model does say that this is the cost the district wants to recover over 5 years. The manner in which we recover it between treated and raw, that's important. However, that overall cost doesn't change. So this model is significant in terms of us saying this is the cost we want to recover over the 5 years. And the rate consultant just determines how we're going to recover that between the customers and in regards to the 218 process and all of that. So the first thing we see here is the assumptions page. And so the assumptions page, the model allows us the flexibility to change the percentages of the treated-based customers as well as the raw-based customers. Now, the percentages themselves are given to affect the ending reserves. So as we walk through the model, the percentages themselves affect the ending reserve. Also, the percentages are keeping this in mind too. So we go to the next page. The percentages are keeping this in mind. And so we open this. So on the left side of the screen where you see WRC recovery percentages, water rate recovery percentages, the treated rates are designed to try and move us to these percentages. These percentages are supported by our historical analysis, where you see that 66%. We'll get into the details later of how we're deriving that. But what that 66% is saying is based upon our historical cost analysis and the direction from the board in terms of how we're going to recover costs. The treated customers should be paying about 66%. That's what that is saying. The raw guys should be paying about 34%. Also underneath that 50-50, this is direction from the board to recover 50% of your money in the base rate and to recover 50% in the commodity rate. So as we go through it, to the right, you can see staff is adjusting the rates to come into compliance with those numbers over time. So we'll go back to the overall assumptions page. Thanks.
Marvin? This is Director Heck. I have a question here on these assumptions. So would you enlarge that just a little bit more? I appreciate that. Thank you so much. So for instance, on I'm real interested in the property tax revenue because we are experiencing a real estate boom like never ever before. And so what I want to know is on your 4% assumption there, is that 4% a year or 4% over the 5-year forecast? So it's 1% a year.
No, it's 4% per year.
Okay.
Aren't some of those numbers in that column, excuse me, Ricky, because I had the same question. Aren't some of those numbers in that column the 5-year and some 1 year?
I just noticed that the note that I had on my assumptions page didn't get printed. At the bottom of the assumptions page, it didn't print out. It says that any percentages are annual and any dollar figures are over 5 years. It didn't get printed out.
I figured it out.
Oh, that's great to know. Thank you. Well,
yeah, I'm not sure. Not sure what happened. But in any event, that's a good question. the rates themselves are annual, and the dollar figure is cumulative.
Okay.
Okay. Well, my comment about this, and not that I would have you change anything with regard to your assumptions, but the last 2 years and what we expect for at least the next 2 years is that we are seeing annual increases in valuations and purchases in local real estate of about 14 to 15% a year. So how that translates into the taxes, the tax base, I'm not sure, but I think we will see some significant upswings in our tax revenue.
That's good. I mean, we would definitely keep an eye on it. There's a lot that goes into the valuation of property.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. But it's just a very interesting time market-wise. Yeah, so I just wanted to point that out.
That's a good point.
Yes, very good point. The first revenue assumption is the connection assumption, and this is just we will experience 1% annual number of accounts we're adding. We think in terms of the DFW programs that we have now and the ones we will have each year.
Mm-hmm.
And so we should add about 1% in customer accounts per year. Hydro revenue, we're assuming about 1.4% increase per year. We do have some assumptions in hydro. In 2024, we're assuming a 20% reduction for the Chicago Park rewind in 2024 and 2025. That's kind of a double hit because we'll lose the revenue and then we'll have to do some capital spending as well. So that comes down into our reserves. As we get to it, we'll see the drop when we get there. Recreation revenue, this is the annual amount that it would be required to prevent hydro from doing a transfer in and also to build reserves. So even though I think hydro is still in the model, I do think we still have some assumptions to do a transfer in, but at the same time, we're trying to build reserves. So I think that last year, 2026 is the year that we did not anticipate a transfer in from hydro, given if we had those rates. And the property taxes, like Director had pointed out, the 4.7% amount we've been seeing over the last 2018, we might see a jump in that because of COVID and things like that. The investment revenue, I'm being very conservative at 1% per year. So we don't want to be too crazy with that right now. The 5-year rates are a little bit over 1%. LAIF right now, which is the short-term liquid rate, is only like 0.34%. So you don't want to be too crazy with this. There that goes. Transfer ins, the hydro is moving at a sustainable level, 6 million. This was direction from the board that it would be a sustainable level. We believe 6 million a year is sustainable for hydro. Now here's the big tax use. So this 22 million in taxes is what we're saying is that is the amount we will use for operating the system and servicing debt over the life of the 5-year. This is somewhat of a change in philosophy from the district, but it is direction from the board. The board says we use some taxes, and so the model assumes that. Capacity fees, this is the amount that we believe we will spend on DFWs over the 5-year period.
I have a question about the capacity fees. Are we allowed to use them to update, like if a pipeline is 50 years old and needs replacement, can we use capacity fees for replacement?
Capacity fees can be used to expand, and it can be used to do some capital projects. You gotta be careful with using capacity fees for just normal operating. And so you can make a case that if you do a huge capital project to repair a portion of the system, could the system operate without doing that? Maybe. Once that portion of the system breaks, right, then the system can't operate without it. So essentially, you gotta make sure the system can operate, because you guarantee capacity for the customers. You get what I'm saying? So it's kind of sensitive in terms of how you use those capacity fees. We know you can use them to expand the system. Like if a guy connects to the DFWE, that's an expansion of the system. He's not used in capacity when he connects. You got a huge portion of your piping system that falls off the mountain. And you told the customer you're gonna guarantee what? Capacity? So you might be able to take those fees and do that project. So again, you see them going. Okay.
So, Marvin?
Yes.
Thank you. So on the property taxes, one lawsuit by someone who's not being served, yet been paying property taxes. And I had that conversation 3 days ago with someone. Does that then take that money away?
Well, you know, it's a good question. Legal's here, but I know property taxes are, according to the law, they're not restricted. So when they say they're not restricted, that means the board can use them for whatever purpose they want. The law doesn't restrict them.
Right.
That's correct. And I would tell that person that while they are not a current district customer, they are in the district and therefore receiving a benefit because they are eligible to receive district service. Now, there are rules, there's costs, there's in particular costs associated with that in many cases, but there is a benefit by being in the district and having that right to service.
Well, but he's not getting service because the taxes are being used somewhere else instead of expanding our service infrastructure to that property taxpayer.
Not yet. But if
Not yet, that's the answer.
If that customer said, I have the money, I want to go to the front of the line, we would say, great, let's do that.
We would run a cost-benefit analysis
I
of
understand.
running a pipeline to a single customer. We know that there are 287,000 acres of NID service territory. Not everyone is a tax-paying individual because some customers or some parcels are outside the district boundary. They're in islands. Sure. They don't pay the taxes. When they annex, they pay the taxes. So I think it just comes back to this fact that the way that the system is set
So
up.
property taxes are not restricted,
Not restricted.
but
That's correct.
some people think it's one lawsuit away.
They do. And Director Johansson, you know, the legislature is determining to distribute general property taxes to special districts. They're determining to do that now.
Yeah.
Let me just say that is not a winning argument. I would very strongly discourage that. I understand the concern. You know, I'm paying for something that I'm not benefiting from.
Well,
But you can say the same thing about roads, about, I don't have school-age children, why am I paying for schools? I mean, so it's not a winning argument. There's a benefit by being in the district.
And that doesn't change if you have a approved project and approved EIR that's not getting built because the money's being spent for ratepayers. The subsidized ratepayers.
You're
I'm not sure where you're going with that.
individual decision-making process.
No, I understand.
Don't know.
Okay.
That's very good. That is a very good point. And so that's where the capacity fees, right now, the capacity fees, you know, we have determined that they can expand the system. And right now, we've not chosen to use capacity fees on normal capital projects. The district hasn't made that decision to go down that road yet. If we did, we would probably want to get an analysis from legal on that one there. So,
excuse me, Marvin, I have another follow-up question on the property tax thing. And Rich, your question, what spurred this in my head is like property taxes are set by state. And right now it's roughly 1% of your valuation. NID doesn't have anything to do with that. We, under an agreement, which I'm kind of still unclear about, Dustin, if this is a state agreement or a county thing, but we get a percentage of what they already are going to pay, right? And so, which leads me to ask, who's in charge of what that percentage is of those property taxes?
That's Prop 13 from the late 70s, and then the district, as well as many other public entities, receive a share of that 1%.
No, I know the 1% is Prop 13, but our share that we get is how does that get dictated? That wasn't Prop 13, that was something else, wasn't it?
Yeah,
I'm looking for, can we get a bigger share? That's where I'm headed.
So we just recently went through a property tax sharing agreement with the county of Placer just 4
Right.
years ago. And it's a 1%, it's 1/10 of 1% of the incremental tax increase per parcel per year. So I don't know if that's a one-off agreement that is only between us and it's at the whim of a county, but I think the Nevada County property tax agreement is relatively similar. So
That's customary.
and it's,
I don't think that's required, but that's customary, sure.
And didn't this all change when, I think it was Prop 13, the same with the fire districts? When I was on the fire board, you set the tax rate. We sat there at the meeting, set the tax rate, and that all went away then.
Yes.
Same with this one, right?
Way back when, I don't know this for sure, but way back when, I would venture a guess that NID's rates were so many cents per $100 of assessed value, and that was it.
That went away at that time.
So back to the answer. I know we need to move on, but so just back to the question then. So could we, as NID, at any point or at some point, explore the idea of getting some kind of incremental increase in our property tax sharing? You know, because what I'm seeing, of course, in the market is the county's going to get, you know, kind of a windfall, if you will, in these property taxes as the market is heated up, and we'll benefit by that in some way. But I'm wondering if there is a process for receiving an incremental increase in our property tax revenue.
Ricky, if I recall, and this was previous to me, but it was complete as soon as I came on board to the district. But if I recall, the agreement between NID and Placer County to get to the property tax sharing agreement started somewhere around 2005 or 2004, and it was completed around 2017.
Right.
So
And we had a party.
I'm assuming,
It was a great event.
yeah, and I'm assuming that if we wanted to go back and discuss with the counties, a greater share of that percentage increase, it might take a little time.
Yeah, but you know what? I mean, NID is going to be here another 100 years. That's my point. That's all. And I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
So I nominate Ricky to start.
Explore the idea.
Okay, so those are the major revenue assumptions in the model. The expenditure assumptions, right now, the model does have a COLA of 3.5% built into it. Obviously, the board will determine, the proper COLA to go with. The merits percentage, the 2.5%, what this represents is the annual increase that the district pays as people step through their salary. So as a whole, the districts are paying about that much.
Can I ask a question on that?
Yes.
Is the 3.5 and 2.5, if we look back 10 years, is that the average increase per year for both of those categories?
The 2.5 is the average increase. The district has given different COLAs, like last year was only 1%. But historically, the COLAs have averaged somewhere around 3.
Okay.
So it's a little bit lower here or there, but this 2020, like I said, is not a true representation of what you want to kind of forecast with,
Yeah, for sure.
The health, dental, vision, we're going with a 4% annual for that. The retirement, these percentages are right from the actuarial report from PERS. And PERS is doing a good job trying to keep it in the 30s. They don't want to hit that 40s in terms of the percent of the salary. They're trying to do a keep job there. We will be funding OPEB. OPEB is the other post-employee benefits. So we're funding that.
So on the benefits retirement, it steadily increases until 2026 when it drops?
Yes.
Could you talk just briefly about why that occurs?
Sure. That's the actuarial assumption that is coming into PERS. And what this is saying essentially is that PERS is gonna do everything they can to get the benefits percentage down.
Oh, interesting.
One never knows whether they're gonna achieve this, because what this percentage is driven by is if they make less on their investments, then they will need more from their plan participants. As you know, the stock market right now is taking a beating because of COVID. And so as a whole, the stock market is you can have stocks that are making money, but as a whole, interest rates are not moving. 30-year treasuries are doing what? Down. So you're making less now. I mean, you got some aberrations where you can make some money on this guy, that guy, but as a whole, it's not going anywhere. So once COVID, I think, hits and the world goes back to work, they're hoping that investment's going to do what? Explode.
Yeah, that's right. Why we're in the stock market.
So that's kind of the hope. So the other post-employer benefits, this is a good figure because this is how we're funding our healthcare retirement trust, and that trust will be funded after about 8 years. So during this 5-year cycle, we're still funding. The next 5-year cycle, that trust is going to be funded. It's about $25 or $26 million that the board can decide to use, even to pay annual premiums. So right now, the board, we're still funding it. So this is the amount, this 2.2 you'll see. But that can be a significant, that's a significant strategy on the next 5-year window, once that trust is fully funded. O&M, this is what I had pointed out earlier, that we're trending at the 2021 budgeted level for O&M. This 1.5 is just a simple little inflation adjustment. The biggest thing is that we're keeping it at the 2021 level for operating and maintenance. It may not be a good assumption, but that's kind of where it's at now.
I thought you said we weren't using 2021 assumptions.
Yes, we are, for operating. For operating, yes, for capital. And so it's kind of, you keep those segregated. Debt service?
Remember, we cut roughly $5.5 million out of the 21 operating budget.
Exactly. That's why I'm saying that this might, we're being very conservative in the way we're forecasting O&M, because we're believing that we might be able to run with the 2021 budget level, but then when we look at 2020 and see what we spent, that's not a good benchmark, because once everything is fired up, maintenance and all those guys, and there's no restrictions, the work just going to go, So debt service, this debt service assumes that we are going to issue new debt over this 5-year window, and that over the 5-year window, this is the amount of debt we will service, about $34 million. Obviously, we can issue less or more. The model is set up that it can show the district how much leverage we can take and still be in compliance with the debt service ratio, reserve limits, stuff like that.
Marvin, this is Director Heck again. So on your debt service number, the 34 million, my question is that the amount of the debt, or is that the amount of the payments to service the debt? I mean, it says debt service, but then your explanation, so could you clarify that, please?
Sure, yes. This is the amount of debt service we will pay over the 5-year window.
Over 5 years. And
Yes,
is there assumption, because you say 2020A new debt, but we have not put on new debt yet.
No, we haven't. No, we haven't. That should say 2023 new debt. So,
2028
yeah.
Oh, okay, because
Yeah,
that's where I got confused.
Me too.
Yeah, 2023 new debt. So the
Okay.
model assumes that new debt will come in 2023.
And then what is the amount of new debt you've assumed for this debt service number?
That's a good question.
It's page over.
So we can go to page,
okay.
That's okay, we'll go to page,
12, Mark.
Page 12.
page
Well, that's
12.
okay. We can go there
No,
later.
no.
I don't want to upset the
No,
apple
that's
cart
okay.
here. But I
This
don't
is
have the
good
benefit
that
of
we-
having all this.
No, that's okay. That doesn't take long, and it's good for us to kind of flip back and forth, so it makes the model more meaningful.
And then can you enlarge it substantially? Thank you so much. Thank you.
So we go one page back before that.
No, one page.
Maybe,
No, that's it.
the other way, go forward, yeah, the other way.
You're there.
Sorry about that. There we go. Explain these guys. Okay, now, so what the model does is that it
One more.
estimates, no, it's good, it's good.
No, that looks right. 2023.
This estimates a level of debt. I also give, various coupon rates that we may be able to issue at. By and large, if our rating goes down, the coupon payments will go up. So it'll take a little bit more to service the debt. So we're assuming here that we can issue about 70 million more in debt, 69.5. We could probably take even a little bit more than this, but right now we're assuming that we will issue about 70 million over this 5-year period. These are the projects that we're pretty sure that we're going to have to do the Scotts Flat spillway upgrade. Pretty sure we're going to do that one.
Pretty sure that's a big one.
Yeah. Some of the other ones, Doug's team and Chip, them kind of know whether or not they can kind of be delayed or spread out. You know.
Well, so this is a good time to state that this is a working document, right?
Sure.
At the last meeting, we did reduce this amount of debt service by nearly
20 million. Yeah.
12 million. I think it was that much. I think it was 80.
It was the 84. It was the 84.
4.
Yeah.
So 12 or 13 million.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
But, right, you can see George to Lake Wildwood Bethlehem here. There's no dollar amount. There's nothing. 4 or 7 months ago, when we were looking at this, there was a dollar amount in there. We've determined, the board is determined to utilize annual budgetary process to move that project along, as opposed to putting it into a process where we would then, look for bonding. So I just want to let you know, and we just reduced the FERC permanent line item. That was upwards in the that was where the 12 million or 13 million was.
Yeah.
It was like 40, 42 or 43. So we systematically, as we were moving through the model the other day, worked some of these numbers down in order to take less of a hit at the back end for debt service. Now, I'm anticipating your question because this is going to affect capital improvement planning and projects. We will be bringing those project processes to the board relatively soon. So you will see how that list of capital improvement projects that not only drives what's in this list, but the other list that Marvin's about to hit, the dollar amount of $143 million in the assumption page.
Right.
So just sort of projecting that question is going to come, and I'm letting you know now that we will be talking to the board very soon on capital improvement planning and what projects we anticipate in that project list and why.
Am I missing when the vote went on from E. George to Lake Wildwood?
That happened, that was a year ago. That was over a year ago.
Instead of get revenue bonds to do it with the capital.
That's right.
Yes.
Huh?
That's right.
Yeah. Yeah, that project, I think, is still in the program. I think, he's just going to slide, he's just going to spread it out.
In the capital plan project.
It's been approved.
Yeah.
EIR has been approved and the first phase has been done.
That's correct.
It's in there.
It just came away from the.
We won't have to issue.
Bonding.
Yeah, we won't have to issue debt for it.
10 million, whatever it was. That happened last year.
Yeah, I understood. So at low rates, when is it going to be feasible to go after this money on a revenue bond?
Well, in this business cycle we're in, is the time, this is a better time to borrow than to invest. So right now you can borrow 30 years at very low rates, but when you invest, you get real little return. So this is an environment where you can borrow better or do more capital projects.
I mean, go out and get a revenue bond, buy some Bitcoins and
You have to start the project within a time frame of when you borrow. You can't borrow and sit on it, so the projects have to be ready to go.
That's right.
Yeah, there's those federal rules,
There's time involved in raising.
yeah, arbitrage rules regarding the district not being able to,
Right.
hold the money very long.
Right,
Yeah.
see, Scott Flatt's the first on this list, and
Mhm.
we're still doing the large scale model for it still.
And infrastructure bill that's up in Congress, none of this applies.
I would
I'm not
say
sure.
some of this may apply, it depends on the final language.
Yeah.
That's more of a grant type, driven process. But, I wouldn't exclude these, I would say
Yeah, I
it's
wouldn't
possible.
exclude, yeah, that's right.
And that's why it's a work in progress. I mean, that's why we're gonna look at this now, today,
Right.
this is the landscape,
So you have something to present.
and work from.
Yeah, we can definitely borrow at a state or federal rate as opposed to issuing debt. We definitely would look at that. Sometimes, when you borrow at that federal or state rate, there's, few more things you have to do, but we can definitely look at that.
I have a question. On the, FERC permanent, so this isn't, the 28 million, this is only for the capital projects for it, right? Are we, I guess my question is, there was all those, like, 38 studies that had to be completed in the first 3 to 5 years or something like that? Are
Yeah.
those costs, those are just in the annual budget, they're not?
I wouldn't call that capital, would you?
Yeah, those planning documents are more in the annual budgeting
We would have
process.
to do those annually.
Sure,
And
yeah.
so kind of in our crystal ball, we're thinking we might not get our first license until 2025, is that kind of what we're thinking?
Boy, that crystal ball is
2028.
quite a ball.
It's not working with
It is quite a ball.
Yeah, that year 2025 is just the way.
Yes.
Somebody had to put a number in somewhere.
That's when we're
That's
assuming.
Yeah.
I just wanted to-
Good question. Okay, so that was the, debt service, and that was a good question.
Thank you.
The fixed
Good
asset level.
answer.
Going back to motivation.
Yes, we're going back to, thank you, Chris, the overall assumptions page first. There we go. So the fixed assets, again, we're running at a level that may not be sustainable. That little 1.5%, that's just annual inflation. So I think for the budget for 2021, we cut the fixed asset budget in half, so we may have to push that back up. Transfer outs, this is just hydro, sustaining $6 million a year, and doing the rest for the rec fund. Debt service, this is just us using some of the debt service to service debt in the operating fund. And then here's the projects. Right now, the model has that we can do $143 million in capital projects and still be within applicable debt service coverage and reserve levels. So we'll see those schedules when we get there. And you see right now the model proposed is funding about 69 by issuing debt. And here's the staffing. So Director Hull had a good question.
Sorry. So the delta between the 143 million and the 69 million is 74 million. And how is that delta funded?
Good question. That is funded by property taxes, and Hydro funded its portion by its own fees. So that's a summary figure. So that 70-some million delta, a portion of that is funded by property taxes. And I think the property taxes are funding about 55 million. When we get on the water schedule, I'll show you what I mean. And Hydro's capital project schedule, I think they're doing about 5 or 6 million a year. So when we get on those schedules, I'll show them to you.
All right.
The staffing levels are running at the same board authorized level 220. And we don't really change the staffing numbers unless we think something significant is going to change over the 5-year window that would reduce staff or require staff. And we're not sure about the actual FERC license over this 5-year window, so it might be wrong to inflate the model in that regard.
So Marvin, and I said this one before, so I'll be a broken record, but water is denoted as having 176 employees, and in fact, they have a lot less than that. And the administrative staff for the district is not noted, and they're included in the water count. And I continue to really struggle with that way of presenting it, and I know it's not, I'm not pointing a finger at you, but I'm just saying that, in fact, the water department does not have 176 employees, and I think there's many issues with that, but one of which is that districts benchmark against each other, and this would make us look like the fattest district on the planet, and we're not. Because my understanding in looking at other district finances is that administration is kept in its own kind of head count.
Right.
And that, you know, program areas account for their own head count, so that you're just looking at it from program and then administration.
These are, we do look at that in the budget document. This is the different funding levels, right? So there's the 10 fund, which is the water fund, 50 fund, which is the hydroelectric fund, and then the, 30?
Recreation, the recreation.
Yeah, the recreation fund.
Yeah.
But it says FTEs 220, which are constituted with 176 from the water area, and that is factually not correct.
No, we are budgeted for 176 people.
But they're not all doing, they're not all,
No, water has 176 people budgeted.
We have administrative classifications of staff. We have financial classifications of staff. We have purchasing. These are all the, if you recall back to Marvin's shared resources document. We have a whole bunch of staff that are, they're in the water fund. I'm not going to call it right. Marvin, explain that.
They're right. The way we're set up is that, you know, obviously we have a total amount of budget positions, whether they're filled or not, they're budgeted. So when the board authorizes a certain amount of budget positions, that's what staff can spend. So we may not fill all of them, but to get back to what Director Hall was saying, the way this district is set up, administratively, the water fund administrates the district. We pay for payroll, HR, me, IT, all of that money is in the water, all of those expenses in the water. Now, the hydroelectric fund doesn't receive any of its investment earnings. So all those investment earnings from hydroelectric fund are recorded in the water fund to offset some of the overhead. The recreation is the same way recreation does too. That shared resources analysis that we did, we're going to go through it. It does show you the benefit that water is receiving, and it shows you the expense that water is paying. It shows you that. It's in the back of here. We can flip to it now if you want.
Well, no, I understand, I completely understand how the district is doing.
Okay.
That's not the question. The issue for me is that that we are combining administrative functions under the water department's budget. It would be like if, I don't know that this analogy holds, but in Rich's farming operation, he attributes all of his administrative overhead to one crop type, instead of saying, you know, my vegetables make X amount, my peaches make X amount, and allocating overhead by business type. We instead say all of this is covered, in our instance, by water, and the problem is we don't know the actual cost of doing business in each of our business lines. Yes, right.
So you're looking for an admin
Exactly.
total
And allocate based on use.
I'm gonna have a this is good. Chris, I'm gonna have you go to that shared resources spreadsheet and just open it up.
Page 15.
So I think it's page, it's the last one. Very good.
Page 15.
And this is a good time to do it too.
Or 16.
And it's the last one. One more. Okay, then you might have to open it up a little bit. So in your file, this is the last worksheet. Now, what this worksheet is doing is trying to demonstrate the cost that it would cost to do business for any entity if they were solely alone. So like, think about, we have one legal entity, but we have 3 operations. So if we didn't have hydro, then this is what water would have to pay. If hydro didn't have water or rec, this is what they have to pay. And recreation is the same. Because you're assuming hydro would have to go out and get someone to do payroll, HR, IT. Hydro has to pay all of these stuff. Recreation has to do the same, hire legal and stuff. So if we look at the first one is showing you what is the benefit that water is receiving, and then what is water dispersing. So the very first line, we won't go through every one because you'll be able to see it. The very first line is showing the benefit that water is receiving from hydro through just normal budget subsidies. So water received about 11.2 million and 13.6 million in those years, just in budget subsidies. So that's what water is receiving. Also, water is receiving a certain amount of investment earnings from hydro. Water received about $1.019 million, about $900,000 in 2020. This is not water revenue, but yet water is receiving investment earnings. Same thing from REC. Now, here's the big line here. Keen and I did an analysis on this. If hydro did not exist, water would have to bring water down to Scottsbluff and Cumbie, all of those reservoirs. Right now, hydro is bringing it down. So between labor, materials, the amount of people that water would have to hire, and compliance with dam safety and all of that, and infrastructure and all of that maintenance, we've estimated $7.5 million is what water would have to pay to get that water down to where it can disperse it. And so, that being the case, water's receiving about $19.8 million or $22 million because of those other peripheral operations. Water's receiving that. So if hydro went away and rec went away, water's got to pay that additional amount. Now, this is what water is paying. This next line here is dealing with administrative overhead. So go down to about the middle of the spreadsheet, so we'll see that makes sense. So the middle of the spreadsheet, these are all the overhead departments in water right now. Water has about, and I took out debt service because that's not an overhead. So I took out that $4 million, took that out. So right now, water's overhead amounts to about 14 to 15 million a year. And that's what all of the services that water is doing overhead. Now, what we're using as a basis to determine how much we would allocate that to, we use the number of FTEs. And so that 15 million in 2020 is supporting 215 FTEs. So you think about it, 215 FTEs, payroll, all of this stuff. Therefore, each FTE is costing water about $70,000 a year to support. So we simply take that 70,000 times the number of FTEs, and that's the overhead cost.
So I have a problem with this because when when you have your FTEs, this is part of the problem of including the administrative staff in water, because in fact, water is getting allocated overhead on staff that doesn't they're not in the core business of providing water service. So it's like, the way to allocate administrative overhead is they're pulled out of a programming unit, and that cost is divided across the programming unit. You don't add the administrative FTE into the program staff for a functional area. You just don't do it that way. Right. Because water is paying a disproportionately higher cost for overhead than the other units because their FTE is inflated.
So let me ask you a question. Right now, we're seeing that it takes 175 employees to run the water operation. So right now, we're saying it takes 175 employees.
What they're saying is it doesn't take 170.
What I'm saying is that right now, that's what we're saying in our budget.
Yeah.
So our budget is saying it takes 175 employees to run. We've determined that. Our budget is saying it takes 9 employees in rec, and it takes 31 employees in hydro. So these are the number of FTEs that it takes to run the district. All of those FTEs are run on a budget of 15 million overhead. All of those FTEs are run on a budget of 15 million overhead. So what we're saying is that this is how much overhead it would cost for one FTE. That's all we're saying.
It's incorrect, though. It's the analysis is wrong. Because if you did the same analysis and you said water doesn't exist and hydro doesn't exist, you wouldn't allocate 15 million across hydro and rec. So, I mean, you are.
Well, how much would you think it would cost? In other words, if water didn't exist, hydro's an operation, right? How much you think it'd cost for hydro to do HR, admin, IT, bring in all of this staff to support their operation? Maintaining laws, rules, regulations, how much you think it's going to cost?
I have no idea.
But that's why I'm telling you, this is an estimate of how much it would cost. That's all I'm saying.
So,
Rich, go
maybe
ahead.
it's this way. Only water exists, hydro not, recreation not. How much would it cost to run just strictly water? And you're saying 175,
Okay, so that's actually not my point at all.
I think I got her point.
Okay.
And I don't think it's germane to this conversation, okay? And here's why. This is talking about what is the bottom line for rates, okay? I don't think this discussion would not change the rates or what we charge. If we divide it out, and I know where you're going, with admin being in a separate category for cost analysis and charging, that at the bottom, when we added it up at the bottom, the number would be the same for a rate discussion.
You don't know that. You don't know that because the analysis isn't done.
Never been done.
Well, what I'm telling you,
You might be right, Chris, but you don't know that.
So if I hear you right, Director Hull, is that fundamentally you're asserting that there's a fundamental flaw to the way that we've assessed the way that the administrative portion of this district is handled, and specifically how it is allocated towards our water side of the house, which is our rates package. Is that what I'm hearing?
Well, I think, yes, with the caveat that the issue is understanding the true cost of doing business in each of our program areas. And when you start doing things like saying all of our administrative staff is going to be funded by water, and then interest income from hydro is going to go toward water, and we're going to subsidize water to the tune of $6 million, while simultaneously creating a multi-million-dollar deficit in hydro. I'm saying we don't know.
So let me ask you this. How would Marvin or his financial staff, or me for that matter, assess my time in discussing where my costs go towards each individual unit, which is recreation or hydro or water? Today, for instance, we spent 2 hours or an hour and a half talking about a recreation facility. I can allocate 2 hours of that time to there, and it's costing. I'm having a hard time determining how we would go ahead and define administration. If it were not put in a bucket somewhere, how would we define the administrative effort from directors, your cost, management, human resources, IT, cashiering, customer service, accounting, purchasing, shop operation? I don't see how that is necessarily going to be any different than saying that it is, all we're saying is water of 176 is sort of the umbrella. That's where they're all charging their time to. We're getting these other revenue sources from hydroelectric and from investments in rec. And we've done our best to try to calculate that those investments and those inputs from those other departments are indeed exceeding, if not paying for, the time and energy that we think puts into the rest of the resources it is to run the whole body of district that we call NID. I mean, I'm just not tracking the
allocating overhead is a standard business practice in any kind of organization, manufacturing, you name it.
We're not a manufacturer. We don't make a widget.
Any business.
And do we know?
And I'm sure Marvin's experience.
I have worked for many cities and many smaller districts, and there's always a cost allocation model that the entity employs, because no division is getting ready to go out and hire all these skills themselves. They're going to use the umbrella. They're going to use the umbrella organization. For instance, Hydro is not getting ready to go out and hire all of these services. If Hydro was another legal entity, it would go out and it would procure them, but Hydro is not. So there is always an allocation model that entities use when they share resources. That is what we're doing, right? Sharing resources. So there's always an allocation model. The allocation base can be FTEs. Sometimes we look at square footage, doesn't make a lot of sense for us. There's the number of POs. There could be the number of meetings we're sitting in. There could be the number of phones for IT. It could get really, really detailed. Yeah. Get what I'm saying? So this is a general model to show that there's shared resources, and this is an estimate of what it will cost Hydro, to be able to provide these kind of services. It's an estimate. That's all it is.
Well, going to Greg, answer your question. The common methodologies for allocating overhead include FTE, desktop supported, headcount supported by organizations such as HR. You don't have to, you're right, you could get into the, major weed territory on, okay, well,
I got
every
this
5
phone.
minutes.
Yeah, I got a phone, you got a phone.
It's a much higher level look at it. I added up what Hydro's, quote, deficit is between 2021 and 2026 by these documents. And it's $24 million, okay, deficit. Okay, they have operating losses of $24 million.
Reduction in their reserves, yeah.
So, but they're not losing that much money by a long stretch, because they simultaneously are giving the water area $30 million over that same time period. Mm-hmm. Okay? So we muddy the water. And we have the ability to transfer the money. I'm not objecting to that. But what I'm saying is that we show, for instance, that water and rec make money. Okay? In these models, we have an operating profit. Okay? We have operating positive. Mm-hmm. In Hydro, which makes the money for the others, we have a major loss. This is what makes me go.
Well, it transfers money to the water side. I mean, it transfers $6 million.
But it's not telling the accurate story to our ratepayers. Okay? Because, in fact, water's operating costs are much higher, and Hydro's are much lower. And so, and I'm not saying we don't transfer the money. I'm not saying that at all. I'm just saying the way that we're presenting the budget documents, it leads to some things that I think are not, I just think we need to allocate overhead, give Hydro the interest income, and then if they transfer $8 million to water, that's actually what should be shown, is water's being underwritten to the tune of $8 million. But now it's this, and I'm not implying anything, kind of untoward here.
Nefarious?
Yeah, nefarious. It's
No.
just that, like, the interest income, that is a real transfer from hydro to water. But as a water customer, we're not talking about that. We're not saying we're getting underwritten to the tune of closer to $7 or $8 million a year, which is really what the transfer is, right?
Yes, but you know, Director Hall, in this analysis, this is essentially showing that water customers can see that they are receiving a substantial benefit by having the other business lines. And that's fine because the hydro operation was created to subsidize water. That was why it was started, right?
Can I ask a question? I think you're raising good points, but isn't this document for rate setting purposes?
Yes.
But the problem is this is foundational. Having an accurate budget, a budget methodology, and I maybe that's the wrong word, because I don't mean to imply that you have this approach, okay? So I'm not trying to make a judgment, but golly, in my experience, this funds that are, were overhead, the overhead of an organization being 100% affiliated with one program area, I don't believe that's common business practice. And to not really know what our true cost of doing business is, that leads to what our rates should be and what the story is we're trying to tell.
Is it just the way that it's presented? Because we do show the true cost, what our business costs are. This whole, that's where the attempt is, and is it the presentation?
That's why we have a shared analysis.
What I hear you, what my interpretation of this is actually more favorable to the ratepayer, the way that hydro is being used and presented in this manner. Now, what you're saying, I hear more in a different context. In the rate setting context, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, that this is favorable to the ratepayer. If this is what's being presented to the ratepayer to say, this is what we think the rate increase ought to be over the next 5 years, if you did it the way you're suggesting, it would justify a much higher increase, I think.
Well, I think we're all in the same financial boat together. Yeah. So showing that hydro, in fact, makes more profit and that we transfer more to water, that is probably the outcome of this. The problem that I have is that, the final analysis is, I think it's probably rate neutral, but my concern really goes to hydro's health. We know that they are going to have PG&E contract renegotiations in the 2030s. We know they've got FERC relicensing coming up, whether that's within 5 years or 8 years or whenever, and that's going to require more staffing for them. So if we don't kind of decouple some of these things, I think we're going to get surprised by not understanding where water really stands and hydro not being in a position to fund at the level that they have historically. That is my bigger concern. And we've talked about this, but it's like it starts with having kind of the overhead separated from programs and then allocated in as simple a methodology as you can with integrity. See where we stand, and then we can make decisions. So thank you for your patience in letting me try to explain it.
So I got a quick question for you. So admin would get portioned out to each division. How would you do the upper division that hydro supports with water? That would now come onto water.
No, because hydro is our business line. That is what they do. They have to support that operation in order to be in existence. So saying that hydro doesn't exist, to me, is like...
No, I didn't say that. What I said was that you have to transport the water from upper division to lower division for the distribution. Currently, hydro pays for all that. If you wanted to then say, now water, you have to pay 60% of it, hydro, you pay 40%, so all that money would, 4 point some million, then goes on to water.
See, I disagree with that.
Because it's another operation, it's just like admin.
No, hydro is not, hydro is a,
Perhaps Marvin and I can talk about this offline. But perhaps,
It's
you know, I mean, the numbers are here on page 16.
I see it, hydro. Sorry, go ahead, Greg.
I think we can look at it too,
Marvin
more
and I
about
can talk about it.
It's a challenge when we do have shared resources. You know, hydro's perhaps not, we're not getting ready to transfer bodies over to hydro to do payroll. It's a challenge when you use shared resources.
So we can look at it in a number of ways. I mean, we can look at it at.
Unless the board wants us to.
We have $15 million in 2020 at water overhead departments. We have 10 different departments that are supplying services to both water, rec, and ops. Currently, those departments are under, in this model, water.
Right.
They can be pulled out.
These are bodies.
They can be broken up by FTEs.
Yeah, these are
Be
bodies.
4 then FTE categories: admin, water, rec, and hydro. And I'm trying to track your concept. You can then divide that dollar amount, $70,000 per body, put it back into a particular operation unit. I'm not finance.
Okay.
I'm not sure I want to do that.
I don't think we want to do this in a rate setting.
And I don't either.
I appreciate your comment, but I don't think this is the right venue to have that discussion. Just, that's my opinion. I think what you're saying is a better subject for, I don't know if this is correct, but it sounds more like strategic planning to me. That we've got this looming issue with hydro, and that may or may not be able to fund the level of subsidy into the future that we all hope. And because of that, we need to start planning around that potential risk. But for rate setting purposes, I think if you started teasing these issues out, you end up with a customer having a higher rate increase. That's my gut. I mean, I would like Marvin to maybe comment if he thinks I'm wrong there, but you'd be increasing the cost of service would be my concern, which would then justify a higher proposed rate change.
Director Peters.
I think it also gets, you can't really manage what you can't measure. I mean, we're just saying, oh, well, that interest, it covers all of that stuff. Well, maybe back in the day that it's because it's too much wiggle room. It's more important now that, and hopefully with this ERP system, we'll be able to measure it closely, more closely. For example, I mean, not even the overhead, but when water department works on hydro and recreation facilities, you always say, well, they charge their time to those facilities, but the different departments don't reimburse those staff to the water department. You know, they don't repay for those people. It doesn't happen financially. So that's also covering whatever we're doing. So you've got all these things that are just intermingled where you can't measure really any of them because it's all just one big hairball.
Yeah, you got some shared resources. I mean, we know how much interest earnings hydro earned, and I mean, it's right here in the paper. But to point, Director Peters, you do have shared resources. You have water people working on the rec water systems. Great guys aren't getting the benefit. So you do have some shared resources. Yeah.
I always thought it would just come out in the wash, and because it's...
But I would say water is coming out the better, because if you did trying to do an allocation of cost and start breaking up, okay, you're this point FTE, you know, we got one HR manager, right? You charge 0.6 of her time to water, 0.3 of her time, 0.2. You take all of the guys that are bringing the water down to water from hydro, you take all of those salaries, all those expenses, you say, okay, 0.7 is water. Water just got another $5 million charged to it. So,
well,
you know.
Remember, the hydro facilities are at Rollins and Scott Park, which is not in the upper watershed. So they're bringing the water to their hydro facility.
No, they bring it down for the benefit of the water customer. You can't distribute water unless it comes down to your reservoir.
That's true. But it's also
the cost of the rate, the cost of the ratepayer is paying below Rollins, facilities below Rollins.
The way it's set up.
It's kind of the way it's set out.
Yeah. But there's nothing about what I'm saying that says that has to change. I'm really
I
talking
appreciate
about.
that.
Yeah,
But anyway,
Same argument.
I appreciate that.
I feel that this is, I mean, we don't know what we don't know. That's the problem. And so we want to continue and go forth with the rate, discussion.
Yep.
I mean, that's fine.
Well, I mean, Marvin just said that, I wish I would have written down your exact terminology, but water's getting the good deal here, the way this has been presented.
It is.
And water is the only one that's subject to Prop 218. Hydro's not, recreation's not. So that's why I keep coming back to the purpose. Your point is well taken. I understand what you're saying. But this document is supporting a future rate change. And the methodology that's been presented is favorable to the customers that would be subject to that rate change.
I don't exactly understand how you're so sure of that.
I'm sure of it because of the bottom line, okay? I am. And I think
What's
it's
the bottom line? What do you
the bottom line is what, I mean.
The rates are going up a lot.
The point has been made that the customer doesn't know what's going on or doesn't know. The customer is, you know, they're worried about their bill. They're not worried about how we got there. Okay, and I think we're talking about a fundamental change. I think today we need to table this discussion until I agendize it for a specific time to talk about fundamental change versus water rates discussion today.
They're part and parcel with the same thing. So
Well, they
unfortunately,
are.
we're where we're at. I want to be, I'm kind of trying to watch time too, because we do have some other important information. This is a informational item. I'm Director Beerwagen. We've covered the first page of a 16-page document in the last hour and a half. I'm conscious of time and effort. We do have a few items that specifically need to get listened to and approved by the board. I might make a recommendation to come back to the board with this and work through it at the future next board meeting and go through it again. Maybe we can get to page 2. And sort of, because I got a feeling if we keep going and Marvin's very thorough on his explanation, we're going to be here for a lot longer. And I think that we have some other items on the board here, that 3 remaining that we need to hit.
Yes, we do.
And I don't know about you guys, but, you know, we could be here till very late.
Yes.
Any public comment on this?
What's that?
Any public
Can I
comment?
just ask one more question?
I'm just making a suggestion.
1 minute.
Okay.
Mr. President, I'm just making a
It is on
suggestion.
page 2. I don't know if I'm reading it right. I'm wondering if I'm reading it right. So on page 2, the rate revenue requirement, this very bottom line where it says over, under.
Yes.
And so, we're saying that we're gonna raise, on this model, we're gonna raise rates between, 3.5% and 8%. 3.5% and 5% for treated and 6% and 8% for raw. And that at the end of 5 years, we're only gonna have 284,000. I mean, we're gonna be in worse shape than we are today.
No, look at the overall reserve sheet. So turn to, really quick, turn to page, here we go. Turn to page 4 of 16.
Yeah, I had lots of questions.
Okay, so page 4 of 16, really quick. The last where it says unrestricted total. If we went with all of these assumptions and those rate increases, water's unrestricted total cash would be at $21.4 million.
Okay, and we'd have overall, we'd have 52 million.
There you go, exactly.
Less than we have now.
Yes, less than we have now because there's support of projects. There's more debt being issued. There's rates that we don't want to go crazy with. So overall, that's the position we would be in. The bond services, the bond rating agency says essentially if we keep it over 50, we wouldn't have to fear any type of rating reduction. So that's kind of where it would be.
So what that tells me is that with this whole rate exercise, and this has been my mantra since the beginning, is that we can't just look at raising rates to cover all our revenues. We need to look at all of our revenue streams, make sure they're all current, make sure they're all equitable. We need to really look at our expenses. We need to reevaluate our capital improvement program. So to me, that seems like this whole exercise is a little premature.
Well, we have to do this in order to develop rates. Remember, this is going to be the cost that develops rates. So we can't just, this is the summary model with all of the costs that we're going to spend over 5 years. And then we take it and essentially allocate it among the ratepayers, and this is how we recover it. But you got to have this before the rates.
I know before the rates, but before the rates, we also have to understand, as Karen was saying, we have to understand where exactly money is. What
Yeah. Well, we budget every year, right? Remember, we go to the detail. This is just a 5-year budget.
Budget process.
Yeah, we just go to the detailed budget every year, and that drives this guy.
I will entertain a motion. I agree with Greg. To entertain a motion to table this till the next board meeting for future time.
I move to table this
To
more time,
I would second.
more convenient time.
more convenient time, not just the next board meeting, but more convenient.
Well,
time.
if it's convenient.
I would just ask a general question. The board is fine with the current assumptions that are in the model to go back to the Water Rate Committee like this?
Yeah.
Well, the Water Rates Committee, of which Chris and I are on, we get to, turn those dials a little bit. We can still adjust those, correct?
We can play in the sandbox.
Yes,
Okay,
correct.
all right. With that, I would second the motion as long as, because I'm not comfortable with the rate assumptions that you're using there. I think I agree with Karen and others that this is a bigger umbrella, a bigger problem that needs us to look at. And sorry, Chris, in the weeds a little bit.
That's right. And on the 218 process, Greg, what is our timeline going forward? As you
Let's see, so working backwards from a 2022 budget process.
Yeah,
We've got till November, really,
okay.
to make that budget process, theoretically before Thanksgiving. Year 218 is gonna wanna be before you start making finalizations of that 2022 budget. So you want that really to be going forth in August.
Okay, so we're on a good timeline, even with some new heavy lifts.
Yeah.
Here we are, okay.
Depends on the,
Well,
depends on the lift
Depends on the lift,
you request.
the will of the
Yes.
boards and how heavy the lift
But that is roughly the time frame I
Okay,
think that we're looking at.
all right, so I have a motion and a second to table this.
Can you confirm what that motion was? There was something added and
We're tabling this discussion
Convenient.
till a more convenient time was the motion.
no direction to water rate committee.
No,
Okay, thank you.
well, there was Marvin's question, the board is
Was agreed.
agreed that we can
The
go
assumptions are
play
well.
in the sandbox.
Is that not a part of the motion?
No.
No,
Nope.
sorry to throw that out.
That's okay.
Okay, do I need to ask public comment? Okay.
Yep.
If there's any member of the public that would like to speak to this item today, talking about a 5-year financial forecast presentation, star 9 on your phone. As we move towards water rate setting this summer. You see none? Am I looking at the wrong list? I'm in the wrong list. Okay, Michael Hillwell, go ahead. Michael, are you there? You can star 6 your phone. Unmute yourself.
Sorry.
There we go.
I want to thank you for having the spirited conversation that you're having and doing the exploring that you're going to be doing. I think that Director Hull is on the right track. From my experience of 30 years in county government budgeting and spreading administrative costs, I think she's on the right track. So I want to compliment you on having a spirited and thorough discussion. And thank you very much.
Thank you. Anybody else like to comment today on the 5-year financial forecast presentation? Star 9 on your phone. see anybody else, Chris?
No, I think none.
Okay. Madam Secretary, you call the roll, please.
Division 1,
Aye.
Division 3. Aye. Division 5,
Yes.
Division 4. Aye. Division 2.
Aye.
Thanks, boy.
Okay, thank you, Marvin.
Mark.
Yeah, thanks, Mark.
Stop by.
That was fun.
That was good.
Yeah, stop by
Take a
anytime.
seat. Next time you're concluding.
We stayed awake.
Right, that was a good after lunch.
Kean was
Yeah,
listening.
you up.
Yeah.
Okay, next item is FERC Part 12B, Independent Consultation Safety Inspection, the 12 NID dams.
One piece of paper.
Welcome, Kean.
Kean just rolls in with one piece of paper. One sheet of notes. All right, so in addition to myself being here, I'd like to make it clear that Dart Shen, our senior dam safety engineer, is also on the line and can answer any technical questions we may have along the way. I'm Kean Summers, I'm the hydroelectric manager, and I'm here today to ask the board to award a contract to McMillan Jacobs Associates for the Part 12D inspections of 12 of the district dams. Title 18 of the Code of Federal Regulations, Part 12D, requires that 12 of the dams under the district, or under FERC's jurisdiction, be inspected on a 5-year cycle. On October 8th of 2020, FERC notified the district that this inspection must be completed by March 1 of 2022. The inspection includes a technical document review. The independent consultants come in and review absolutely everything there is to know about the dams. They complete a detailed field inspection. They meet with representatives from FERC and complete a potential failure mode analysis for each of the dams, and then they prepare a report to support all of their work. District staff sent out a request for proposals to 8 well-qualified consulting firms on February 3rd of 2021, and proposals were due on March 19th. I do want to highlight that the firms that we sent these requests for proposals out to, this is a very select group of people. This is FERC requires that they be allowed to review and provide comment on the consultant that's selected, and it is within their authority to say, no, you will not use that consultant. So this is a consultant with significant expertise in dam safety and dam safety engineering. It's a small group to choose from. That said, we were able to identify 8 firms to send the request out to. We received 3 proposals from 5 of those firms, and I reread that sentence earlier this morning and realized that was a little tough to chew through. Essentially what happens is that a couple of those firms chose to team up together to complete the work as part of a team. So there were 3 proposals that we received, and 3 of the other firms indicated that they couldn't support this work. They didn't have the staff in-house that could support it in the timeline that FERC required. These 3 proposals were reviewed and ranked by a selection panel of district management and district staff from the hydroelectric and engineering departments. Proposals were reviewed without knowledge of the cost of the work and then ranked independently, and then the costs were provided to the team. We were fortunate that the lowest cost team was also the team that was preferred before the costs were announced to the group. So that worked out fairly well. However, all 3 of the teams were well qualified and demonstrated good approaches to the work and could absolutely complete this work. That said, given that they were the top rated firm and the lowest cost firm, staff is recommending the team of McMillan Jacobs and W.D. Edwards Consulting award the contract to complete this work. The 2021 department budget includes $440,000 for this effort. That $440,000 includes the cost to complete the Part 12D inspections, and then there will be a follow-up contract to complete updates to the supporting technical information documents. That's another requirement of FERC. Typically, that's completed by the same firm that does the Part 12D report. So that will come along later, and we'll see that. So with that introduction given, I'd be happy to entertain any questions or comments, and we can go from there.
Director Peters?
A couple questions. They said that it's the two, but you didn't bid it all together as one, if both requirements are the same. We're gonna go out to another solicitation for the technical, is that second part you said?
So-
Later?
Yeah, so we don't know exactly what updates will be needed yet. Typically, the independent consultant comes in and says, well, we'd like to see you include this and this and this and this, or you need to develop this to put it in. So that scope isn't quite firmed up yet. It'll be a second task. It won't be a change order. It'll be an additional task. Yeah.
And you said it was budgeted though?
It is included in that $440,000
Okay,
number.
that was understood. And my next question is, have we ever worked with this group before?
Yeah, so one of the reasons we think the cost is lower is that Mr. Edwards prepared the last independent consultant's report, so he is well-versed in all of the documentation that needs to be reviewed. He knows what he's getting into, and so we believe there's some cost savings there.
Okay, and that leads to my next question is that, so this is like an ongoing, because it seems like we just got through with the 12D thing, so that was for another step, so they just break up our number of dams and give us 12 every 5 years, or how does that work?
No, every 5 years we review all 12.
Listen, if I haven't been here 5 years, and we were just talking about 12D inspections.
So typically when there's a Part 12D inspection, there are a number of follow-up items that the report calls out that you have to do before the next inspection. So we may have been talking about it in the context of this was required by the independent consultant in the last Part 12D inspection.
Okay. Anyone else? The public comment on this item. Awarding contract to McMillan, Jacobson, Edwards for consulting on the dam independent consultant safety inspections of 12 NID dams. There. Any public comment, star 9 your phone. Seeing none, Madam Secretary, call the roll, please.
We haven't had a motion.
Oh, we haven't had a motion.
So I move, go ahead, sorry.
I move that we award a contract to McMillan Jacobs Associates in the amount of $349,160 to complete Federal Energy Regulatory Commission required Part 12D independent consultant, 5-year safety inspection for 12 district dams, and authorize the interim general manager to execute the appropriate documents.
Very well said. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay.
Okay, Division 1,
Yes.
Division 3,
Aye.
Division 5,
Yes.
Division 4, aye. Division 2.
Aye. Thank you, Ken.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
Shanna is not here, so I will present this item.
Okay.
This item is for the recommendation to adopt resolution 2021-09, establishing district policy 2170, lactation accommodation. So, pursuant to Labor Code 1030, every employer, including state and any political subdivision, must provide a reasonable amount of time, break time, to accommodate an employee desiring to express breast milk for the employee's infant child. In the past, we have responded to all such requests and have applied adequate response. However, recognizing our commitment and complying with additional requirement of a written policy, the attached policy has been drafted. Typically, we would bring draft policies to a committee, such as the ACC. We don't have that, so we're bringing it forth to the full board today. So under SB 142, California now requires all employers to provide a private lactation space available. And so in anticipation of any future requests, we haven't had any in the recent past. We've partnered with our Human Resources has worked with our maintenance department, construction and facilities crew in scoping a few appropriate places where we think we can put this particular space. There are some specific requirements, and those are noted on the policy 2170, page 2. It must not be a restroom. I'm sorry, yeah, 2170.4 on the second page. It cannot be a restroom. It must be safe and clean of free and toxic hazardous materials. So no storage room either. It has to have a place to sit, a surface, and a place to put personal items, have access to electricity, have access to running water and a sink, and a refrigerator in close proximity, and, let's see, potentially be a multi-purpose room if they satisfy the requirements for the space. So with that, this is a state regulation at the moment, and we are somewhat outside of that space, so this is just to fill that void and ensure. We are looking at a few different places, like I said, and so we feel that it's roughly a $5,000 estimated budget. Once we get the policy in place, then our maintenance facility staff will start working towards getting that facility and that space all set up. Any questions?
I have a question. Oh.
Director Peters.
Okay, so are we looking to make it a multi-purpose space? Because I don't know how often this comes up. I mean, are we gonna make it like a conference room or something where you can use the space for something else?
It's quite possible.
Can you guys?
I'm sorry, Director Heck, I don't know that full answer yet, Director Peters. We're still looking at various spaces. We have very limited space, in this building. Our annex is very limited.
And our Wolf Creek.
That's what I thought. Wolf Creek.
They have a, they have.
In the afternoon when it's 105.
Yeah, for the air conditioner.
They have, I'm sorry, but the Wolf Creek space has an agreement with us to lease that location.
Mm-hmm.
Well, can we have that co-tenant?
No, we may not.
Okay.
Director
Heck, go ahead.
Thank you. In the policy, okay, now I have to switch screens here. The one piece of the general policy that I just wanted to get clear for me, being right now in the midst of someone who is doing this, says the break time shall, if possible, run concurrently with the employee's lunch and break time. Sometimes the need to express breast milk does not, it just kind of comes at other times. So I would not want to limit somebody. I see it says if possible, because I understand we need to limit disruption, but I also want to make clear that we should have language that says, that allows for this process to occur when it needs to occur. Does that make sense?
So I hear you. The sentence right after that, it says, if the time for the employee's break time does not run concurrently, or when additional time is necessary, the break time may be unpaid. So we kind of covered it there. The word may is may, not
right.
will.
So if it may be, so then whose discretion? Is it the supervisor, whether they get paid or not? And then that brings up, so is it state law that we have to have paid break time for lactation, or, it's like.
We worked through this policy with our legal counsel, director.
Okay.
I don't know that answer. Jan is not here to qualify that, but I'm pretty comfortable in that. We've put everything in here that is necessary for the requirement of SB 142, and we're allowing for the accommodation.
Okay.
What this policy is about when it comes to the actual implementation and the practice, that the supervisor, that this may be unpaid, is really the flexibility that is required of the district to give to that staff.
Okay.
We're not going to say no to a hungry baby.
Well, that's the point, or for a very full mama who suddenly it's like, those processes aren't always under the control of the mother. We'll just say that.
Yeah, as well as you have to recognize that perhaps when that time does occur, that employee may not be sitting here in this building. They may be somewhere else.
That's right. Yeah, I know.
Right? So it may take a few minutes or a while to get back to the location that is designated by the district.
Mm-hmm. Well, we can't do everything, but I think this is important to follow the law and make sure we have a spot.
Yeah, yeah.
Yep, that's the point.
Let's do it.
I have just one final
Go ahead, Director Pierce.
So this is just a particular thing, but, SB 142, that number is, doesn't say what year. I mean, they recycle these numbers every year, so you can just go in SB 142 and you can get transportation out of it. And so, I appreciate in the actual, policy, you do note that it's Labor Code Section 1030. So once it was moved into law, it's no longer SB, colloquial to be SB 142.
Right.
So in the resolution, under SB, on the third whereas, we are referring to still SB 142, but that's really Labor Code 1030.
Yep.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does make sense.
So the third whereas,
Yeah,
under Labor Code 1030, which promotes the restaurant.
so change that from SB 142 to
Or if
Labor
you want to
Code,
leave it SB 142, you say
parentheses,
2021 session, or whatever, whatever.
we
section
validate,
that was
we
adopted.
validate that. Okay, so it's either we change it to the Labor Code itself, 1030, or we
Qualify
what it is.
what year it was, what year SB 142 relates to.
Okay,
So it doesn't matter to me which, but.
okay. So we can have,
That's the policy.
Okay.
In my state California Labor Code Section 1030, lactation accommodation.
well, we'll just validate with Janice before we
Yeah.
make that change.
Okay.
But we'll make that change so it's clear.
So it's clear.
Yeah.
Either way.
You have thought on that?
Good catch.
Any other
We do reference, I will note, the second whereas, you do reference the labor
Yeah.
code section, so you just need to be consistent.
Okay. So you don't know what date the Labor Code section was, yeah. If you wanted to go back to SB 142, maybe. And that's
Got it.
quantified.
Okay, so we'll review that and make the changes appropriate. So it's clear.
Any more, comments, questions?
As the newest grandmother, I'd like to make the motion.
Okay, I want to have public comment first, Director Heck.
Yes, that's just fine.
Oh, we got it backwards. Okay, is there any public comment on this, this matter about the lactation accommodation policy? Any public comment starting on your phone? Okay, seeing none, Director Heck, go ahead.
Okay, I would like to move that we approve the lactation accommodation policy, establishing a district policy, lactation accommodation policy 2170.
As
Okay,
amended.
is there a second?
And second,
Oh, we got 2 or 3 seconds, excuse me?
we all second.
Director
all
Heck,
second.
as amended.
Oh,
Right.
as
Oh,
amended.
yes, thank you, as amended. Yes.
As amended. Thank you, Greg. Okay, now, which one do you want to second this? We have 2 seconds.
All second.
Which one are we gonna tell Chris? Director Hall is the second, okay. Okay, if there's no further discussion, Madam Secretary, you call the roll, please.
Yes. Division 1,
Yes.
Division 3,
Aye.
Division 5,
Yes.
Division 4,
Aye.
Division 2.
Aye. Thank you.
Thank you, board.
Yeah.
Next item is warrants. Marvin came back.
The last thing.
Braving it.
Yeah.
You're a brave man.
Afternoon, Board. These are the warrants. Nothing unusual about this report other than you'll notice on the investment report, we did invest about $20 million in the long-term investments. This is due to the interest rates changing. So this money was moved longer term. LAFE is paying about 0.3 now, and then these guys are paying a little bit over 1. So we are aware of the movement, so we can capitalize on, the interest rates.
Long term,
Longer term, yes.
how long?
5 years,
5 years.
yes.
Okay. Does somebody else have a question or?
I just have one quick question.
And me too. Go ahead.
On page 55 and 56, it's just a curiosity to me. So this is to the wage work, this is a health benefit account, whatever you call it.
HR.
Yes.
So a lot of these were operating expenses, and then pretty soon toward the bottom, we started assigning it to projects and facilities and hydro. And I don't know how a facility, I just didn't understand why wage work expenses and admin fees would be charged to a facility.
This might be, and I'll follow up with Debbie on this. This might be our attempt to actually be able to allocate costs to each licensed facility. We're giving it our best shot. So this might be our attempt to do that.
Okay. All right. That sounds good. It just caught my eye.
Yeah.
I've never seen it done like that before.
Yeah, this is probably what Debbie and them are trying to do, trying to be able to get down to a P&L for that particular licensed facility.
No questions? Rich, do you have any? Nope. So I have one more on page 31. Ricky asked this question last month, so I'm going to ask it this month. If the legal fees are for 1 month, okay, are they all attributed to 1 month, or some cumulative ones, or how does that work? Because it's not clear to me if they're, how that works.
Yeah, these particular legal fees looks like the it kind of depends, because it kind of depends upon what that particular invoice covers the period of time, obviously the hourly rate. So I could pull the detail on any particular invoice. I wouldn't know right off.
Okay. So there's a possibility.
There you go.
The fees have incurred before March.
Exactly.
Okay.
There's a possibility they could. Legal invoices are very detailed. Hourly rates.
Yeah, are these dates over here in the other description? Is that a date or is that a code? The 1220.
The 1220. That's probably just the date of the invoice.
Date of the invoice.
Yeah, it doesn't necessarily mean that's the period it's covering.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. And that's all.
Yeah.
Thank you. Any public comment on the warrants for this period? Star 9 your phone. Any public comment on the warrants for today? Seeing none, Madam Secretary, call the roll, please. Yes, we have a motion. Need a motion for everything?
I'll make a motion to approve the check register and receive and file project and facility and investment transaction report for the period ending March 31st, 2021.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, now, Madam Secretary, call the roll.
Division 1,
Yes.
Division 3, aye. Division 5,
Yes.
Division 4, aye. Division 2.
Aye. Thank you, Marvin.
Thanks, boy.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
Mr. President, I have a request. I am being called into my other duties here shortly, and so, but for me, one of the most important parts of this agenda is what we're doing in closed session. So I'm wondering if we can move to closed session sooner than, if we can just move that up.
We have director's report and interim general manager report. Is the board good with that, doing that?
Yeah.
Okay.
I can waive my director's report.
You can waive it?
Yep.
You can table it for next meeting?
Or
You can
not.
waive it till the end of the meeting? Okay. You okay with that, Greg? That'll make you,
So waive it or come back?
no, come back.
Yeah,
You want to,
sure,
Wanna
fine
do
with that. You wanna do that?
So we're doing closed session right now?
yes.
Did I hear correctly?
Yeah.
Let me,
Yes, thank you so much.
So how long is your report?
let me get Gary.
Okay.
2 minutes.
Hey, Ricky,
Yes,
Greg's report's about 2 minutes.
okay, that's fine.
Well,
We'll go ahead.
It's the pleasure of my colleagues there.
Yes.
there's been questions on it in the past, so I'm not sure if it will be 2 minutes, but,
Oh, questions about the time.
I can start.
Okay.
I can start, and if we have to come back and we want to break, I'm fine with that
Okay.
too. Lower Scotts Flat Trail, EIR is out for public review now, so that's a 45-day or 30-day window. Let's see. We are working with our friends at FERC to do an additional information request, which they have requested us to do. We're supporting preparation materials for a supplemental EIS and revised biological assessment that FERC is doing on our Drum Spalding project, as well as what they were doing on our Yuba Bear, and they are also doing the same to the Drum Spalding project at the, so in order to complete the Section 7 consultation with NIMS. We are looking at economics of power and water, how the FERC license affects that in relation to the Endangered Species Section 7, modeling flows, and we are working on coordination. We're doing coordination with both YWA, PG&E, and PCWA in order to complete this within a very short time frame. So just want to give you a heads up that that's what we're.
What is the document?
It is an additional information request. So FERC has reviewed the biological assessments which have been questioned by NIMS, and so now they are having to go back and do additional calculations. So they've asked us to give them more information, and so it has to do economics, biological flows, etc. It's actually going to be quite interesting. Yeah, you'll be interested. I met with Jim Pfeiffer of the Regional Water Authority. So Chip and I went and discussed RWA services and organization and how NID may or may not fit into their. They were just given a presentation on what they do. So we met with them last week down at PCWA. So we had a nice, fruitful conversation with RWA. Met with Nevada County Fairgrounds last week and working with them. Looks like they're going to be coming into an actual fair this year. I'm reaching out to Placer County Fairgrounds, but thought it was a good opportunity instead of, to do a celebration of NID with the community at the fair.
Oh, nice.
So I think
It'll be lovely.
I think that's going to be the community event. We'll also have an independent employee only. Retirement and retirees and all that.
You're talking to Patrick?
Yeah. So we're working together and utilizing, basically coupling ourselves with the fair, getting a bigger booth, having some outdoor activities stuff, and so he's really excited, and he's really excited the fair's,
The dunking toe.
hopefully going to be on as of now, so that'll be great. We're continuing the discussions with voluntary agreements. So there was a meeting on Monday with the secretaries, Blumenfield and Crowfoot. We weren't involved in that conversation, but it was an invited few. We were mentioned, and anyway, we're seeing where that goes. It's still to be determined. There was a small pile burn at Scotts Flat on 410. That's out, so I don't know if, Ricky, you might have heard something.
Yep.
There was, there was some huff about that, but we got it out, and it's all good. Lesson learned. We shouldn't be burning where we were burning and the day that we burned, so.
That's right.
Taken care of. Chicago Park School held a track meet at Orchard Springs on April 7th, and so it was a great community event. There were 7 different school districts that participated, all with COVID restrictions. There were parents and teachers and school district department folks out at Orchard Springs doing a mile-long loop, and they were very thankful of NID and the recreation staff, so thank you, Monica and crew, and getting those and coordinating that, helping them, opening that space for them, and it was good.
Thanks.
We're getting into irrigation season, so you know that the Doty North project is complete and ready for service. The Combi Phase 1, as I told you, is definitely complete, and that's now flowing and good to go, so we're happy about that. Let's see. South Yuba Canal, there's an annual maintenance the PG&E is working on right now. They're not expected to be complete until, we're trying to get them to complete this weekend. There's been some delays. We're working with them. We're having to fire up we're having to fire up our Siphon Lane pump station in order to wet up the Snow Mountain and Cascade Canal systems. And we're probably going to do that tomorrow morning. It's just going to cost us some money. We can do that. We've been utilizing the natural system out of Deer Creek for this time during this outage. It's natural, but that's out. And so we need to get a little more pressure up to those canal systems in order to track with the customer demand. We don't think it's going to be, the customers are going to see any issue there or any lack of service. But just so you know, it's going to cost us some to fire up those Siphon Lane pump stations and get water up into those canal systems. On your desk, I gave you a letter that we responded to the Department of Water Resources on April 8th. regarding our landscape area management, project. This is a statewide landscape area measurement that DWR had put together for all parcels in California. Basically, it's their baseline for identifying water budgets for treated water systems. That assessment we just received maybe a few weeks ago. It's quite complicated, but what the bottom line is, and we're still assessing it, it basically states that 8.5% of our treated water lands, the parcels that our treated water customers are on, only 8.5% of them are irrigable.
I read that. I'm really glad you responded the way you did. Clearly, they weren't thinking about us.
Which we believe is completely flawed.
Yes, agreed. Totally.
Yeah, and so we're very
good
concerned.
catch on Chip's part and your part, I think.
Yeah, I just wanted to bring this to your attention. We're extremely concerned, and we're hoping, as you can see in the letter, we've reached out to DWR and said, let us help you understand our systems. We've given them the GIS layers. I mean, they have everything, but yet there's many miscalculations and many things that are incorrect. And so we're hoping to work with them and make it right. With that, we anticipate bringing updated forecast numbers to the board next board meeting. So last meeting, we talked about surplus water and we gave you the projections. In the interim, we did a snow survey, the kind of beginning of March, April snow survey. That is causing our Water Resources Department to update our projections, and so we'll be bringing that to you next board meeting, and we'll be talking about it. Other than that, we've commissioned a fire suppression system. By the end of the month, we'll have it at the Chicago Park Powerhouse. That's a fire suppression system that Kian and his team were working on. There were Cal ISO testing that we did a week ago. That's all completed and successful, and we've got the information that we need in order to meet our regulatory requirements for Cal ISO. That's my update.
Very good.
Can I just acknowledge the press release that you sent out on the completion of the Combi project?
Oh, yeah.
That was an awesome press release. With the pictures. It really told a great story. The narrative was excellent, and that I really appreciate that, because I'm using that on my Facebook site to push out to other people, and so those are really helpful tools for us.
You know that at the website there are multiple. We're getting more video data and drone footage of some of our systems. So there's good YouTube and videos. So if you have your newsletter or something, share people with go onto the website, because projects, we're continually updating those. So our staff's going out and flying spaces and putting it up.
That was a great article.
It was
And there was another one also, the second one that was very good.
Well, I'll pass that on. Thank you. That's great.
I have a quick question about the canal. The irrigation season starts tomorrow, and I've had some conversation with some of my constituents that they're thankful that it turned on last week and they started getting water last week. And other ones are going, wow, are we going to get water this year, or is it still bone dry? And so are we on track to get all of our canals flooded up?
We are. Water ops would be the best to answer that in detail, but yes,
So
indeed.
I haven't heard any.
Yeah, no, there's nothing that would preclude, clearly we are trying to just eke out, as many days. Typically, we're somewhere in the neighborhood of the 15th or so deadline, but we do know that it's been warm, so we're trying to get those back up and wetted. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Where's my water?
I don't have any, there's nothing to report that there is any issue with the water being available here anytime soon.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Greg.
Thank you.
All right.
Okay, with that, we will adjourn the.
Comments on closed session.
Pardon me?
Comments on closed session.
Comments on closed session. It's probably not all day long.
Good.
Okay. This time we'll take, is there any public comment on items to be considered in closed session? Seeing none, okay? We will adjourn the open session, not adjourn. We will close the open session, open the closed session.
And there'll be no
And there will be no report
report out?
out.
And is that the end?
Ricky, I sent you an email, did you get it?
I did. I've been kind of scanning it, and then I've got a whole new Zoom link, so it'll take me just a second to install this, but I'll join you in a minute.